ladies and gentlemen, to the NLC Regional Promotion Series. My name is Duckling, and for the first 3 games today, I am joined by Karvis, who, according to his name tag, is unlucky. I don't know if that's because the Finnish teams are just going to be garbage this year, or why are you unlucky here, Karvis?
Usually, my unluckiness comes from D&D and tabletop games. I'm hoping that
Oh,
it
okay.
doesn't extend over to my predictions and the Finnish teams, because I think they're quite strong this time around, but so seems to be the case for the entirety of the regional teams.
Yeah, I am. To be honest, looking over the rosters, I got quite shocked seeing how many names I recognize because obviously these are the guys coming from our lower divisions, winning them, and now having a chance of making it into the NLC Division 2. So for me, I thought maybe I recognize 1 or 2 names, but pretty much in every roster, I at the least recognize 2 names from somewhere. Like, oh, I've seen this guy in either solo queue or heard about him through the grapevine or whatever. So I'm really excited. I think we have some close games. Some of these teams, to be honest, look very stacked. And one thing that I've missed from back when we had the Telia League was Telia Masters. So I love this national fighting we'll be having today. I won't be here for the Danish game, sadly, but I will be excited to see DMG hopefully smash everyone. But for the first couple of games, we do have Rich Gang going up against Bloodline, so it will be Sweden versus Norway. Rich Gang, a storied organization over in the Norwegian scene, having casted there for a couple of years. And normally they're a strong team, but Bloodline don't know much about their organization, but I recognize a couple of the players.
Yeah, Rich Gang kind of uniting their forces with Venom Crest out of all teams, and coaching some of their players. There's familiar faces for me from Division 2. Kino, Touch, and Olonsky are all playing on that team, so the core already has proven their worth. Meanwhile, Bloodline, the Swedish teams had a bit of a rough season starting it out, but then they clutched it out in the playoffs. So Bloodline is the team that I consider a bit of a dark horse in this group. We don't really know how strong they are, but they might surprise.
Yeah, they definitely might. Obviously, for predictions, right? A lot of us actually did end up predicting Bloodline. I looked over the rosters, and I was very close to switching it to Rich Gang, I will say. I will say this earlier. This, to me, was very much a 50-50. But I just went with the bold move, I would say. Bloodline, I really like Citroen. I recognize him. Rodhu as well. To me, has been one of the shining lights when I've seen him play. I think he's very, very strong mechanically. Sand, I recognize the name as well as a very talented support. So I went with that, even if I do see your point of Venom Crest, obviously promoting into the NLC Division 1. Touch is a veteran. If anyone is a veteran in this tournament, it is him, having played in NLC, NLC Div 2, and Div 3. He's been around the block over in our scene, so he's the one who I would look at to carry Rich Gang to success, or lead them to success, you could say. But I like the potential of the Bloodline roster, and I'm sticking with my guts here, saying they will upset in this first game.
Yeah, I still have my prediction of Rich Gang standing strong, but interesting that you brought up Telia, because there's another name from Telia that I recognize, Namix from Bloodline, their AD carry coming into the RPS tournament. I was casting the Finnish Telia, and he placed second in my league, so that is certainly a strong AD carry that they brought in for themselves.
I mean, that's a really good sign as well, right? Because alongside what I've seen of the players on that roster, it is definitely one with potential. One thing you mentioned to me, Carvis, in the green room as well, if we were to look into the top end of Bloodline Chaos, to add some history to him, he has actually played for Rich Gang. So going up against his former organization, we'll be excited to see if he can get the better hand of the deal. I don't know the English saying for that. There's a Danish saying, but I'm not going to say it either because I've forgotten it. A little bit of a brain fight here. Regardless, though, let's see if he can get a... I mean, I can't say the saying. I've just lost the words here. Carves, take it away.
I feel you. So if the grass is greener on Bloodline's side, let's go with that. So yeah, there's some history, chaos showing up on Rich Gang, eventually leaving, going on to Bloodline, them winning the season, finally facing off in the RPS. And if we think, how do these two teams face off against each other? Really have to talk about the junglers with
Mm.
Citroen facing off against Olonsky. Both of these players are incredibly high carry players.
Yeah, I think it was Citroen. I saw a clip from the Swedish final where he came in and stole the Baron. And then he looked at he pointed his keyboard to the camera, just pointing at the flash or the smite key, like, yeah, man, you should have smited. You should have smited. It's that simple. And obviously, I mean, the hype about him is somewhat there, actually, I will say. He does have some hype around him. I'm excited to see if he can step up. We do have some technical difficulties. It wouldn't be a League of Legends tournament without them, but I do want to take a look at our prediction graphic because obviously, Carvis, we are on both sides of the coin here. I'm not on the Rich Gang side. You are, and I'm on the Bloodline side. But to support you on that Rich Gang side here in the first game, it is Temporal and Darkstar. So you do have some people behind you, but surprisingly to me, Bloodline is the most predicted team here in game one.
Yeah, Bloodline seems to have a ton of supporters in the talent group. I still want to see what they can do with the other RPS regions coming in really hot out of their own playoffs, but they did show up very strong. We can also not look at this graphic anymore. Don't look at the rounds GG prediction
No, no,
against
no.
Rich Gang. We
I
don't
want
have
to talk about that. Keep it up,
to.
Mr. Producer, because I want to mention this. The amount of disbelief I had when I saw this, Carvis. You are backstabbing your own nation. The fact that you are not able to say, no, I do not care if Rich Gang on paper might have the better players or are the favorites. You predict your own nation, man. What are you doing here? Look at the UK casters. They are going up against the mighty DMG Denmark, and they are still predicting their Ruddy, we have a good CEO company to win. I mean, that is backing your boys, and I respect that. You have to back your boys regardless of how bad they are. You've ever seen San Marino, the national team? They haven't won in 16 years. They still have a fan base out there who's sitting there every game. They get happy when they get a goal. You should be predicting your nation here. I'm disappointed, Carvis. That's all I'll say.
I will repent for my actions after Rich Gang beats rounds.
I mean, obviously you get the credit on the prediction score, but will your heart be satisfied, Carvis?
It is divided. But so are the teams, as we might be heading into draft now for game one of today.
I am very excited for this one. Rich Gang going up against Bloodline. This, to me, was the hardest game to predict. I think we have a lot of potential and some veterancy to lead both of these teams to success. Kaiser, though, instantly banned away here early on from the side of Rich Gang. So, as we are on patch 13.22, if I am wrong on that, do correct me, Carvis, but I do believe it is a correct patch. Live patches, anyone is confused. We will see some meta stuff banned away, but at this level, this sticks out to me instantly. Haw has subbed in. If you don't know Haw, that is a substitution that changes. I should have changed my prediction. I know he was on the subs list, but this changes everything. And if you're wondering why the Echo ban is there, that is because Haha is probably the best Echo we have in Europe.
Not only is Haw subbing in, there's 3 others. So this is an entirely different Rich Gang roster than I was expecting to show.
Yeah, look, man, this is not okay. I need to be able to change my prediction. You've subbed in Merbs, Haw, and Coincidence. Fallen as well, you've subbed in, I believe. Yeah, you've subbed in Fallen as well. You've subbed in pretty much a whole team here.
Touch is the only one remaining.
Look, if I get the chance, change my prediction now before anything else gets locked in. But the Orianna obviously still insanely meta. Let's move with the draft if we can keep it up, despite all of these substitution cards. We'll discuss those later. And the response here from Bloodline is getting a very strong 2v2 in the bot lane with that Rakan and Saya.
Yeah, they do struggle a little bit against Varus, for example, who is a strong lane bully, can outrange the Saya Rakan eventually, and if you pair this up with something that can match up to the Rakan engages, maybe cancel it, like a Nautilus, maybe. Renata has seen quite a bit of play recently, and against a front-to-back team, fighting team, it is an incredibly strong pick, pairs up well with the Orianna Shockwave as well. There's a ton of options for Rich Gang to go for here.
A lot of options for Haha. He's someone who can play pretty much everything, but being already suited into that Orianna position, they do lose some flex potential.
This would be interesting. Senna, it pairs up well with the outrange the enemy game plan, but now I'm looking at the very immobile bot lane. This Nautilus makes a lot more sense to me.
Yeah, a lot more traditional. I was holding my breath for that one. So Merbs, formerly an NLC player, but also has been on the NLC desk a couple times alongside me just a couple years ago. Fun little experience there down in Berlin. As he has locked in the Varus with the Nautilus pairing, now it's over to the side of Bloodline. They could look to pick up a mid laner here. Nico, the most banned champion of Worlds, I do believe, has been picked up here for Forsland.
Yeah, and this is... Do not come at us and let us come at you at the same time. If this Nico ever gets onto the Orianna Varus inside the backline, you can follow it up with the Rakan and probably some sort of burst to follow it up with. And I expect the top lane to be heavily focused down here in the bans.
And while the draft is continuing to go on, I will quickly mention as well, it is not just Rich Gang who have made substitutions. It is also the side of Bloodline subbing out what who I was very excited to see, and instead they're subbing in their substitute, of course, in Forstland. So changes on both teams here. Obviously, more changes on the side of Rich Gang, but both teams have made substitutions. And as the draft continues, we've seen Quinn being removed from the side of by the side of Bloodline, and Nocturne being removed from Rich Gang.
Yeah, Nocturne on this patch, one of the strongest AD junglers by far. It's one of those cases where an assassin becomes so overtuned you can just build very tanky and still delete the enemy backline, so the Nocturne makes sense for the Varus and Orianna not to have to deal with that. Olaf and Quinn, though, in the bans, these smell like heavy target bans.
Yeah, and it's something we expect at this level, right? Especially as you have players who are very, very good. They do draw some, as you say, some pocket picks, I think is a way to call them as well. So this obviously means there's a lot of meta stuff on the table, and we're seeing a lot of that being locked in, obviously, in the first rotation. But here on the second rotation, the Viego, which might be responded by the Wukong, isn't the most traditional jungle matchup for quite a while at the very least.
Yeah, Wukong hasn't shown up recently too much, but he generally does really well into these skirmishing 2-on-2 looking champions like Viego. Can't really do anything by himself against the armor stacking passive on the monkey. And, well, all that talk for nothing. Sejuani gets locked in. We're back to meta. Wait, what? Whoa.
There goes
what?
Wukong. That's a Wukong top lane for coincidence.
Or is it Sejuani top?
No, it's not Sejuani top. There's no way. Let me just pull up the statistics, because obviously I saw the substitutions, but I do believe none of us prepared for this.
Yeah. This is
I didn't expect this many substitutes. Regardless, I will just quickly look up my good old friend Coincidence to see if this is something he does play, if we find out more information.
Well, no matter the matchup, Ornn gets locked in and is a solid matchup into both. Can defend himself against the possible Wukong assault, and does decently well into Sejuani. Will suffer a little bit against the Permafrost trades, but at the moment, Coincidence is holding the Sejuani.
And I have just looked. In 2023, while he was playing for Wave in Prime League First Division, he has played 2 games with Sejuani top lane and won them both. So it would not surprise me to see him put it out in his career. He has played it 13 times top lane with a 10 wins, 3 losses. So obviously looking very good. If you don't know Coincidence, I just found out he played for Wave this year, but just a couple years ago, he has been in the NLC playing for organizations like Stusty, Vania, Absolved, and Northern Black as well. So he's been around the block here in the Nordics. Did spend some time over in Svesta, I see as well, over in EPL. But he is a staple in the Nordic scene, I will say. So obviously great to have him back after he has spent a year over in the Prime League. But this really does change everything for the bigger picture. Rich Gang have just subbed in so many big names. Horror has been to EMA Masters both times this year and had great performances. Was there last year as well, I do believe. I've ended up casting him there in EU Masters, which was in 2022. His versatility, his leadership that he adds, and experience to this level is out of this world. And despite me lacking the potential I see in the Bloodline roster, on paper, they are now the heavy underdogs.
I'll just pretend that I had the script beforehand. My Rich Gang double prediction was completely intended. I knew that Ha and Coincidence and friends are coming in, and what can I say? I'm just that good.
Yeah, you've read the Rich Gang minds, just subbing out your whole roster for the big tournament. Maybe they really want to get in that Division 2 spot, because this is obviously no flame to a very, very talented, pretty much exact same Venom Crest roster, which did qualify for Division 1. They are bringing in, on the namesake at the very least, bigger names. Yeah, these are big names that have played in many ERLs across Europe, who have been hyped up by many different casters and coaches alike. And Horror, who's someone I've casted very closely back when he was in Bifrost a couple of years ago. This man is out of this world for a national level. His mechanical skill, his team play as well, and most of all, his versatility. He has played things like Sejuani mid. He's played Malphite mid as well. He's played pretty much anything you could think of in the mid lane. So when we see him in the third game, I mean, he might not be bound to the Orianna. He could be playing something like Sejuani mid if they feel like it. So many flex opportunities, so many big names now on this Rich Gang roster, and they have taken a different title coming into the tournament now with these subs.
Yeah, versatility through the roof for the newly found out in the Rich Gang roster. As a reminder, let's go through the format real quick because we haven't talked about it at all. This is a best of one single round robin, and we have two groups that are going to play in during this week, and the top teams are going to move on to a single elimination bracket.
A single elimination bracket, and I do believe it is the first round which will be best of 3. The latter rounds in the knockout stage will be best of 5. So some of those best of series to look forward to as well. These best of ones, anything can happen, and it certainly has in this one. Not only in the draft with some surprising picks like the Sejuani top lane, but also in terms of the players. It is the magic of the national leagues. I love coming down to this level to see the national talent and the chaos that always follows, which is fun and exciting to watch. This game, I think we are in for an experienced Carvis, and I do believe the game has just been on pause. So let's take our eyes on the prize and see if Bloodlust can pull up, or Bloodline rather, sorry, can pull up an insane upset against the now star-studded Rich Gang roster.
And this now gives a whole new sense of pressure for Bloodline. Every single game counts. You were coming in maybe expecting the regular roster of Rich Gang, and with Haw, as you said, incredibly flexible, coincidence, the Sejuani top with a knight, all of a sudden, this game could be really, really hard if this level 1 doesn't play out well for Citru.
Yeah, the game, I mean, I don't know if I want to say it's only up from here, Carvis, because I feel like the disappointment that you've had of seeing these guys queue up against them might be pretty high, so they can only really go up from the slump they find themselves in. I will say, though, if I am to look at Bloodline, obviously I'm excited to see their roster, but I'm excited to see Fortune as well. I haven't seen him before, and with him being subbed in, either obviously there might be some scheduling issues, or they feel like he should just perform better in scrims, and if he's performed better than Rotu, who's someone I rate pretty highly for this level, I think Fortune could be very exciting to watch.
Well, he has a chance here to show what he can do against Haw in a decent enough matchup. Nico, really, really good lane bully, can set up for possible ganks for the Viego as well. The 3-second route, I believe, if you get the empowered one.
Oh, that is so nicely played from Touch. They're baiting out Sander to step up, getting a bit of root on him, making sure he couldn't block for Namex, who got surprised with that dredge line. As the cooldowns are now coming back up, it is Rich Gang who's established control over this lane in the bot lane. Getting that level 2 first up against the Syra Khan is massive, as they might be looking for something. The Q doesn't quite connect. The piercing arrow goes wide, and with that, Sander, no need to expend any summoner spells, but regardless of that, he has lost quite a bit of health.
And that is the struggle for the Zyra Khan down on the bot side of the map. Can't really challenge the Nautilus level 1, can't really challenge the Varus level 2, such insane damage power spikes, and they're just gonna able to crash this wave with the cannon to go along with it, grab some vision from the blue side jungle, and maybe even bully Citroen a little bit as the bot. No, never mind, just Varus taking a reset here, probably grabbing a tier wheel. Is the lethality Varus? I'm not sure for this game.
Incidents will be engaged here by Chaos. Obviously, it's just some trading between what we like to call two wet noodles. But don't sleep on, especially Coincidence with his summoner spell choice. Having gone for the Ignite alongside the Teleport, you could be surprised to see the damage that the Sejuani has. And I think Chaos needs to respect it in these trades, because all of a sudden, if he gets the 4 stacks on the E, he could look for a combo that does a surprising amount of damage. High base damage, obviously, on the tanks, and early on, they might be able to pull out something unexpected. As the first clear slowly but surely does get finished, there is information from the side of Rich Gang onto Citroen. They see him taking the blue buff. I do believe they pinged him before, despite not pinging this time around, and with Fallen being ahead on the clear, or rather they're about even. They're both going for their own scuttle, so no early fight. But both junglers done with the clear. We'll see where they head from now.
Yeah, and that vision was all from the lane priority that Gang got down on the bot side. As Touch hooking Sander a bit. Can't really stick to the Rakan here on the level 3. But you were talking about the wet noodle fight at top.
Yeah, now we need to might be careful. That's a very good knock up there from Chaos. Without that, the bonus damage from the E auto attack might have been enough to force Chaos to flash away if the Ignite had been used as well. TP back from Coincidence, so he wants to establish control at the moment as Chaos might be looking for the reset, but see where Citroen is. He is pathing towards the top side.
Yeah, there is a chance. Oh, the Urgon.
Yeah. I mean, the hooks just hit 100% of the time. Touch. Not being out of touch with where to aim his hook so far. Sander taking a bit of a beating here in the lane. Has to recall again. But luckily for him, the silver lining is he's not dying yet. So first blood is still on the cards. And if they find the right engage, they certainly do have the damage. But at the moment, they're not finding it. And it's Touch who's just able to find the correct trades 100% of the time.
Yeah, there's just so much explosive engage potential on this bot side of the map that at any moment they can completely blow the Bloodline bot side out of the water. But what I was trying to get to this entire time, the top side of the map, you called it wet noodle fight. Sejuani with Ignite is kind of like the wet noodle is just combined with cement. He just smacks you in the face along with the Ignite, and it's max HP damage. Ornn does not like that.
I mean, obviously, Ornn doesn't like max HP damage. I don't think many tanks does. And I appreciate... I really can't get over that cement thing. Sounds horrible. Probably doesn't taste good if you can even eat cement. I don't think you can unless you chip it down to really small pieces. Yeah, but look, this is something I'm bringing up. As I've become a substitute teacher, I've heard really weird points. And one of the kids made a point to me. You can pretty much eat anything if you chip it down to small enough pieces. So if you chip down cement to these very, very small pieces that you pretty much can't see, I guess you can eat cement, theoretically speaking, right?
Imagine...
A kid made that point, so... And I did actually see where he was coming from.
Imagine the nutritional value. It must be amazing. Regardless, Citroen here, starting out the dragon, will be pretty much safe to take it since no lane priority on either mid or bot. They do find a hook though.
Yeah, Nemix, I do believe he's fine with the flash. Will take quite a bit of damage. Now they might want to turn around. Sander commits here with the flash and ignite. Still going forward, forcing the flash out of touch. A big investment from Sander, but they get a crucial flash there as the Drake does get picked up. Hopefully some good nutritional value, and that for Citroen as Fallen goes in to steal a couple of camps away as a response.
And on the top side, Fallen looking for the counterplay. Yeah, Chaos has level 6, so it is a little bit dangerous to go for this if they can
just also clear the wave.
Oh, Wukong's probably looking for level 6 of the Krugs here. Not too far away, but Chaos is able to clear out the wave and save this situation for himself. But now they have to deal with the counter jungle from Rich Gang.
Yeah, without the wave, they aren't able to look for the dive. Forsen is rotating up as well, making sure that the red will remain in the hands of Citroen as he now starts it up. I am surprised, Carpus, that we haven't had a first blood. We might get it here as Fallen. Level 6 to Citroen's level 5. Smite is available for both junglers. Could just lose the Smite fight outright. Instead, comes back in here, looks to secure it, unable to. Fallen steals that away. Someone like Forsen there invested quite a lot of time to secure that for his own jungler and failed to do so. So now his Raptors is being taken as well. Citroen paying the price for getting that early trade.
And Fallen just so confident here. Citroen still level 5, would need to get this Raptor, able to steal away, but still, the tempo lead just kind of snowballing. The objectives are coming up. Herald...
Sander's cut out.
Whoa!
He died. I think it was too far forward trying to ward or take down the control ward. A surprising fight down in the bot lane. A punish there, and they find the first blood. Merps had to... No, he didn't invest his flash that time. Cooldown was too far ahead. I don't know how much was invested from Rich Gang to get that kill regardless. Good first blood. It's onto Merps as well. The correct guy to get the kills for them, so... Happy about that as they're dominating the top side as well. This 1,000 gold lead could become more as the Herald is being taken away. Citroen trying to get something back, and what? How does Nemix find himself in this situation?
Oh, yeah,
the piercing arrow connects Merps. 2 kills now on him. This could go from bad to worse here for the side of Bloodline.
This is a horrible situation for Bloodline. The entire counter jungling sequence on the top led to Citroen having to path to this bot side of the map that just died in a 2-on-2. This means that Fallen is able to secure the Herald for free. Chaos on the top side can't really do anything to stop it, and Citroen too late on the rotation. We're going to see on the replay here what exactly happened. They went and tried to clear the pit ward, just greedy, and with the ultimate easily able to catch out the first blood.
And no doubt about that, Ignite did get used as we are back to us floating in space. I can hear the game is still going on. Let's just get back to the action instead of trying to explore what's beyond our own Milky Way. As Ho does take a bit of a trade here in the bot lane, or in the mid lane rather. I want to talk about the bot lane unless something happens here. As Forslane could be in trouble. Does have the pop blossom available if he wants to re-engage. He's able to get out, but looks like Rich Gang setting something up. No, they just want to counter jungle even more. Want to put Citron further behind.
This could quickly turn into a 3-on-3. Bloodline has built the coolness, but no level 6 for the Recon. They're gonna go in now.
He's coming in with the Hex Flash. Does he want to go for it? Not initially. I thought he might have found himself a good flank there, but I should say no level 6 or no easy way to engage. The tension is high in this game. Only has amounted to 2 kills so far, but it feels like it could have been a lot more. And maybe it will be as Fallen. Looks like he wants to dive in the bot lane with that Herald. Good hook connects. Nambix does have the Feathers Fly available. Blade Caller could still come out. Santa survives with a sliver of HP. Not quite sure how, but he found a way out. Good trade back here from Nambix. Make sure that Fallen can't put down that Herald. And that is a massive play there from Bloodline.
Sliver of health left on Sander. Barely able to get out. And top side, Chaos starting to feel himself up well. Bloodline showing up in these plays all across the map. As Citron still trying to farm up a little bit. We have to watch for the Viego Mythic. That's where he will start to get really strong and able to contest for the upcoming second dragon. It's up in 25 seconds, so they should start moving towards it from both sides.
Also worth mentioning that after the trade we saw on the top side, they did continue brawling it out. The Ignite and Flash use, so Ignite from Coincidence, Flash from Chaos. Both these top laners do, though, have to teleport if they want to join for a second Drake. Not the most likely outcome, but it is a possibility nonetheless. Sander now getting that level 6 allows him to enter the fight even quicker with the quickness as he comes to second Drake off the game. Citron not quite at the power spike you just talked about, Carvis. So not sure if they do want to respond. There is a possibility 5k and dropping. He's walking down, but Coincidence just walked down here earlier and now he has to back off. The control ward spots him out. He can't go for the steal. Or he would give up his life. Might still do so as that frozen comes out. Yeah, or the Glacial Prison rather. Did connect, but unable to find the kill as no follow-up was there.
With Sejuani there, it's just so hard for Bloodline to contest. They really need the Ornn to participate, be able to catch a dive into the back line, delete the Orianna and Varus before the team fight turns out of control, like this bot lane.
Yeah, Sander's locked up by the depth charge. He did take a fair amount of damage. The Ignite was used, so was the heal. As Chaos is able to secure that play, he's been doing very fine for himself up in the top lane. Getting an extra way. The Herald now comes through to ensure that it will get the charge on a turret with plates. This will be 2 plates gold, shared between Fallen and Ho-Ho. Maybe more, as there isn't really any help. As Citron has moved towards his red buff, so it will just be 2 plates in the end. That's a fine enough play when you get a Herald. It's the expected amount. And the goal lead so far, it is in the favor of Rich Gang, but it surprises me that it isn't more considering how dominant it feels like they have been in this game.
Yeah, the gold lead still, although it's 1k, you have to look at the experience, you have to look at the map state. 1 dragon each traded out. It's gonna be all up the mid game for who this actually favors. What I'm looking at though is the mid lane. Forestland on this Nico hasn't really been able to do anything yet. Already level 10 on the Nico. You usually see Pop Blossoms roaming all the way down to the bot side of the map, look for 2v2s with your carry jungler. But Fallen and Ho-Ho have just controlled the map.
Chaos dies to the Ignite as the Ornn Horn didn't help him out. You can't sleep on the top lane, Sejuani. That Ignite as well really does its work, and not quite sure how he found the solo kill, but Coincidence showing why he's won 10 out of 13 games on this champion in competitive play.
Yeah, well, that's the cement hammer, just showing Ornn that you're not the only one that can build stuff. Coincidence can build a lead, but Merb's in trouble.
Yeah, I think Merbs is in big trouble. The drone comes down, he tries to get the outplay, but Merbs, there's nothing you can do here, man. I'm sorry. As he gets taken down, shutdown goes over to Citron. See what happens here in the mid lane though. Haha poking out Forstland heavily. He has to back off and start the recall, but touches here could just flash over and look to take him down. The drift line goes wide for something that cannot be missed. is auto attacks from the Orianna as Ho-Ho gets his first kill of the game.
And now, when the first items are coming in, Rich Gang activating on the entire map, looking for play after play, trying to punish these Bloodline members who aren't grouping up and trying to skirmish themselves. Rotating in the mid lane, though.
Yeah, they want to fight and they want to get Ho-Ho. They're looking for him. The ultimate is available. The Heartbreaker comes through, but it doesn't do enough damage now as they flee. They get chased down by Fallen Center. Solo as well goes out with the grand entrance. Able to survive. It's a 1-for-0, but it's a play that Bloodline chose, and it's one they lost. Now, coincidence could make things from bad to worse if it decides to go here.
It's looking really rough for Bloodline. Every single play that they try to go for, now that Rakan finally hit the level 6 and tries to look for the engage angles, if you go into the range of Rich Gang, they can burst you down super quickly, no matter the member you go on. There's CC on Nautilus, there's CC on Varus, Orianna, Shockwave, Cyclone from Wukong. There's no safe initiation for this red side team.
Yeah, I like that creativity. I like the fact that they want to go for these plays, but it just hasn't been working out. And as the second Herald now falls, they could look to start to lose more neutral objectives or more turrets. It's another way of saying that they've already lost one in the mid lane thanks to the early Herald before. With plates now being gone, doesn't take much to get these objectives down. So with the Herald in their pocket, it could go from a situation where they find themselves a couple thousand gold behind, around 3,000 at the moment, to 5,000-6,000 gold very quickly. It feels like one more fight really decides the game, and this might be something that brings Bloodline back into the game, touches the target, but the damage is not quite there. Citrone does have the one item, but doesn't have the possibility to really kill anyone. Shockwave only comes through onto one, but the poke so massive here from the side of Rich Gang. Sander falls, and at the same time down goes Citrone. Fortune is unable to find a re-engage with the Pop Blossom. Namix running for the hills, not quite out yet as he's still on a ward. Fallen continuing to chase him down. He's out in the end, but it's yet another play Bloodline choose. And yet another they lose.
It just feels like Bloodline is getting stat checked a little bit in these fights. With the Aftershock, Touch is able to tank so much damage. Additional resistance is provided by the Orianna. We can see it on the replay here. Look at how much pressure this Nautilus is absorbing. And now Bloodline has to commit to a choke point where an Orianna ball is waiting. Namix gets hit by the arrow, and now all of your carries are basically out of the fight. Sander gets sacrificed and ran down, as does the Viego.
Yeah, not much to do there, it felt like, as they chose another fight that they simply couldn't win. I like that you point out the stat check, because it very much feels like the wallets are getting heavier and heavier on the side for Rich Gang, which just surprised me that they're able to feel this heavy compared to the fact they're only 4,000 gold ahead. It might be the way they're choosing the fights or how they've built, I don't know, but it's hard to describe. Other than the fact we're watching Germany 7, Brazil 1, it is it's just hard to say, because this game feels like it is so over despite the goal lead and everything else signaling to me that one big fight could turn it. It's just a lack of damage.
It feels, oh well, we're gonna say mid lane.
I mean, there's no way you get that on-home back. 2 ultimates wasted there, or used very smartly to deny the engage from Chaos. Now, can they cut out the fight? Sander gets the good knock. Pop Blossom as well. They're on towards Merps, and they get him instantly. Forstone picks up the kill initially. No, the Shockwave! 4k elo onto 4 targets has fallen. Dunks on 2 of them, and Ho-Ho shows why he's been to EMEA Masters. They show why he's been so hyped. He's on a killing spree as he turns around the fight single-handedly for Rich Gang.
You may have got one of the carries, but you can't forget about the other. Ho-Ho! Perfect ultimate to turn around the fight, and that's where we can see once again Bloodline lacking the follow-up burst. The Nico may be able to take out one of the carries, but if you can't find both of them, you are still doomed as Rich Gang so far ahead. Chaos still holding his own against the two, but now this is the wet noodle fight we were waiting for. And it just feels like, we're gonna see it from the replay. They thought they had the angle with the Nico flank. Good initiation from the Swedish team, but after the Ornhorn misses, there's just so many members of Rich Gang able to reach the back line. Here you see Merps getting popped, but most of the teams is still full HP, and here's the Shockwave. What a beautiful beautiful find by Haha.
Yeah, it's as they step forward, as they've gotten the first carry, they think they can win the fight, and to be honest, they probably could have, had they not then just walked straight into a great, not just a great, a fantastic, phenomenal shockwave there from Haha. And I do kind of feel bad for Bloodline, because I don't think they've played horribly this game. They've gone for some moves, some of them have been too bold, but they are showing signs of a team that can bring life into this tournament. But up against the big names and experience on this Rich Gang roster, they are being having their backs against the wall as Citron now runs for the hills. That makes that to keep his jungler safe, but just barely. They get out as the second herald using the top lane to get another turret into the hands of Rich Gang. The goal lead is ballooning. It's now 7,000 gold. Oh, this is rough, man.
Yeah, Rich Gang showing their experience. Look at the lane priority. Sejuani down the bot side, able to take down the outer tower, just choking Bloodline out of the map. And this is, again, is all about the catch. Can they find the perfect initiations?
On top lane. Oh, doesn't quite get the knockback. Sander, though, still has the flash if they want to commit on towards Haha. Doesn't go for it in the end. Once fallen, but it feels like they're starting to get a bit hesitant. The TPs are coming in as well. They want to invest into the fight. This could be the final fight here for Rich Gang if they get a clean ace. Damage is the one they want initially, but the damage not quite there. He's able to get out and kite around. Shockwave not available. So many ultimates already expended. Forsten on the flank here. Unable to find anything, though, without the flash. And everyone gets out.
It's so hard for Bloodline to get in and stick to Rich Gang. They are so far ahead, and all these look at the hook.
Yeah, the dress line connects onto both Sander. Our Khan is slippy, so he's able to get out. But man, the game state, you can really feel the lead that Rich Gang have, and they've dug themselves a solid base to work around. The way they are dominating each and every lane, taking down the turrets, building up that goalie. They will be having soul point in 30 seconds. If they want, they could turn for the Baron. But this team, I don't doubt for a second that they won't flip this Baron. So they'll wait until they have an opportune moment. But at the same time, do they even need it? One big fight and it feels like they could run down mid lane and end the game.
We've seen some interesting Baron takes in our time as casters, and even with experience, you can see that sometimes they feel like flipping it, and it could happen. Although, I don't think they need to even go near the Baron with the advantage that they've accrued. It's actually Bloodline who's trying to take vision of it, but there's full information of this on the side of Rich Gang with the deep wards earlier placed into the red jungle. They're looking for catch.
They're going for coincidence, but it's a Sejuani. He's so tanky. And now instead they want to turn on towards Navix. They catch him with the Glacial Prison. He's not quite taken down yet, but here comes Haha in the back line. And there goes Bloodline evaporating in front of your very eyes. Unless Citron has something to say about it. He's swapping between the bodies. The Heartbreaker comes out, but no Merps. Stands tall. And as Rich Gang continue to dominate the game, we saw yet another glimmer of hope. I thought the resets might have been enough. I thought they might have the damage, but in the end, the answer is no. And if Merps doesn't get killed instantly, he will just take over the fight as he seals the ace for Rich Gang.
This is what the Bloodline comp was made to do. Get the Viego resets going as fast as possible and snowball the fight from there. But against Rich Gang, it doesn't happen fast enough. Once again, they find one of the carries. You can see it on the replay as the setup was pretty good. They thought they caught Coincidence out of position, but Namix getting caught out by the Chains of Corruption, forced to Featherstorm early. And from there on out with the Pop Blossom, it's just a bounce house on both sides of the fight, and Citron almost saving the team fight with the resets, but it just isn't enough.
It isn't quite enough, as you say. Merps untouched, so the Heartbreaker didn't deal much damage to him. Needed to have been hit by a couple more AoE damage abilities. This game has been fun. It very much has, Carvis, but I do feel kind of bad for Bloodline, because they haven't been horrible by any means. They're just being hit by the wall. It's the bigger names, and let's be honest, they have been the better players, Rich Gang. They are deservedly leading the game. There's nothing to say about that.
Oh, nice last hit there.
Yeah, very nice last hit. I will say though, I'm happy with Bloodline's performance. All things considered, they are showing up that they're here to play, and they're not afraid to go for the plays. I really do applaud that. But Rich Gang, they have just been a step ahead in pretty much every single area of this game. You can feel their experience. You can feel their high mechanical skills as well. They work together as a team. They are playing well. They're just big names. It's a team as well. They don't need the Baron. They don't take unnecessary risk. They've gotten the soul point. They can wait it out. They can continue to push the waves, and they are in the driver's seat. They have to drive us a massive cliff here to lose control.
The thing is,
The Baron?
they're still, they're taking the Baron, no information. This one,
they
my
can't
side.
steal it.
But they do have an
7K?
order.
I mean,
They
Citron
can-
might be here. Could he get in time? 3K? It's going ever lower. The Baron is still being aggroed. Chaos is here keeping it aggroed as the engage is onto 3. They go on towards 3. Do they find one? Initially being taken down. Merbs. CC as well. Can you get the reset, Citron? You're the one with the damage. Coincidence falls down as well. I think they might have done it. They might have won the fight. I cannot believe what I'm watching. Merbs being caught up by Chaos on the other side. What am I seeing, Covers? They are doing it. They are winning the fight. They can get the Baron bloodline. They're back in the game.
This is what I was talking about. They have they have the scaling, and they have the burst to get through the squishies of Rich Gang. One position error is enough for Bloodline to secure the Baron and get back into the game. Sure, Forsland in at the start may have missed the Ornn ultimate a little bit, but look at the Nico sneaking his way in with the flash, catching all of the key members and the front line. And once Merbs is charmed up, he can't provide the DPS anymore. Chaos completely zones him out of the fight, and now the rest of his team is strong enough to take Rich Gang out.
We have got a game on our hands now. We talked about the fact that Rich Gang didn't need to go towards the Baron. They didn't need to take the unnecessary risks. I just said before they start the Baron, I have no doubts they won't go for it and they'll play it cleanly. Instead, they instantly go in and flip it. And it's in the Baron pit that Chaos thrives and Bloodline. They found the pulse on Rich Gang and they've looked to start cutting towards it. If they can get through, they get the final cut, they could win this game. The gold lead is now closing. The scaling is coming through. I'm on the edge of my seat here, Covers. I cannot believe I might be watching this comeback against such a star-studded Rich Gang roster.
Overconfidence, silent and deadly killer. Touch very confident here.
Yeah, too far forward. Namex will be hit up by the depth charge, but won't lead to anything else. As the Baron buff, they have the Baron power play. They wanna probably even out the goal, to be honest, with this if they can. Let's see if the veterans, the big names, can hold on for Rich Gang. They're not out of this game, obviously. One fight doesn't decide at all at this point, so Rich Gang just need to find one big team fight still and they could win the whole game, but the momentum has definitely swung in towards the favor of Bloodline. 1 minute on what will be the soul for Rich Gang if they manage to get it. That's really what we're waiting for.
And Bloodline abusing their power spikes now. Level 15 on the Ornn, starting to get the ornaments to come in.
Yeah, the Ornn is here as well. It's pretty good. Shockwave already comes out. Sander is low. Same goes for Chaos. They need Chaos on the front line, soaking up the damage from Merb. So without him being healthy, they can't really fight. They get the turret they came for. They forced a couple of ultimates. 40 seconds now. Resets needs to come through before this massive neutral objective. I think we might have the game-deciding fight here. The Shockwave and pretty much everything will be up. I don't doubt it. 30 seconds. It should be around the Drake that all the ultimates will be out. In terms of flashes, though, Merb's still missing his. Forsling doesn't have his either. So Ho-Ho and Namex the main carries with their flashes available, but I don't want to sleep on the junglers either. If they are untouched, they can do damage.
Bloodline needs to buy a... Oh!
The Throne has the possibility to be massive if he doesn't get caught out here. Dodges the dredge line, as Chaos now is back in the front line.
It's so tense!
It is very, very tense as Chaos takes a bit of a beating here, but not too much. The Ornn very, very tanky at this stage of the game. The Drake has now spawned. Merbs is getting that mid lane prior, but it seems like Bloodline simply do not care. They instead start up the neutral objective.
Still no flash on the Nico.
6k and dropping. Chaos in the front line. Here goes the Drake. It goes over to the side of front line. They lock up Namex instantly though. Good damage on towards him and he's dead instantly. And this should be it. Citron is low. He's getting the shield, but he has to jump out with the Heartbreaker. He is running for the hill. Same goes for Chaos and Sander. They are wanting to get back to their base. The Baron has timed out. If Citron dies here, the game is over, I think. 30 seconds on the main carries. They go towards Coincidence. Can they get the reset? Coincidence, sure, you've stepped too far forward. The flash is not quite available, so Citron can't close the gap. As Chaos in the front line trying to soak it up. Coincidence doesn't quite fall, and they get Citron instead. That's massive. 18 seconds still on the carries as Chaos just buys time for his team. I don't think this is game. Quintens know he can recall and TP straight back in, and then it's forced on Nemix who has to defend the base. This could be game if they are brave, but it could turn out horribly wrong. Instead, Quintens TP's top and wants to get the turret.
They're just gonna play it safe, get all the gold they can to get the gold lead back into their favor. Bloodline feeling themselves a little bit too much. If you look at Forestland's inventory, he's so close to the Rabadons. Now he has his flash up. They were missing key cooldowns to be able to contest the dragon fight properly, and it costs them dearly. They didn't lose the game, but now they have to find another miracle like the Baron, and I'm not sure if Rich Gang is willing to make that sort of a mistake again.
One of the things that might have been bad about Bloodline being able to secure that Drake, it does mean that it won't be a Elder Drake that will be coming up next. One of the infamous objectives to flip a game around. An Elder Drake can really seal you in. It could also lead to you being backdoored because you've sent 5 men down towards the Elder Drake. A lot can happen around that objective. As Baron is also one of those objectives back in 1 minute's time. Let's wait for the Rabadons, as you say. Worth mentioning, Haw did use his flash in that fight. So if they fight as soon as this Baron does spawn, well, then Forsman has the advantage on him in that regard. Namix got killed so quickly that he didn't have time to use any sums, so his flash is still available.
There's a good angle still for Bloodline to find a proper fight. They can somehow get the level 16 onto the Ornn. If you look at items, ornaments on both the main carries, but Viego, who has been popping off, Citroen playing the fights really well, doesn't have the upgraded Trinity Force yet, and really close to getting
you cannot be caught at this point of the game, regardless of your role or position. You need to be careful. Bloodline need all 5 members in the right position if they want to bring themselves back into this game for a second time. Rabadon's death cap has now been completed by Forsland. He's only level 14. There's no way this is what wins them the game. The Nico minion has been spotted and has been stopped.
Still, Bloodline marching into mid lane.
Yeah, Ornn has been called. Nemec stepping forward. They want Merps, and he is taking quite a beating here. In goes Sander. He's knocked up into the bounce house, and Merps might just die. No, the shield comes through from and in the front line, it is Bloodline who's winning the fight. Can Haw change anything about this? Shockwave connects on towards 2. Citron, though, still alive, able to walk out. Same goes for Chaos. Same goes for Sander. No, the turret shot connects at the last second. Now it's Nemec to step up. The Blade Caller doesn't connect, and the Root not quite there. The recalls are coming through. It's a fight that has been won by Bloodline, but not dominantly. It's not enough to push or gain any major advantage. It is simply a small win in a skirmish.
This is just utter chaos. Bloodline realizes that Rich Gang is a man down and instantly pulls the trigger. They again find a couple of good picks, and their backline is starting to be strong enough that Fallen cannot 1v1 Desire properly anymore. He's more there for the CC with the Cyclone. But with that fight going their way, no teleports, and they can just take Baron.
I said they weren't gonna be able to gain a massive advantage from this, but they've just managed to secure that Baron underneath their opponent's noses with no smite available. They just took that away. Now Chaos does have the flash available, is using it to get out. Drake up again in 50 seconds. Yet again, it's the soul for Rich Gang this time. Also the soul point for Bloodline. Carvis, I cannot believe we're still casting this game. I thought it would be done 10 minutes ago, but oh my, Bloodline. They've pulled themselves back, but Rich Gang, they do not want to give up. They are still the team ahead. They've won the last major team fight. If they win one more, this time they can go down and win the game. So this Drake could be the game decider. Level 16, you mentioned it before, Carvis, has just been hit to Throne, getting that upgraded Trinity Force.
And that is a huge problem that Rich Gang has to deal with. Citroen hitting the third item. This Viego going to be so hard to get through, and they have to commit so many resources. Rich Gang is the one facing the damage problem now instead of Bloodline. It seemed in the early game that they would be the ones that can't kill Rich Gang, but now it's just completely flipped on its head. And priority, Bloodline, again, can deny the Dragon Soul.
I'm seeing pings toward the mid lane. Maybe Rich King just want to go for the base race and say, yo, we'll get the inhib or something like that. But no, the Drake instantly gone. Soul point secured. The next Drake will be sold for one of the teams in this game as the Ornhorn comes through, locked up, won't be able to send it back thanks to good Glacier Prison, but Coincidence just get caught through, and Forsund, he just one-shot at Merbs! I cannot believe it, he did it all by himself! And Ho-Ho unable to one-shot him back with the Shockwave and Command Dissonance. Command attacks come out, but Namek's alive, the Blade Caller comes through alongside the Feather Storm, and they found the two main carries as Namek stays strong. He will take down the shutdown. 60 seconds on him. 20 or 30 on Coincidence and Merbs. I think Bloodline might just win the game here, Carvers.
They're definitely going to try. Only Touch and Fallen left to defend. Cyclone available for the Wukong, but against the Baron-powered minions, it may not be enough. They're going to crack the inhibitor tower so fast, and the inhibitor falls as well. They're going to go for the end here.
10 seconds on the respawn. Merbs is up in 10 seconds as Fallen goes into the backline. He tries to buy time, but his AD carry cannot respawn. The minions isn't underneath the turret, so they don't have the backdoor bonus. Is denying them from pushing. Now they can go, though. Merbs is back up. Does he have the damage to save the game? No, the Nexus is being targeted. And Bloodline has pulled off the massive upsetting game number 1 of our regional promotion series.
Welcome to the RPS for the NLC regions. We have a tournament on our hands with the surprise substitutions for Rich Gang getting taken down by the Swedish #1 seed.
I cannot believe that with all those players, all those big names, and such a gold lead, Bloodline pulled themselves back and won the game.
Wow.
I'm at a loss for words. It's our
mean-
job to describe this game, but it's so hard to describe with the respect I have for Bloodline for pulling that off, man.
I mean, initially
Insane.
I thought that Bloodline may be a little bit nervous. They may not have showed up to play as aggressive as they maybe should have with their composition, and falling behind that far in the early to mid game almost proved lethal. But at some point, they realized, hold up, we can fight, and we can fight well. And once they start pulling the trigger, fight after fight, especially with the Nico ultimates, it looked so good.
Yeah, phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. I am gonna throw it to a break if we can. I need to get some water to refill my voice here because that was a straining game and I loved every minute of it. When we come back, we'll have another game as Bloodline look to go 2-0 in the day up against your Finnish representative, Carvis. And if that was anything to go by, you might be in for a rough one. See you after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NLC Regional Promotion Series. I am still shocked, Carlos, from what we just watched. The fact that Rich Gang had such a big lead, so many big players, and they end up losing the game to Bloodline. And now we'll be seeing Bloodline up against your team, Rounds GG. How are you feeling?
I'm a little bit worried now. I did predict that Rounds would take this one, but the Bloodline seems way stronger than expected coming into this tournament. And well, Rounds in the Finnish league did place first in the regular season, so they are quite good. But in the playoffs, they kind of got destroyed by Epic Avalanche. So it twice they got 3-0'd and 3-1 in the finals. So seeing the level what they're coming into RPS with will be interesting.
Okay, yeah. I'm still kind of shook. I mean, obviously my Hyper Bloodline is going to be way higher now than in game number 1. And the fact that I don't know much about Rounds GG or Rounds GG really makes this game a hard one to predict for me. Obviously, I'm going to go... I went with Bloodline for my predictions. And I did that obviously for both games, but I don't really know what this game will bring, because will Bloodline show a better version of themselves in the early game, or will someone like Rounds GG be able to punish the early game that was definitely with fault from Bloodline? Or will Bloodline have a better game in the early game and then just stomp the game? Or with us seeing the teams for the first time now, with a team we have seen and a teams we haven't seen in Rounds, it is very hard to predict, because obviously the recency bias from that incredible comeback will be sitting in our minds. So as the game progresses, I mean, I think we'll get more back to earth and see it in a more neutral perspective.
Yeah. The thing about Rounds is that they're extremely aggressive. Their champion
like
pools, their champion pools are made for that. Their top laner is quite accomplished with Aatrox, for example, and he has a ton of really aggressive pocket picks as well. Has brought up Pantheon a couple of times during the regular season, and overall is just really, really good on Bruiser type champions, and that sets up for the jungler Azura in the Finnish scene. But he plays a ton of Kindred, a ton of Nidalee, and a ton of these carry style junglers that the utility of the mid and top can set up for. So we could see a lot more aggression in the early stages.
And you saying that really does excite me, because we did have quite a bit of aggression in the first game. It just very often didn't lead to any kills and people getting out on, 150, 200 HP. If you're saying the fact that Rounds GG are very aggressive early game, this could be a quick 20 minutes game. Not because one team is very much better than the other, but because they're fighting so much in the early game, the one just gains an insurmountable goal lead and just runs away with the game. So I'm very excited to see what this game brings now. I really, really love the regional promotion series. It's bringing back the good old vibes. Nation v Nation, Sweden now. Surprising everyone taking down Norway in the first game. Can they do that against the Finnish? I don't remember how you guys did back in the Telia Masters days. I think you guys did pretty well back then. Didn't you have a team that qualified with Nariki into the NLC?
Yeah, I think so. We did. I don't remember how they did though, because I was mostly in the Finnish side of things, like casting and all that. So I didn't have time to follow exactly how Nariki did. But in the recent years, we've had a ton of individual players from the Finnish scene rise to the EMEA level. Of course, Kehevo has been there for ages. We have people like Kiva in the LEC, and there's just a ton of individual good Finnish players, and now the level is starting to rise again with their regional leagues.
Is he Finnish? Oh, Finnish?
He is Finnish.
Oh, wow. I mean, he's the go. I didn't actually know that. I thought he was Swedish. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry. I thought he was from such a bad nation. I'm very sorry, Carlos. I will apologize, because it's not fun being called a Swede when you're not. I know that for a fact.
Oh, by the way, we talked about this in the back room, but Finnish player names are usually really funny, and they are like a single noun that means a random thing. Kiva means yeast.
Oh, it's just yeast. I mean, incredible name. I mean, that's one of the things about esports. Imagine the fact we have to go from these names. I thought Duckling was a good idea when I was 15. I'm now 20 and still being called Duckling by people. Why are we doing this to ourselves? Why are we still...
Hey, I'm perfectly happy with my name. Like, I think it rings pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, yours sounds cool, and maybe it's because it's not the Korean Chinese name of naming yourself in esports, like Faker or Seus, or I've taken it as well with Duckling, just in an item.
I think like 5 or 6 letter is pretty good. I used to be called Karvapallo, which means fur ball, another noun.
Yeah.
But
That's
it
a
got
Swedish.
shortened.
That's a Finnish pro player name. That's a Finnish pro player name. You have to Google it out there. There's definitely someone playing in like Diamond plus Elo with that name.
It used to be me.
It used to be you.
I am a former player, so
You
little
have
known
been
fact.
playing. Why didn't you tell me this before we went on there? Then I would have prepared, all the hard-hitting questions about your career. How far did you go?
I didn't go too far. I was like at semi-pro level playing the old ESL Go for Lols and all of those things. I did play in Ragnarok and I got eliminated by
Ooh.
Origin.
Oh,
So-
Ragnarok. I missed Ragnarok. That was fun. I mean, a lot
I-
of good players did come through the Ragnarok. Someone like Broxa. So imagine you've been playing in the same tournament as Broxa,
Yeah.
a world finalist.
Like back when the LEC, back then EULCS had the ranked 5s qualifying
Oof.
thing through the ladder,
Mhm.
we had to play against Origin there. And I got absolutely destroyed by XPK, and that kind of ruined my hopes for that. But eventually I found my way to the caster test, and some of my teammates are playing in this tournament. We have in Epic Avalanche 2 of my old teammates. We'll be happy to
Oh,
see
nice.
them later on.
I mean, I can definitely get your point of playing against pro players isn't fun. They are way better than we think. I'm like a high level diamond player when I take the game seriously. And I think it was last year I played a Clash time and I played with Sugenda and some other high elo guys. And it seemed fun until we came up against the team LDLC with guys like Ragnar and all these guys on it. I went 0-10 and I got hard flame from my team and I never played Clash with them again. So playing against don't meet your heroes, they say. Don't play against your heroes because you will be smashed. It is not fun. As we do get into the game, so he has been banned. And looking at the roster, let's just quickly take no substitutions this time around, right?
Nope. There is a substitution in top lane for.
Yeah, Bessa is out
Ramsey.
and Jesus there.
Yeah. So, also AD carry Liugis, the star player in my opinion of rounds, is also not playing. Instead, replaced by Ghosted. So I have some interesting anecdotes for these two players. Yesu has been a part of the Finnish scene for a while, showing up in Telia, for example, on both seasons. Has some interesting pocket picks like Heimerdinger, Ergot, and Ilawi, one of which is now banned. Also, there's Ghosty, also part of the same squad as Yesu was in the Finnish Telia, plays one-handed. One-handed, with only the mouse.
How does he then use abilities? With the mouse?
He has like macro buttons
Oh,
on
macros.
his... yeah.
No way.
So
No
one of those
way.
MMO mice that has like a bunch of...
One of the 14 macros on the left side of the mouse. But how does that hit the correct? I mean, this thing keeps getting weirder and weirder, Carpus. I don't know how much more of this I can take. How many more fun facts do we have?
There's a ton of cool facts about the Finnish. All of them have a ton of personality. We've had a bunch of content on the FPL side of things. If you understand Finnish, make sure to check that out. But let's go back into the game. Jordan somehow making it through the draft.
That is the magic of this level, right? Because you have so many pocket picks being banned away that some of this meta stuff that shouldn't go through the draft makes it through the draft and then it gets locked in by the players who obviously know how to play it, because when you're at this level, you have to at least know how to play the meta stuff. You are not surprised to see this. I believe you told me that Kusti normally has this on one of his main AD carry rotations.
Yeah, weirdly enough, the one-handed player likes to play skillshot champions, Varus and Ziggs both being one of his most played champions, and already locking in the high priority. Even with the small nerfs that Ziggs got on the most recent patch, it's still a very, very powerful pick.
Yeah, I am with Rakan as well. That's an interesting pairing, actually. Excited to see that one. As we now head back to Bloodline to see what they lock in. Potentially a bot lane as well. A lot of bot lane stuff is still open. I just want to bring that out there. Kai'Sa is still open if you want to go for it. Ceres is still open as well. Pretty much any AD carry is open, except for the 6. So, a lot to take. In the end, it will be the Ceres for supports. Still a lot of opportunities. The Nordis, if you want to go for it, you could go for the Yumi or the Lulu or whatever you want. So many pocket picks have been banned away this game that it feels like it's just a blind pick pretty much.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get the counter pick on Nautilus here onto the Rakan, but the Zeri pick is a little surprising. We haven't seen Zeri in a while, has been kind of nerfed to the dumps and stayed there for the near future. Although, against Ziggs is a very powerful pick, able to dodge most of the skill shots that is being thrown at you, but is easily countered by things like the Vine.
Yeah, that is the quintessential Seri counter. Just take the Vine. Get the Vine. So they locked it in before it can get banned away, so Azura will be playing that. You're talking about him liking to play aggressive junglers, and with the J4 being taken away, Vi is someone who can also go very aggressive. Nico, I think Rounds just saw the last game with us, and they realized in Nico we don't want to be playing against that. So in the mid lane, brand new matchups will be found as both Ori and that Nico being banned away, and with the set as well, things will be spiced up. Yeah, you have put in your notes that he also likes to put out the set if he feels like it, and they don't want to give him the chance of putting out that comfort pick. These bans are getting crazier, Carvers. We're getting some lovely national level drafts here, and I love every minute.
Both of the Reiska pocket picks have been banned, as Zoe and Zed probably what he's most famous for, like the pocket wise, but still a strong control mage player. Bans directed towards the top side though, with Gwen being banned out, would heavily imply a tank being considered for rounds.
Yeah, I think we might see a double tank top lane here. Yet another wet noodle matchup. As Jace gets banned, mid lane is the target as Bloodline continue to trim out the mid lane pool. Definitely the lane that has its pool trimmed the most. So let's see what is left on the table. As Sirius still up, Silas, we want to talk Worlds 2023. Meta Ari as well. Could get locked in here for Reiska.
Okay, so this would get the R5 counterpick to the top lane, and Yeso, as previously mentioned,
Surprising.
has a ton of...
Okay,
Oh,
there
never
we go.
mind. There is the Urgot we talked about.
Jesus, man, these drafts, they are cooking up some mean drafts here, and I love it. I love it. Let's see what happens. Would have been surprised had they not gone for the mid lane counter pick, so happy to see them do that. Now, Bloodline has to make the executive decision. What will they go in that mid lane? Like to pick the top lane here first, just to get some more thinking time about what they want to play in the mid lane, or what they want to blind in the mid lane more impactfully. As in the end, they say, no, we just take this here straight away. Makes sense. He's a strong champion. In the top lane, though, what counters Urgot? It's another champion I play against usually. I have no idea what's strong against this guy.
Anything that can build Randuin's Omen, and Malphite being probably the best one to do it on.
And you can definitely build Randuin's Omen. Let's see if it gets locked in, or if he tries something weird here. The Rumble is being hovered. Rule 101 of casters is never talk about the hovers because they always change them, and it happens again here.
Okay.
That's the Jax.
That's more traditional, like just
Okay.
a challenge at DPS-wise counterpick, since, well, Counter-Strike, you dodge every bullet that Urgot's trying to throw at you, and it's just a solid pick in the current state of the game. Pretty happy if I'm Bloodline with the compositions that they're drafted. Rounds, though, considering the Ahri now, instead, Akali, I kinda love to see Akali against Azir, but Ahri is the one locked in. They want the utility, and Ahri by probably the most paired duo with these two champions that I've seen.
So in the end, they went back to the champion they did hover before. So very meta mid lane matchup here, as the other parts of the draft have been more spicy. The mid jungles here aren't too crazy out of this world, and then you look at the top lane and bot lane and bring them into the perspective, and I don't know really what's going on. This is a crazy game we'll be having us yet again. You talked about the early game aggression though being one of the key things here for rounds, and that has to come from Azir surely, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be on Vi and Rakan to find picks that they go for. Zeri will be a key target to shut down. If she can run a train on the Urgot and Vi as they're approaching, there's just no winning a fight for them. Rounds has the range with the Ziggs and the Ahri. Find the picks, find the side lane rotations, and play with those.
Let's see what happens. Game 2 out of 6 today. Bloodline 1-0 after a magical upset and comeback against Rich Gang. Will look to go 2-0. This is the game I would say on paper they are favored for. Can the side of rounds though bring back their regular season form from the Finnish league, or will they show their playoff form?
It's again, with the substitutes coming in, anything could happen. We already saw one substitute fill team falter, and if we look at the composition from rounds, the AD damage is a little lacking other than the Urgot, but we are onto the Rift.
We are, and let's see how long we will be on the Rift if the early game action ensues. This could be a quick one as we discussed earlier, or it could be a long, exciting, drawn-out, back-and-forth game like we had in game number 1. Bloodline certainly knows how to get the blood pumping with those exciting games of League of Legends, as this is their last game of the day. I do believe Haven't quite
Yep.
double checked that, but I do
It
remember
is.
teams only play two games a day. So after this, they can relax, have some dinner, and maybe a well-deserved 2-0 celebratory dinner. It is not quite Thanksgiving yet over in the US, but it will be soon. So maybe they can be thankful for getting 2 early wins.
Oh, fishing. New minigame for Jax. Can he get anything?
Wait, he
Oh,
can
no,
actually catch her. Wait,
already
what?
got 2.
Wait, why he catches gold?
Yeah, he gets 1 gold for fish.
No way. That
Already
is
accruing
actually-
the advantage.
That is actually fantastic. I love the fact that he does get something for it. Is it only that skin that can do it?
It's all Jax.
Okay,
skins.
okay. I thought then it's pay to win if it was only the Mecha Kingdoms checks. No, I mean that is cool. 4 gold, incredible advantage. The game is pretty much over at this point, right? Just FF go next.
Yeah, understandable if you have to play that matchup and you're already down in gold when you go into lane. But if we look at the jungle, some interesting pathing going on. The offensive wards set up by both teams. They have the Raptor knowledge. But bot side start completely leaving the Zeri Nautilus on an island against this Ziggs Rakan. So it's up to Namex and Sander to play defensively and try to survive the incoming poke from the Ziggs.
Yeah, so let's see if the pathing comes to fruition. As Zurich pathing from bot side to top side, same goes for Citron. Sander replicating what he was the victim of in game number 1, being hooked by the dredge lines early on and taking a bit of poke. The control in the lane is in their favor. Citron has just been spotted. Azura will be spotted soon on that water as he goes towards his own Raptors. So it could meet at that first Scotland, and it could be Chaos. We would have to look at the lane players then to see who would potentially come through on top. Holding my breath for that one as the trading continues in the other lanes. The first couple of waves being caught and the goal leads being built.
And for the top side, Jax can't really establish lane priority against Urgot until he has a couple of items. Urgot being one of those champions with huge base damage on every single ability. He can interrupt an incoming leap strike with his own E and just kind of force the counter strike. Mid lane though, Sander looking for an early roam.
Yeah, standing just outside of vision, dredge line does miss and probably calls the play off. Regardless though, I like the idea, I like the aggression. And Namex outplaying it nicely in the bottom side, being able to get the wave and get the XP, not losing anything. Just need to have respect though. If he gets caught out, it could go wrong very quickly. But no, he's totally fine here.
And the lane position is more than fine. Namex can freeze the wave eventually. Ghost and Proto can't really pressure the Zeri too well. There's both defensive summoners still up, and it's just all good for the side of Bloodline.
Yeah, Bruto now steps up. Doesn't quite connect on towards Namex, who is the one to go forward as Sander's hook goes wide yet again in the mid lane though. Good damage coming through, fortunately getting one more auto off. If he goes in, he will be in a lot of trouble with Azura waiting just around the corner in the end. Doesn't decide, or decides not to go in. Azura is still there. The Scots have been split 1-1, as it has now been taken by Citron on the bottom side, mid lane. Azura shows himself to shove in the wave and make sure Razor can get that recall.
Yeah, this causes a small tempo loss for the Rams GG jungler as Citron has already finished his recall, picking up the pickaxe and continuing the clear from bot to top, maybe eventually getting something done in one of these solo lanes. But top side, we see Vi coming in for the gank.
Yeah, sure is here, and this will surely be a kill as well on top. First blood onto Yesu. As that Urgot now gets the snowball rolling.
Just a nice play from Azura, finding the early aggressive gank that he's known to look for in the Finnish league. And getting an Urgot ahead is so important. This is one of the highest potential lane bullies to just completely take over a game. Even in the early stages of the laning phase against a character like Jax, who can't really challenge you until he has the Sundera, you can just force the issue more and more when your jungler comes back up to the top lane. But
Red line connects both junglers in the area as well. Bruto going in. Doesn't have the flash, but not a lot of mana here on Kuzi, so they go towards him. Does have the flash. Black and Drag won't be flashed to follow up. Ghost being popped from Namex. Flash from Sander. So 2 summoners expended for the 1 flash of Kuzi as Ezra now comes down to help clear the way yet again. He's been proactive this game. As Forsen was forced to use his flash in the mid lane.
Yeah, it looks like the Race found a good charm, I'd assume, to establish lane prior and get a free recall off. Overall, early game so far so good for rounds, even with the hiccups down on the bot side of the map. Namix has a decent CS lead, and with this back should be able to set himself up for a pretty good Dragon play eventually once the team starts to play towards it. The Jarvan surprisingly hasn't got anything done yet.
Yeah, and it's kind of disappointing, right? When you are the Jarvan, you want to be one of the ones dictating the tempo, getting the early kills, building up a goal lead, and snowballing the game. But this time, it hasn't been happening from Citron. In the first game, he was on the Viego needing to scale, and this time, it's a different story. Asanda getting caught out, taken down by Ezra. It's been Ezra all over the tempo, rotation coming down as well from Jesu. This is good early game action. You talked about rounds being so good at this in the Finnish league, and they are showing it here as well.
And that sets up for Vi to be able to easily take and start up the Dragon. And Namix taking a bunch of damage on the bot side. Ignite committed from Bruto, just trying to force him out of the lane. Huge wave now crashing on the bot side of the map. Dragon secured as well. And rounds keeping up the pressure. What they don't know is Sander is still lurking in the shadows, going in with the Hexfire on top side.
Oh, Chaos, you need to be careful because one more auto, two more should do it. No, can't quite get the pullback. As both flashes have been expended and Chaos happy to get out alive. Now here comes Citron though. They might have the damage to take him down. Needs to be careful of the turtle. The shield is there as well, but he goes forward. He makes the wrong decision and he might pay with his life as Chaos gets the first kill for Bloodlust in this game, but it's not quite done yet as Bloodline loses one on the bot side. Namix falls, a massive wave going to waste. As Kuti could look to get some damage on towards his turret.
Yeah, we already talked about in game one how overconfidence can be a surprising killer sometimes, and yeah, so kind of going in a little bit too hard. Whoa! Azure mastering the teleporting utes there.
See if Sana manages to stop some backs. He does catch the wave, so in the end, Namix will only lose around one wave for his death. Still quite a lot though. That one player managed to be taken down. If they get one more push within the next 6 minutes, they will get another. So a lead in the bot lane. But if we take a look at the gold lead as a whole, it is just around 400 gold separating these two teams. That kill up in the top lane could be massive because, as you say, Chaos will need a couple items to really be comfortable in the lane, and getting this kill helps to tie out the earlier lost first blood, and keeps Chaos safe in lane.
And the dive also resulted in Yeso losing a huge wave on the top side, so now the CS lead also starting to go towards Chaos. So that Urgot may not look as strong in the near future as it did a couple of minutes ago. However, Rakan almost hitting level 6, and that's when the pick potential from around starts to skyrocket. Sander, a huge priority to track where Bruto goes and play with his team as top side. They're going for a pick again.
Ooh, Chaos though, good ward hop. Really all that kept him alive there. Without the season assist, I think he might have been able to walk out regardless, but hell, now being started up, and Shelly doesn't have many places to go. Only level 5 on Santa. They don't want to commit to this fight. And it is, despite the earlier player in the top side, still around GG. Putting on the pressure, dominating the map as Citron shows himself, and the blue buff. They want the fight. Level 6 on Sander. Here comes Forsen. He's up here as well. Oh, but the pullback is massive, and now they will just look for more. Citron caught out. The ultimate comes through, but doesn't do much as Forsen is able to get out. Chaos comes down, escapes, and now it is Citron being taken down by Raiska. Chaos, I thought he was out, but I might be wrong, as they will chase for the kills. The flashes aren't available, so Chaos survives. Somehow. I don't know why they went for that fight. It was nicely played by Rounds GG.
Rounds was a little hesitant to go for that fight as the hero was at 1000 HP, but Bloodline was so separated, they couldn't converge on a single play with the Azir ultimate inside the Cataclysm. Chaos just could not find his way in, and that results in a small victory for Rounds. However, the Herald went over to the Rakan, so they don't really have the freedom to put it wherever they want to. It'll most likely get used out on the bot side eventually. But this gives Bloodline a timing window to go for a counterplay setup for a possible gank on the bot side once Rounds starts prepping for it.
First items starting to come through here as well. Carver says it is. First item now, the Leandris on towards Kusti, and in the top lane, the first item has been hit surprisingly first by Chaos, who gets the Divine Sundra that will add a bit more sustain to him. 50 seconds on the next Drake. Let's see who takes that. I have no doubt Ezra will try and look for it, but will he be able to get it? That is the question. Chaos, though, is doing very well in this lane. He's actually up in CS, getting a couple more plays as well, so he could be a very, very dangerous factor here on the side lane later on as he gets more items and continues to scale up. And Jax being played well in the team fights can also be a massive threat.
Yeah, Chaos arguably is already a huge threat. The Divine Sunder is the power spike we mentioned earlier. This is usually where Jax starts to take over the lane, along with level 9, gets a couple of extra points on his Q, already maxing up the W. I assume that's what Jax does nowadays. Sometimes they decide to flip those two around every now and then, but the Dragon already being set up, Vision fully in around GG's control, but with the Herald, they can look to make a play on Namex.
And Namex taking a lot of damage from this poke. The first item doing one is such a fantastic hook as well, though. Flash is still available, and the follow-up not quite there. Nemex can't just follow up blindly because he's so low, needs to be careful. As you say, TP ender from the back, coming in from both top laners now as the lightning crack has gone down. Santa's still alive. Chaos now entering the back line as he looks for the kills as Asura gets caught out, taken down. No one dies on the side of Bloodline until Yasuo has something to say about it. He will find 2 for himself, make the fight a 2 for 2. No, 2 for 3 rather, in the end for Bloodline. Yasuo not done though, alongside Raiska, running forward towards the low blinking HP bars. It is Forslund who has to stand strong and make sure this fight remains a victory for Bloodline.
And it's a Pyrrhic victory as the Dragon priority is still on the side of Rounds. The members of Bloodline died later on, so now, again, every single member marching towards this objective. Forslund has his teleport if he wants to take a recall after that fight, but the Dragon already being started up by the side of Rounds.
Let's see if Saturn has anything to say about it. He does have a ward in there, so knows what is happening. In the end, though, they aren't investing many members. Maybe just go for the flag and drag. Drops this, sees it to 3.2k. He will go in for it. The fight could be here. TP coming in from Fortune as well. They want to get something here, at the very least the objective, and it looks like they will be able to do that. The man advantage from the TP just forces them out, and they give it up smartly from Rounds.
We already saw a similar early game in game 1 from the side of Bloodline where they fall a little bit behind due to the opponents playing extremely aggressive, shutting down the top side. We're going to talk about that later as we check what happened exactly in this team fight. Both of the teleports, Chaos already coming in from behind, and it's a complete war on 2 fronts. Azura barely not able to take down the carries on the bottom side as the Cataclysm fight goes the way of Rounds with the Urgot ultimate, but Reiska could not reach the squishies, and that's why Bloodline still somewhat comes out ahead.
Yeah, some of the kills they did get out of here, but one of the worries for me was the fact that it was Yasuo who got all of the kills for his team. Now 4-1. He is still strong. These top laners are both getting or turning into massive beasts. That the first items have now been completed across the board, really. Couple more items needed on the main carries as Nemex caught out. I mean, he's just dead. This is such a nice play. It was clean, it was easy, it was nicely executed, and they find themselves easy pickings there for Rounds.
Some 2 handsome young men mentioned in Draft how Zeri may have a little bit of trouble dealing with incoming vials.
Yeah, not much you can do about it except accept your fate. Acceptance is a massive part of being able to deal with what you cannot control, aka Vi Ultimate.
However, this early game still, well, we're approaching the mid game now, still controllable for the side of Bloodline. They are losing out on a bit of map control. If you look at the Vision game, just entire map full of Rounds GG wards. They have a very good idea where every member is for the side of Bloodline. It's just that they can't really do anything with it. There's no objectives on the map. Well, they can look for a pick as Namex.
Namex is just caught out, taken down. Solo, Bolo from Raiska. Wow, that was an easy kill as well. Citron spotted out waiting for the Herald, so he won't be able to get this for free. Started up instantly regardless.
That's a feels bad man combo. Death in mid lane into death in bot lane. Bloodline still trying to redeem the situation by grabbing themselves a Herald, as I don't think Rounds is in time to test this.
Yeah, I can't do anything about it. We'll go over to the side of Citron and Bloodline. In the end, they might just lose the mid lane turret for it. Remember the satchel charge from 6 does good damage, but it's wasn't able to throw his body on the line to scare the opponents away. The turret will still stand. Namex now able to get back out on the map after 2 quick deaths.
It's one of those things that, you know, it happens. You go into lane, you get picked off, you're like, okay, well, that part of the map clearly isn't safe. Let me go on this safe part of the map. Why are you here? Don't come at me. There's an objective on the map. And it gets punished. The question is it worth it for Rounds to take these picks onto this area to shut her down in favor of taking the objectives, as this Herald is on job and they can go for an aggressive play on the upcoming dragon in a minute and a half.
That Drake will be interesting to see which team will be looking to get that Drake stacking really going first. Both of them just getting one so far, so it'll take quite a while before we get down to an Elder Drake and a Cloud Soul, or not a Cloud Soul, but a Drake Soul. In the end though, that Drake stacking can be very, very important. A good soul can determine a lot of how a game goes and progresses. As Asura continues looking for these opportunities with the ultimate being back up, he knows Namex will struggle with it if the follow-up is there.
Now, in the mid lane,
yeah, that charm almost did connect. As they get a bit of poke damage out, they want to get the turret 4-man sent in to secure the objective. Won't be able to on this wave either. Next wave should be the last time they need to invest this many members to get that Drake. As not the Drake, rather the turret, as the Drake now spawns in 45 seconds is what I wanted to say. So they are setting up control around it, as Citron instead will make a counterplay in the top side with the Herald. Didn't expect Azra to be here. He's now caught out, locked up. Will he be able to secure the kill? And yes, he will. Chaos has to make a miraculous outplay, and the only outplay he can make initially is get out. His teammates here, though, able to assist him. The TP being invested as well. Such a big play here for Bloodline to get something back. Good shutdown over into Chaos. As the ultimate comes through, the Herald charge won't be stopped. As it's almost 2 turrets, could be 2 turrets. As Azra goes back in, wants the kill, as Chaos just face tanks the turret.
Rounds doesn't really know what to do. They get the outer tower in the mid lane, but the dragon's up in literal seconds. They are trying to get the rotation back down, as the rest of Bloodline committed so many resources up the top side. They can't really get the reset in time. Teleport expended by the Azir as well. They choose to take the gold influx from the 2 towers for the dragon that Rounds will happily take, but still good shutdown on the Urga. They get some more gold onto the Jax, who
No way, he goes in. I like the attempt and the effort, but the execution not quite there. Asura doesn't give up those objectives, and he secures it nicely and neatly. Tucks that into his second Drake.
I genuinely didn't think he would go for it. That was quite risky considering how many members of Rounds were there, but he did have some backup nearby from the rest of his team. Again, I love to tell this story to newcasters that I work with. In the Finnish scene, we have... never mind.
Chaos does have a second item, so the cooldowns should be a bit lower. Does get good damage off, but not quite enough to kill. Baron will be on the map in just 10 seconds of time. That big purple worm, a massive deciding factor in our first game of the day, could be as well in the second one.
The teams may not have the damage to go for a 20-minute Baron here. There's no Heimerdinger on the Rift. There's no, what the Ruin King uses, no hyper tanks that can just base tank the entire thing. But Round still sitting up in that area, trying to get a catch onto Forceland maybe.
1-for-1 in turrets as this play continues to fold up before our eyes. And Jason picks up one on the top side, and Chaos picks up one in the bot side. A lot of members around this Baron doesn't want to give it up for free here for rounds. They don't want to be sleeping on the job and caught napping, like happened to Rich Gang in game number 1, where they threw at the Baron and then just was a bit too AFK as they then lost the second without really realizing it was going on. Yet another even game. Oh, I don't want to call it another even game state. The only what? Oh my god! Yeah, he's very far ahead. Even though it is rounds in the lead, the goal lead in the top lane is quite nice at this point in the game. The team fight here feels like it will be the deciding factor, Carlos.
But hey, I can tell my story now, I think.
Yeah, go on.
In the finish scene, this sort of phase is called the Ninangaivu, coined by our main producer Echidna, which means that you just kind of dig your nose since there's nothing on the map, and you just walk around, grab some farm, wait for power spikes, maybe a dragon will eventually spawn, because nobody can really take the Baron at the 20 minute.
Just trying to get as much gold as possible in this game state. As another blue buff will be fought over here. Azura doesn't want to overextend though, as Fortune shows himself. Picking up that second part of the buff.
Oh,
There comes something here in the mid lane. Yeah, I see the fact that they're looking for the opportunity. Bruto will connect on towards Nemix, and here comes the combo. Nemix in trouble, flashing ghost already used, lightning crash as well, but it's just not enough. Here comes the TP in from the backline. No, Chaos just ran into the fight. Azure able to get out to Tron, now hitting away at the mid lane of Brown's GG. Good damage coming on towards him as Fortune stays alive for quite a while, but he gets pulled into the meat grinder of Yesu, who yet again is a deciding factor in the team fights. As it's a fight that goes into the hands of Rounds this time around. As
What are you doing?
Does want more. Santa comes over the wall as well. Chaos is caught out. He takes so much damage from this Urgot. Goes to, jumps into his face. Might be a bit too far forward here. Chaos dances around, but it gets no one. And the shutdown goes into the very, very fit Urgot.
What a fight! There were some interesting positionings from both sides, and eventually Rounds comes out ahead just due to the fact that they have a really fat Urgot. We get to see here how this fight played out. They really want to catch Nemix here. Sander is a target they can go for, but the key is to catch the Zeri. And now the fight is completely split. Teleport coming a little bit too far away, and they want to converge, but now they're in a choke point against the Ziggs and an Urgot. Reiska actually goes a little bit too far in here without the rest of his team and dies for it. But now you're fighting in a choke point.
The Baron
What is going on here?
2 HP. Tron is in the pit. He could get it. No, he dies. And now it could just be secured by Azura. He will do so, but yes, it could fall. They could be cleanly wiped out amongst the Baron. No, they turn so nicely onto the target. Nemix is stacking up the movement speed with the lightning crash, but he doesn't have the damage. He falls. The fight ends and Round survived with 3 Barons. Why do you flip it and how does it work?
I guess this is the other side of the coin from game 1 where the Baron flip actually works. I completely missed that. What's going on? Surprised the heck out of me, but it works out for Rounds. Now they have a 3-item Urgot and the Baron buff. They can just march towards the dragon and from there play through mid and bot. I don't know how Bloodline can stop this.
Chaos, you're a bit too far forward here. You really want the turret, but you're gonna lose your own life for it around the soul point. Do you really want this, Chaos? I don't know if you do. Will it be sniped? Oh, fall back in! Fear beyond death from Yesu.
Yes, so Simo Hau, the Finnish sniper, striking once again now with the objective being started up. And yeah, Chaos overextending really far, trying to get the objective bounty. Maybe? I'm not sure. I guess that's the only reason why you would go for it. Regardless, the situation didn't really change. Mid lane though.
Yeah, I think they want to fight here. Kuzi should go down. No!
Nope.
He just one-shots his drone and out Nemix falls. This game is done. Call it. Go next. Yes, you can be killed.
Well, just with the job.
Oh, they will.
probably
No, they're not done. They're not finished. They might be finished, but they want to finish this game as well. This is absolute massacre.
They just stopped taking the dragon. They realized, what is Bloodline doing? They're just running in one by one, and Rounds instantly capitalizes. They're taking down the inhibitor towers already. Mid lane down. Reiska pushing in the bot side one, and the Ziggs, if he stays alive, can take every single tower that is available now. With dragons still being left up, they instead choose to play it safe, deny resources, take every camp from the jungle, and grab the objective and the soul point.
Carlos, I agree with your point. Now we're seeing the other side of the coin. If the Baron flip doesn't turn into a massive team fight win, this looks weird. What just happened here? These past couple of minutes, I can't believe they're real.
It feels really weird because Bloodline once again has drafted themselves a really nice scaling composition, but Rounds is just forcing the issue. They're constantly making aggressive plays that needs a response from Bloodline, and this time around they're not working out. They don't really have the tools. Their Zeri hasn't been able to play the game, constantly getting taken down by the combination of Azura and Bruto, completely CCing Namex down. But this Death Brush though.
What can save the game? A Fnatic Death Brush around the red buff. Don't worry, it will work, Campus, it will work. Just give them time.
Eventually someone will walk in there. Are they in my base? Maybe, but someone will eventually walk to grab the red buff now. Using recall instead, they don't have faith.
They just took the red and thought, no, let's get out of here. This ain't worth it. This is another game of League of Legends, I'll tell you that much, Cavs. So, two very different games we're seeing here, and this time it looks to be Rounds closing it out pretty cleanly, I will say, but also on the back of some very questionable mistakes from Bloodline.
And reminder, these are best of ones. It's a single round robin group stage. So after getting a huge upset, BL could find themselves in a bad situation.
Yeah, they could. Now the fight has been started up. Bruto takes absolutely no damage from Namex. The throne falls to the bomb from Boosty. It is a situation going from bad to worse to horrible to a horror movie, as Chaos tries to clear the wave as much as he can, but he gets quite a lot of it, but not enough. Forson, don't worry, he'll split push here and win the game. He will win the base race. What are we watching here, Carvis? I don't believe what's happening.
I mean, Azure used to be able to W towers. Maybe he could one-shot them. Not fast enough, though, as Round finally hitting the Nexus. Padding out the KDA just a little bit, but eventually will even out the score of Bloodline to 1-1.
Such a good game from Rounds here. They were the dominant team throughout the game. They had a couple of blunders, but they kept that cool and won the game comfortably in the end. A dominating game for the Finnish first seed. You must be happy, Carvis. One thing that might scare you, though, is the fact you didn't predict them to win this next game that's coming up.
I did. Okay, so two things happened. First of all, this is about the level that I expected Rounds to be. I expected Bloodline to perform like they did in game one. Sure, the early game was a little bit rough again. They showed signs of life, but the team fights didn't really not go their way this time around. And now I'm really excited for game 3 because Rich Gang must be really, really mad after losing game 1.
Let's see what happens in game number 3. There's only one way you can get there, and that's by throwing it to a break. When we come back, Rich Gang, they take on Rounds, and I think all kinds of chaos could occur. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NLC RPS. Rather, sorry. I'm still Duckling. I'm still joined by Carvis for one more game today, and it's certainly been an exciting day of League of Legends so far, huh, Carvis?
Yeah, definitely. Exciting is the proper way to say it. Huge upset, followed by a huge upset. We don't really know yet because
Yeah.
we've seen two sides of the coin that BL has basically tossed here. And game 3 is going to be between Rounds and Rich Gang. They even had a game to recollect their game plan sense and how not to flip at Baron. And I'm really excited to see whether or not that was a bad game from Bloodline or if Rounds is just really good.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? We discussed this in the last game. How good were Bloodline? We didn't really know. They had a great upset, but they had to have some weak points in the early game. And yeah, we weren't sure how they were going to go up against Rounds. And now we have the same thing about Rounds. Are they just that good, or did they just have a one-off game? And for Rich Gang as well, they were good. But if they don't throw, how good can they really get? It's very hard to say, because if Rounds are as good as I think they are based on that first game, well, this game could be very close between two good teams. But we might just be surprised, and then Rounds have a bad game, or Rich Gang have a bad game, and it's just another stomp. It's very hard to tell which way this game will go, and that's what makes it so exciting.
Yeah, variables through the roof in a best of one situation. This is all that counts. And yeah, there's a lot of weird things that we'll be looking at in draft. Top lane is the thing that I'm the most interested in, because Coincidence has a weird champ pool, a really weird one, and Yesu can match that.
It is going to be exciting. I think we've had some fun top lane matchups so far. We've seen this at Juani up there. We had the Jax versus Urgot. That's very solo queue-esque top lane matchup. Excited to see what will unfold in front of us in this game. To me as well, the mid laners have been pretty important. I think whichever mid laner, I mean, none of the mid laners have really been bad, but they've all had so much impact in the team fights. Either it's been the Ori or the Nico or the Ari just kicking off a fight and then helping it snowball even further. So I'm looking to that lane as well. And then obviously the jungle. We've seen the jungle really dominate the action early on in the second game. Will it happen again here for Azura? Will he be able to get that aggressive jungler? He's someone you really point out as one who can set the tempo of a game, and he did really do that in game number 1 for Rounds. So can he do it in that second game as well?
Yeah, I expect that the experience behind Rich Gang's apparent roster will lead them not to fall in a pitfall like the Zeri pick really early on before they know the enemy jungler. Probably won't get blown up by the Viracon type of things. We'll be able to play carefully enough and let, for example, Coincidence get a nice matchup. I'm not 100% sure on the sides. Do we have info on that production? Okay, so Rounds is on the blue side, so they have first pick for this game, and Ziggs did look pretty good.
Yeah, that honestly looked very, very underrated. It was strong in the laning phase. It did good job in the team fights, helping with the picks as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it banned, to be honest with you. Especially as Rich Gang have to give up one power pick here. The question is, will they ban out the meta stuff, or will they ban out these strong pocket picks we saw in game number 1? In the jungle, though, another substitution has happened.
Oh!
Azura is out. That is a massive change for someone who just dominated the whole game in game number 2. Dominated the tempo of it. The 6th, though, will be banned. It's on to the substitute you haven't even listed as the substitute here. So how much do you know about carry cards?
I know a lot about guys.
Okay,
so,
okay.
This is now mostly a former Telia roster called Enhanced in Finland. It was a middle of the pack team that had extremely good mid to late game, except they always managed to throw at Baron and lose the game afterwards. And Kairi was the jungler for that team. Probably one of the best Lee Sin players in Finland, one of the best Nidalee players in Finland. So we will have aggression once again, just in a bit of a different form this time around.
I'm going to see which form the early aggression takes then, as we have had loads of excitement early on. Regardless, though, one early game jungler has been banned away. It's that Jarvan. Kasante being removed by Rich Gang. doesn't want to allow them to go through the draft. The Sire removed, so a lot of different lanes targeted. Of course, with Haha still playing for Rich Gang, that Echo has to be banned because his Echo is simply too good to be led through the draft phase. Now the Rich Gang have to ban one more champion. The 6 won't be first pick, the Cassandra won't be first pick, the Orianna as well won't be first pick. Still a lot of options available. The thing is, with Carry now subbing in, I wouldn't have been surprised if they'd first picked a good jungler for Ezra just to get him comfortable with this game. Now I'm not too sure what they'll do first.
What?
They're not gonna do this first. This ain't happening because that would be too weird. You have a first pick, you have to use that to get something better, and they do that by locking the Rakan in the support room.
Bruta did have a really nice Rakan game.
He did really.
Got a bunch of really good catches setting up for the follow-up plays. The Ziggs bombs, the Buy ultimates, all found their targets, and looking to repeat that sort of performance. But now Rich Gang has a ton of priority picks still available for them, and looking to go for the Sejuani again. Coincidence was the one to play this last time, but there's a ton of flexibility on this team. Could go in any 3 or maybe even 4 roles if Touch is feeling really spicy.
Yeah, yeah. Touch as well, yeah. That's actually 4 roles. You're completely correct. Comes that could be put into the rail. Being hovered will be locked in as well. So that is a lot of tankiness and CC already secured. This rail could also go jungle, so a lot of flex still being kept alive. I think they have a jungle here, right? There's no way there's like these 2 gens and one of them won't go jungle.
Rounds should be feeling decently confident in their own priority picks. Okay, this Wukong most likely going into the hands of Gairi. Did play it a ton back in the day. Not sure how much he has played recently. Did not participate in the FPL season, if I remember correctly. But the Varus being locked in has seen a ton of priority recently. Is a lane bully, and Ghosty, if he can't get the Ziggs, will happily lock in the Varus.
See what happens here. AD carry likely to be picked just to secure a good one before the pool gets trimming further. Someone who hasn't been banned in the past 2 games, but the Kaiser will finally be locked in, still strong in the meta. That goes into the hands of Merps. So now that's one thing really set in stone. Or, let me guess, Haha's gonna pull something crazy off and play it in the mid lane like we've seen back in the olden days. Anything could still happen with these teams. That's what I'm trying to insinuate or get at here. Now, though, the second ban phase. Likely to see some mid lane bans here, as none of the teams have picked that up. And the thing is, though, it's hard for rounds to say, because if they just ban 2 top laners, well, it's likely coincidence just says, well, I'll play the Sejuani top lane then.
So, yeah, indeed targeting the mid lane. Interesting, because Yesu, the champion pool is interesting, as we already saw there show up, and there's a ton more where that came from. Things like the Ilaoi, for example, was banned out in the previous game. And, as I said, coincidence could have the top side counter pick, but if rounds draft around it, they basically know that Sejuani will be jungle and Rel will be support, and that could result in good phase 2 for them. Irelia being banned out, though, is interesting.
That is a very interesting ban, as Rich Gang now could look to trim this mid lane pool even further, or ban some of the weird stuff up in the top lane out. One of the questions could be, do they just feel confident enough that they, with the red side, they will have the counter pick in the end and get the upper hand on the matchup regardless? That might just be the case as they ban the Ahri instead of a top laner.
So, if everything makes sense, Rich Gang will pick the mid laner here. Haha most likely blind picking his, and then will resolve the flex on R5. But rounds with Reiska being there has a good chance of getting a mean counterpick with the Z still available, for example. Could go really aggressive and go for the mid game with this Wukong first item power spike. Would be insane with this team composition, but okay. Instead, Viego. So, Sejuani most likely now confirmed to be top, and Rel top? Or...
I think this is the real support. And then you move the Sejuani up into the top lane. You've banned out these mid laners to secure the good matchup here. Or depending on how the top lane matchup would look, you just move the Sejuani mid lane for Haha, depending on how the matchups look. I think they're going to have to do an evaluation of, okay, so the Sejuani, would we rather have it play into the Syndra or whatever gets locked in now from rounds? And then depending on that answer, they then pick to either top lane or mid lane.
Okay, Kench would be interesting. This is a FPL special. I'll talk about it if it gets locked in, but I'm expecting something a little bit more traditional here. If this Trundle gets locked in, it will get counterpicked. As you said, Ho-Ho can play the Sejuani as well. But Illaoi,
It's the Illaoi. Ooh. I have seen this once in pro play before. That was in the Norwegian League for Bifrost, back when Haha played on that team with Keys in the top lane, who whipped it out. One of the few games Bifrost lost that season was the Illaoi top. It didn't work. Now, though, what will happen with this draft from Rich Gang? We are all asking the question. The answer will be given soon.
No!
So it is the Kai'Sa mid lane.
Is the Cog mid lane?
It's the
It
Cog
could be
mid lane.
AP Cog.
No way.
I'm a Ho-Ho fan forever if this is AP Cog.
I
This
think
is
it's
like-
AP Cog. I told you about it. You never know what this man is gonna pick up in the mid lane. He'll take something and then he'll just run with it. Cockmore mid? Sure. I've never seen this guy play Cockmore before. But I mean, why not?
So this is a very niche counter pick. It will die like at the 6 to 9 mark when you don't have your Archangels completed to the Syndra full burst. But early game, surprisingly good for the AP Kog'Maw, able to outrange with auto attacks. By the way, the reason I know this is because I played this.
Why have you been playing this, man?
I was a mid laner back in the day, and AP Kog was actually good. Remember
that's
Athene's
true.
Unholy Grail with insane mana regen? I used to play this a ton, and it still kinda works. Sometimes cooks with it. But yeah, this is a very good pick in my opinion for this draft.
This is absolutely insanity. This draft has been cooked up on a slow cooker, and now it's just been cooking for 8 months, and now they're bringing out whatever this is. This, I really don't know what to call it. Atrocity, brilliant piece of mind. I don't know. I really do not know here, Carvis. But it doesn't change the fact that I do know. I'm excited to see what will happen in this game. You and me, we have one more game to go, and it will certainly deliver if this draft is anything to go by.
And I want to see how Ha plays this out. It is Doran's Ring in the inventory, Arcane Comet in the Summoners. He will be looking to shove the wave in with a ton of ease, harass the Syndra down, and then move to play for the Scuttles. Kog'Maw is like, you know how in bot lane, Kog'Maw deals a surprising amount of damage? The same goes for mid lane. You cannot underestimate this champion, even with things like the Wukong Syndra. Paired up with a Viego, the 2v2 can be scary.
And as this game is about to unfold, I cannot believe we're about to watch a Sejuani Illaoi matchup up in the top lane, and the AP Kog'Maw mid lane. That is 2015 kind of level of stuff. Yeah, this is cooking, man. This is taking cooking to the furthest level. This is Michelin star level cooking. Either it's really good, or it's just so weird you don't know why it's got the Michelin star.
This is why I'm happy that I started playing this game all the way back in like 2013-14, because I actually know how some of this stuff works. And Reiska already getting hit by the first E. That ability is so difficult to dodge when you don't have level 1. Outside?
Yeah, bot side, something could be happening here. Regardless, though, it didn't end up happening, as I do want to take a look at the junglers here, Carvis. How will they be pathing this early game?
Yeah, they are going to clear towards bot side. And, well, pretty much everyone has played against Illaoi. You really don't want to gank that champion.
Yeah, true.
It's just dangerous, and when you're on a Viego, you want to go for the resets, eventually then start to snowball the game. Against an Illaoi, you kind of can't do that, but bot side!
And that's a heavy commit that won't lead to anything. Flash force, so it did lead to something. You could say a summoner spell exchange down in the bot lane touch, using both of his. You told me you didn't want to gank an Illaoi, but they'll do it early on. Or no, he will just show his face and then walk towards the Scuttle instead.
Yeah, trying to split the map here looks like Fallen. Finding out that, nope, there's no one on the top side. Got it already clearing towards his red, and that's a huge tempo loss. Fallen really needs to make something happen on this top side, and Yeso not sensing that it's coming. This could result in a kill.
Yeah, massive disrespect from the Illaoi so far. Took a good damage down here, but I doubt he will get the kill. Locked up, Ignite is ticking. Good damage from Yesu, but as we talked about, it won't be enough. First blood is secured for True Fallen.
Should have probably seen that coming. If
Should have seen that coming, I would say.
There's no information on the wards though. Neither team has the offensive information, but the Illaoi is that type of character that needs to get punished eventually, and the early game is the best place to do it in. But mid lane, see, already Ghost Pop from Hawhom, just moving forward with the Bio-Arcane Barrage, out DPSing the Syndra in this early game, even going for the first strike, even though he's getting outranged.
EV back in as well from Yesu just to keep the pressure up in the lane. Haha has forced out the TP already as well from Ryska in the mid lane, so 2 massive summoners burned early on. As Merps in Touch continue to put pressure down on the spot lane, trying to deny some vision that they had the opportunity to gain, as obviously Carry has been able to take his whole bot side jungle while Fallen has completed the gank up in the top side. That means he just have the prior to get the bot side scuttle first.
And as we already talked about, that entire top lane shenanigans that was going on with Fallen double ganking the Illaoi resulted in a pretty big tempo loss. Still a camp down in CS, although he did get the kill. But XP-wise, Kairi still should have a small advantage, even though the scuttle may even that out shortly. The pathing still going to be a bit interesting in the near future due to the Viego just kind of bouncing around the jungle.
Yeah, Bruto rotating up early as well to try and help out his mid laner who had been struggling a little bit. This is pretty nice though, denying a couple of minions XP will leave Haha in a small bit of a deficit and put him a bit behind and deny some of the pressure that Cockmore will have early on. Coincidence looking to rotate down and put some pressure on the opposing jungle, as I can see why you're talking about this matchup not being fun for the Syndra here, Travis.
Yeah, it's just one of those that you wouldn't expect to be bad, but it is until you get your jungler to help at level 6 to 9 mark once Syndra starts to actually put out some damage. But a single Negatron cloak could easily make it so that Haha survives even the strongest of all-ins from Kairi and Reiska. And the mid priority, you can see it just constantly swinging the way of Rich Gang. They're even looking for the dive here, as Reiska just a little bit too safe.
Yeah, he is very safe. The first Drake is now on the map. Could be taken by whoever really feels like it and has that lane priority. In the top lane though, Jesu has hit the level 6. He is happy with how this game is going, except for that early blunder, I will say, where he should have definitely read that he could have been ganked very easily. Maybe a bit too optimistic of Illaoi being a hard champ to gank, but he has recouped from that, being able to build up a bit of a CS lead here and putting pressure on the plates as well.
Yeah. A really funny point coming in from chat there. Currently on the top. Oh, never mind. Mid lane could see a gank.
Could be in trouble, but there is no ultimate on the side of Carry, so they can't lock him down long enough. Ryska flashes forward. Just says, yeah, I'll do the same, and he's out to safety.
Flash auto attack coming in from Reiska. Huge DPS threat, just forcing the flash out of the Kog'Maw. Yeah. What I was about to say is that on the top side, coincidence against Yesu, previously we talked about the substitutes that Rounds is bringing in for this day one. Yesu, more in a managerial role in the recent days, currently D1 in solo queue, while Coincidence has multiple GM accounts, so this matchup is pretty lopsided.
It should be pretty lopsided, but Illaoi can do miraculous things every now and then, and Jesu had a monstrous game number 1 for rounds, so we can't forget that. There's a heck of a player on that, despite him being more towards the managerial duties in the current days. Touch rotating back down towards the bot side. The game has slowed to a halt, not much early game action happening. As Bruto though seems to be caught out here, but I take that back as a Rakan. You can't really get caught out on Rakan. It's very hard, to say the least, as the neutral objectives continue to spawn, and in 30 seconds we will be joined by a Rift Herald on the Rift.
Yeah. Level 6 is where it's going to be. Fallen. Still missing hits. We're going to check out a replay
No
here.
way.
I know what this replay is going to be. You can't shame the man like this. Oh, he had the ultimate as well, but didn't have mana. Oh, that could have been the kill. That's why he flashed forward. But
No way, that wouldn't have been a kill regardless. Haha is half HP.
Could have been close. That's why the flash happened, is production.
The flash also, man. The flash also, I do respect it.
It deals mental damage to the opponent.
Yeah, I mean, he did get the flash of light, so in the end, it's completely fine. It just looks very funny. It was about asserting dominance over your opponent, as Saha has been doing in the lane. Ryza got all that presence back just by doing the flash auto attack. Let's see
Mid lane?
where the next... Yeah, exactly. The mid lane should be where the next thing happens, as Ryza, without the flash, will go down to the living artillery. I was just about to ask the question. Let's see where the next action will come from, and instantly, before I even asked the question, Carvish, you gave me my answer. It was mid lane as Haha picks up his first of the game.
Just a nice setup there, Fallen, knowing that Syndra doesn't have his flash. Flash W from Viego is more than enough time for Pokemon to land full burst, and with the Q reducing armor and magic resist, Fallen is able to get that little bit of extra damage even underneath the tower to finish off the kill without being in danger of dying himself, that sometimes Syndra can threaten. And with that, he's again free to counter jungle. Reiska losing the mid lane pressure constantly. Fallen has recouped the CS deficit from the early ganks and is even now counter jungling the entire bot side.
And that is very, very impressive, especially considering the fact that he has been the reason these 2 kills have happened for Rich Gangs. That's very, very good for him, as Carry is able to pick up the Rift Herald in response. In the bot lane, though, Bruto could be in a bit of trouble, as he has used the W already. No, instead it's Guti who's being locked up. Good damage, but it's just not enough to get the kill. The ultimate comes back. Does a bit of damage on towards Touch, but he jukes away from the piercing arrow.
Meanwhile,
Yeah, Fallen might want to do something here.
Herald secured by Kairi, but there's just no defensive response. Teleport now coming in.
Yeah, they just back off and they say thank you for the teleport. They are able to get out alive. QE won't connect, I do believe. We haven't seen what's happening, but we didn't need to because nothing happened really. It was just a TP being invested.
Yeah, investing the TP results in again, just holding down fort in the mid lane, pushing the wave forward, grabbing any plates that may come with it. And once this Kog'Maw, I honestly think this is a Luden's Echo game. I can see Leandry being an option as well if they think they don't have the damage to deal with this Lowy eventually. But Ho will one-shot people who get locked down by Touch on Rel.
Yeah, Touch Israel is very, very good. Here's another random fun fact. This was something I brought up when I had my first Division 2 cast, almost 2 years ago now. Did you know that Touch, I think he got 2nd place in Looking
Dark
for Love.
Path. Oh, what? What?
With,
Looking for
like
love?
It was one of those reality programs in Norway. Let's see what happens here, though. He has definitely found someone who will love him because they won't let go of him as Ryska takes that down. I will have to Google and find out what exactly TV program it was at how Asaho almost gets the kill back, but I think it was Too Hot to Handle, or no, it was Love Island, Norway, Love Island Norway. As Fallen finds Carry with the response. So I bet you didn't know that. As,
I thought you were gonna talk about his past, like Dark Past, and how he went to the world, but no, you went to the Love Island.
This is about his real past, man, in the real world.
Genuinely did not know about that. That's a cool
Love Island, man. He knows how to control the game, but also control how to play a love game as well. Maybe he's played a bit too much. You're kidding me, man. What is this game turning into? It was so clean and controlled, and as soon as I mentioned Love Island, it all just flies out the window.
No flash smite on the jungler, and Ghost will say, yoink, I'll take that. Oh boy, well, that took a turn for the worse for Rich Gang. Still in a nice gold lead, but that kind of ruins the tempo of the Viego. Still has the Kraken Slay power spike so can look for plays, but that dragon was supposed to be free. That was supposed to accelerate the win condition of the eventual soul. But now they have to find something else that may require a little bit more risk, but outside.
Pluto goes forward, but I think he might have made a mistake because Touch comes in and locks him up. Instead to just target on towards Kuchi, and they want that AD carry. The flash is already burned. Living artillery and an auto attack from Haha will be enough to get that one. Bruto running the wrong way, gives the kill over to Fallen, who will pick up his 2nd of the game. And what do rounds get back? Well, they get a couple of Raptor cams up in the top side.
Yeah, that is exactly what they wanted to do after losing out on the dragon, and they can even keep it going with Reyes gonna approaching the mid lane. If Ho can land a couple of key abilities here, Touch and Fallen are ready to dive, already channeling the Hex Flash they want to go.
Yeah, Touch will find another kill here alongside his teammates. Riker is dead, but so is Fallen. It's a 1-for-1. Carry might be able to get something back on Touch, and he will. Now a winning play here for rounds as they get a 2-for-1.
They also get the shutdown, so that's a small influx of gold onto the Syndra. But again, Haha surviving the entire ordeal, coming out with the kills. Perfectly happy on this AP Kog'Maw spicy counter pick. And it's starting to show why it can still work even in this day and age. We've still yet to see the full potential of it, though. It's going to be at about 2 or 3 items. I'm going to be interested to see how he itemizes for this particular game, going for the Leandry, so probably Rylai's third, I'd expect, or second, and then just try to poke everyone down before rounds can finally engage. With this Herald in the mid lane, though, that's not going to do anything.
Yeah, Cryder's really not do anything, as you said, Carvis. Just walked through the lane and then died. 3-0-2, by the way, is Haha. Definitely having success on this Kog'Maw pick, I think that is fair to say. The versatility working out for him, and they have a solid lead of 2.5k just 40 minutes in. They feel in control as well, but I won't say this game is over until they are hitting the Nexus.
Indeed so. Anathema's Chain's first item. We're seeing some tech here. Coincidence really wants to match up well against this Illaoi as the bot side again.
Yeah, they found a kill and they will seal it as well. One more auto. Touch claims the kill in the end. Now Mervs might be in trouble. Good flash away for now. Very unable to lock him down. As Fallen looks to peel for his AD carry. He's out. Fallen has the Heartbreaker, so he gets out to safety. Touch locked up. QE combo. Scatter the weak. Won't allow for any further follow-up, and in the top lane, a bit of a fight breaks through, and as soon as that ultimate gets popped, Kunziders dashes his way out of there.
And with Yeso having the Black Cleaver first item, he isn't really chunking the Illaoi as hard as expected. Divine Sunder usually helping with the damage, but still the lane good enough for rounds for now. As long as the Sejuani can't participate in any team fights providing the extra utility, they should be good, letting the Illaoi scale into the later stages of the game. And what is not good, though, is how far behind Ghosty has fallen through these all-ins that Touch has been finding constantly. The barriers still going for the Blade of the Ruin King build, so will be attempting to fight the front line instead of the back line, and Haha may have a field day poking this Varus down.
Yeah, the Varus has had a hard time this game, being both caught out and poked out in the couple of situations that we have seen him in. He's reached 16 minutes on the clock. That means the second Herald is on the map as well. Still only the one Drake having been taken 4.5 minutes ago, so the second one will be up soon as well. Fallen securing this with Merps. Rich Gang look in control. They look pretty good, but they haven't got a massive goal lead yet. So again, we won't call the game until it is an insurmountable lead, and that's why I'm still excited here. This feels like the game is sleeping a bit right now. A couple kills falling here and there, Carvis, but it really could start to explode at the 20-minute mark when the neutral objectives comes up again.
The Dragon still a heavy point of contention. This is an important win con for these style of games where both mid laners are heavily scaling.
Could look for something. He sees both the carries, but one flashes away, and now he's caught out, taken down as the Herald charge comes through to secure the turret. TP's in from Yesu as well, who wants to join the fight as Haha is just raining out the living artillery. One more could connect, but it doesn't, and Bruto survives. The Drake is now on the map. It's 4v5. It's in favor of rounds. GG. A lot of ultimates available still, though, for Rich King.
Watch Ho-Ho's mana, though. He doesn't have a lot left, and that incremental mana cost on his ultimate won't really give them a chance to contest this Dragon take from rounds. And this soul, if it's a good one, could be what rounds need. It is Chemtech Soul, and Rich Gang probably celebrating about
Now
that.
celebrating. Sigh of relief there for them. Oof, we don't really care about the soul then we're all good.
Just let the Kog'Maw scale. That's literally the game plan. Kai'Sa as well should be able to play the late game team fights pretty well, considering Wukong won't eventually be able to duel against the Kai'Sa. There's just too much mobility and utility in that kit. The damage as well with the Kraken Slayer full on AD build should be way too much for Kairi to handle, providing more of a utility role. And the Illaoi, while currently strong, eventually should be dealt with by the Viego and the Kog'Maw max HP down.
18.5 minutes in, just 1.5 minutes ago until the Baron spawns. We got a bit of a taste for what the fights could look like. As Touch he thought he found the engage, didn't quite, and then he got taken down, and then the poke started coming through. I don't think they should go for this, and he agrees with me as he backs off. There's no way they win this against NLC early on.
With this 4-man group, though, rounds could look for a play as they see Fallen approaching the scuttle area, and
Don't go for him.
I don't really know what the play here is, as Coincidence is constantly pressuring down this bot.
Fallen?
They could force
Just drops into the face of two, but he's the one who wants to fight, and I understand why. Because Hoho's damage, man, that is... Wow, that's a lot of damage. Where did Coincidence come from? He rotated up from the bot lane, and the Ignite secures that kill. He could not look to recall, and maybe they can start up the Baron spawning in 37, but I take that back. The death time was way too short for that. 10 seconds just left on Bruiser before he respawns. They're gonna go top instead, as you say, Carvis. They want Ryska. How much will they commit for him, though? The TP already being used. I think he's just dead here.
There's no say. Oh, never mind. They don't dare to go for it. They didn't have the information on the rest of rounds.
So they didn't want to flip it. They have learned from game one. They don't want to overextend. They thought they might die there. Then that would have led into Baron. Had all of rounds been there, in the end, you can see it, the hesitation. They don't want to overextend again, and it means in the end it will turn into a 1-for-1 in turrets.
A lot more controlled this time around from Rich Gang, looking for Ghosty, but they just don't dare to pull the trigger.
Yeah, exactly. They don't pull the trigger. They aren't 100% sure on the play. They are not gonna be going for the flip play, so they just back off and say no.
Mana Immune Kog'Maw. Okay, so this is similar tech to Kassadin back in the day, where all the abilities dealt basically more damage if you had the Mana Immune. Kog'Maw auto attacks a lot with Bioarcane Barrage and between abilities. So yeah, okay, we're seeing some tech developed right in front of our eyes.
So Baron has been on the map for about a minute now. Still no team really pressures it, just gets the vision around it. Second Item Spikes coming through from both teams slowly but surely. And that's obviously a very nice and a big spike for many players. AD carries though, or at the very least Smurfs would likely want another before he feels too comfortable fighting. But the mirror mana, and the special cooking here from Haha, the AD AP build. Excited to see how that works in the fights.
And with this Baron dance now, well, it's not really a Baron dance as there's no threat without a huge fight of anyone taking it. They're looking for Mercs, but Bruto is too far away from the rest of the team.
Too far forward. Just too far forward. And will they get punished for this? He just loses the ultimate. No, someone has invested. Touch. Locked up by the chains of corruption, but able to dash away with the crash down.
It's a game of inches. Any cat would result in a forced fight that Rich Gang don't really want to take. They have the advantage on the setup. They have the range, they have the vision control when they want to commit to it. They know that rounds cannot take this back. Unless something really, really bad happens to them, they are perfectly happy to scaling up. Sure, they lose the outer tower in top. Sure, they might lose a couple of dragons, but with the Chemtech Soul being the objective that Rounds is now playing for, they're not really worried about it. Kog'Maw is more than enough to eventually get through that, and Rounds going for the desperation play even, just starting at the Baron, and it's going down pretty fast.
Yeah, that is going pretty quickly. It's half HP already. Now, though, the counterplay is coming in 6k and dropping. I think they will just back off it. No, they're still hitting it. They don't have the vision. 4k. They will have the vision. They will be a pure 50-50. He goes into the pit. Can he get it? No. It's secured by Reiska. Of all people now, can they get out alive? The answer is yes. Rich Gang don't want to fight it.
The entirety of the Finnish Telia season from Enhanced just flashed in front of my eyes. I've seen that Baron flip go bad so many times, and for once, they actually get it. Rich Gang now have to deal with a similar situation to Game 1, where the opponents have the Baron power play. This Laui, all of a sudden, with the Hull Breaker, way more difficult to deal with, and the Syndra slowly but surely scaling up, even going for the CDR build that is starting to rise in popularity, get a ton more scattered the weeks in a single team fight. Now sieging up the mid lane tower.
And look how hard it is now for Haw to kill these minions. He has to spend so much mana and so much time to just clear out a single wave. Whereas before, the E ultimate would pretty much do all the work. In the top lane, Coincidence is struggling to deal with Yesu. Oh, gets locked up. I don't think the damage is there, or maybe it is. He's ticking, he's burning, he's dead. The combo was there. Shut down, and the goal goes over to Reiska. Now they can push for 40 seconds.
Not even the execute needed. One tapped by the Syndra, and now without the main wave clear there, Rich Gang are in trouble.
Will they go for a fight? What will they do to respond to this? Just give up the turrets. They will likely lose that tier 2 here as well. How can this Rich Gang roster find themselves in this situation? The star power, the mechanical skill should just be beating pretty much any team in this tournament with ease. But they've been holding back. They've not been pulling the trigger. They've been uncertain in their calls. And as you say, Fallen gets caught. They're hesitant. They're not making the plays they did early in Game 1. That one Baron throw up against Bloodline seems to have struck a wrong chord with Rich Gang, who seem a shadow of themselves when it comes to the decision making. They look so convinced and so good in Game number 1 to begin with. And this time, the hesitation are getting the best of them, because someone like Rounds, they just say, we walk up, we get the Baron, we don't care, we are gonna flip this. And look how much that has benefited them.
Rounds just capitalizing off these small mistakes that Rich Gang is making and punishing hard. And now with Haw up though, they have the defensive potential back, have a ton of wave play, have a ton of range to poke these down. They go for the engage!
He wants it, but a good scan of the week denies the full-on engage moves. Gets the kill though. Can they get the 2 main carries? Haha's trying to run them down. The living artillery connects onto Kusti, but yet again the scan of the week is good. Fallen has so much movement speed though. No flash and no heartbreaker to close the gap. As you say, teleport, but the Glacial Prison goes wide, or the Glacial Fissure rather. Regardless of the name, it misses. And the Coincidence will continue to chase down, stops for the red buff, and instead they only get 2.
They find the fight, finally defusing the situation after losing so much on the map. Most of the inner tower is now gone, with bot side 1 hanging on with dear life. But still, situation hasn't really changed. It's dire. Syndra, 3 items on Rounds, soon approaching the most important execute mark. We'll get to see this engage again from Touch. Beautifully.
Fantastic engage. Had it not been for the scan of the week, I think it would have gone all 3 kills instantly.
Yeah, finds the main targets, and Ghosty and Reiska don't really have any movement abilities. The Syndra Varus duo can't escape the chase down, committing the Sejuani ult. If it would have hit, it would have been nice to have, but they got more than enough for them to be back in the game.
Well, that's fair. They had a very good Baron power play, I will say that. The fact that they were, 3,000 gold behind before the Baron, now they are 1,000 gold up, that's good enough, and the kills they've gotten as well. 3 items now on Reiska. He's a real threat of one-shotting anyone that he comes in contact with, so yeah, anything can happen. I really don't know what to say. Now they've caught out carry, or have they? No, the damage spread at the front off. Now he re-engages on towards Touch, who then re-engages as well. He wants Kusti, but oh, the time that Bruto bought was phenomenal.
And this entire time, there's still an Ilaoi they have to eventually deal with. The inner tower is the target. And Rich Gang just struggling to find a proper play. They had the attempt, but after Touch burns most of his cooldowns there, just gets caught out. Now there's no front line to play with. Fallen just trying to hold on, get some vision, maybe look for a pick onto the Ilaoi. Incredibly risky, by the way. Has the Hull Breaker, so will be taking a lot more damage than maybe they're expecting. And Dragon spawning, most likely Soul Point going over to rounds after this one.
Yeah, but as you said earlier, Candace, right? It was a Rich Gang cheering when they saw would be the Chemtech Soul, not because they wanted, but because they're fine giving it up, and that's what we see here. Soul Point, no contest, they will just clear the waves instead. This game, though, could look to go on for quite a while, because the way this game is going, it's yet again hard to predict a winner. And one thing that I've learned today is every game with Rich Gang is a banger.
So far, every single game has been a banger, looking good for any fans of the RPS regions. And we still have 3 games to go. This is just the first half of the day. We're gonna have to talk about that later, though, because RGG are approaching the Baron pit once again. Touch isn't here.
Yeah, Touch had to recall. I don't know why. Maybe he just got a item or something. I doubt it. Regardless, oh, he probably just needs to stock up on wards, to be honest with you, after warding the whole pit. All that has now been cleared out, though. So, yeah, he needed those extra wards to be able to get control yet again. One big fight around this Baron could decide who goes with this game, or who wins this game. Rich Gang really need a win to keep them in this tournament.
Ilaoi now starting to get the wave all the way over to the tower, and this forces the hand of Rich Gang. They need to make a play, and they have started up the Baron rounds already approaching.
Touch. He finds the flank, he goes onto the right carry, and they look to assassinate him, and they don't quite do it. He stays alive. The flash forward from Merbs. He commits himself to get the kill.
This is not for rounds. The Ilaoi is still pushing on the bot side of the map, and they can't do the Baron without Merbs there. Yes, so melts these towers with the Demolish procs, and Quizzes doesn't have the damage. Mid lane, we have to engage.
Ho does still have quite a bit of mana though, so he has a lot of damage to work with. But they're sidestepping all the living artillery. It's played so perfectly. The shutdown though still comes through. In the end, it's a 2-for-1. Baron stopped though, and they didn't quite get the turret in the bot lane for rounds.
So close on both sides. Now Teleport being channeled by Coincidence. They want to keep this Baron attempt going. They spot the channel, but with Reiska is still dead. I don't know if they can stop this. Trading the bot side inhibitor. Yeso still there to push it, but Merbs probably saving the inhibitor, so no push to deal with on that lane. Pretty good objective take call by Rich Gang.
Finally some decisiveness here, and that's what we missed in the early game, right? Because they just thought, oh, we don't quite know 100%, we don't want to go on this, it's 95% in our favor. Sometimes you need to go for the bold moves. We saw rounds do it earlier, it paid off. Now it's Rich Gang doing it after that fight, getting the Baron, getting the control back in their favor. The goal lead has swung back, and now they have 2.5 minutes where they can look to open up the base of rounds.
And Ho has hit level 16, has the Rylai. This Kog'Maw is now at its fullest power spike, won't get too much stronger than this. One ultimate landing will result in a funny dancing minigame. Imagine Xerath ults flying at you at a supersonic speed. Just impossible to dodge, and if they can't crack the base with this Baron, it could spell trouble for Rich Gang, as Reiska also being quite strong.
Reiska is very, very strong. We saw Touch find him in the last fight, and he needs to do that again if they want to win it. This time, though, his flash is up and available. And we saw last time, when they found him, they didn't quite one-shot him. So when Merbs jumped in to try and finish him off, well, he paid with his own life, because Reiska just has so much damage to respond with. 1 minute and 19 on the soul. If Rich Gang wants to force a fight, well, they know where they need to go, and it is that soul.
It's so difficult for Rich Gang to set up the map properly for this upcoming soul point. The Illaoi constantly pressuring the top side of the map forces someone to deal with it with the Baron empowered minions. That's the only way they can stop the Illaoi from, again, cracking an inhibitor tower. It helps that they've already set up Vision Touch is there, just sweeping everything, making sure that rounds can't make their way over to this side of the map. But this means that they can't pressure the base of rounds. They can't get additional gold advantage. They can't deny resources from the enemy jungle, and rounds still able to scale up pretty well.
Fallen steps up. Ultimate goes wide from Coincidence.
4 and 5 still. This Kog'Maw so annoying to
Has to
play
move up
against.
as well. I mean, he just regenerates the mana. Jesu, though, on the top side continues to push, and it needs to be responded by someone. But look at the damage Ho can do with just 2 living artillery. That's 30% of Kuchi's HP from a screen away. The Drake secure from Rich Gang, as now Coincidence is fighting a losing battle because the third is dead. He can't stop it. As you said earlier, doesn't have the damage. Mid lane as well, base has really been opened up. Let's see what happens. The fight is could be the decider. They go towards Ryska, but they don't get him. Maps flies into the front line and into the waiting hands of Kusti, who just doesn't have the damage. Ho spitting out the living artillery. Yes, though, full HP in the front line, and somehow Ryska survives.
Reiska surviving that for the second time now in this game is a miracle for rounds that could make them play this upcoming couple of minutes in the game way differently than they could have if he was dead. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Rich Gang just hanging on by Haw. This Kog'Maw is dealing so much damage, denying so many opportunities for rounds to properly fight these team fights just due to the fact that they can't reach. We could be in for a long one.
35 minutes in, and it is dead even. 200 gold is all that separates these two teams. Rich Gang really need a win here. Remember, as you said, Carve a single round warping. We are 6 teams in each group. So that means you have 6 games going, or 5 games rather, going 0-2. That's a very, very bad start. So getting a win here really should be a must for Rich Gang to keep their Norwegian hopes alive. But for rounds, if they were able to go 2-0 up, it would be such a big surprise to me at the very least, seeing them take down these 2 strong teams.
Still, Rich Gang setting up the mid lane pressure. They know that they have the insanely strong Kog'Maw. Sadly, no AP Kai'Sa, so whoa, tempo teleport, interesting. So just using teleport to clear out the waves, make sure that the bot lane wave is stacked so they can start approaching through the mid wave. They have 2 waves coming in through the top, and mid is set up for the Baron that is spawning in a minute or so. And with Fallen still not having his 4th item, holding onto the stopwatch, and Pinkwood, this Viego, may not be able to do too much in fights.
Not quite caught out the flesh. Got him out to safety now. No someone else on him. Coincidence though, being shredded through. Touchdown finds the right engage onto the 2 carries. They are both gone in a millisecond like that. The fight turns on its head, but Yasu's still alive, slapping away with the tentacles. He has to do it all, but I don't think he can bring out the magic of round this fight. He falls into the hands of Ho. It's 4-0. Game surely in the hands now of Rich Gang.
There's no waves though. All the waves are pushing towards Rich Gang, and they can't make it to the bot side wave in time. Trying to force it through mid.
The Baron.
Yeah, it's probably just going to be the Baron, even on that amazing turnaround play with the rounds overcommitting, trying to find the Kog'Maw. It cost him his flash, but they gain really important objectives. They gain time, and now they can stop pressuring round space properly.
All that for a Baron. Obviously the Baron is nice, and it does have an impact. but the investment from pretty much every single summoner spell that was available at the time was thrown into that book and into that team fight, and it only gained a Baron. I thought it would give the game initially, but as you said, they didn't have the waves, and it's due to the constant pressure that Jesu and the rest of rounds are putting on every single lane.
The touch ultimate saved the fight, fighting both of the carries into the Kog'Maw burst, just instantly deleting both of them. Yesu trying his best to survive in these fights, but once it's not a full-on 5-on-5 anymore, they allow he loses most of his strength and will eventually melt down as well. But now we get back to live. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. The Baron is still up for Rich Gang, approaching full build on the Kai'Sa as well. Kog'Maw already been there for a while. We already saw the difference between finding Haw and not finding. They're just gonna force the issue here.
Yeah, they want the fight and they want to carry, but they can't get him. Good peel from Bruto. As Coincidence managed to get out as well, he did get taken quite low. Let's see what Jesu does up at the top side. If he gets ignored for too long, he will end the game. And I seriously mean that he will end the game if he gets ignored for too long. Quite a ways away for now, so you do have about 30 seconds. You will take the Drake and get yourself on soul point. 38 minutes in and no one has a soul. We very rarely see this in a game. At this point, it's normally Elder being fought over. Regardless, the game just refuses to end. And I cannot believe we've had this many bangers in just 3 games.
40-minute mark approaching. Longest game today by far, as Yesu, they're trying to catch him out, but Ghosty and friends trying to bait any follow-up from Rich Gang. They are separated 2 and 3 on the lanes. Don't want to approach the jungle. They have no vision. They smell that something is up. Instead, looking for a pick of their own. Fallen even baiting a little bit here, but the poke chunking Kairi already.
But then comes in, he finds Kairi. They will look to one-shot him, but yet again, they fail to do so. In the backline comes Mervs. Oh, it's unstoppable. They found the first one. Mervs continues to shred through them all. In the backline, the GA won't be popped as he stays alive. The double kill over to the hands of Ho. It's a clean ace for Rich Gang, and they will close out the 3rd game of the day. They will improve their score to 1-1. And I cannot believe it took 40 minutes, but in the team fight, they stood strong.
It took a good fight and 40 minutes for finally for them to outscale this comp of rounds. And on the back of the AP combo, it's just it's incredible the performance that Rich Gang showed here.
Yeah, such a good and entertaining game. It might have only been 9 kills over to the side of rounds. If you look at the kills, the game might not have seemed close. But then you look at the time, and what a close, hard-fought back and forth game. Rich Gang, 1-on-1 now to end of the day. This group is completely open, as everyone beats everyone, it seems, in Group A.
Well, our group at least has... this is going to be close. We still haven't seen a couple of the teams even, and we expected some of. We of course have our own opinions who's strong and who's not, but these 3 teams I thought were the upper tier teams in this bracket, with the Swedish number 1 seed being a question mark. But it's still incredibly close between all 3.
Anything can happen. Anything can truly happen here. Oof, three bangers. I cannot believe we were that lucky, Carvis. It has been fantastic being with you on the cast. Look at the predictions just one more time before we throw it to a break. So 2 out of 3 for me, 2 out of 3 for you. No, you've got 2 out of 3 as well. So equally good performance that we both had on the predictions. And what a game. What a game.
But with that, our section is done. It was an absolute pleasure and absolute banger games I got to cast with you, Doug, playing. We're gonna send it off to a small break, and you will be joined by Temporal and Dog Sledder for the next upcoming 3 games.
And welcome back to the NLC RPS. We've been handed the reins by our former predecessors. Let's introduce ourselves, Temporal.
All right.
I'm Dogslider and Nash. Many of you might not have seen me before, and I've gotten the joy of being joined by another Nash. How you doing?
Yeah, it's true. They've given us the Baron Pit this evening. Like that's a good duo name, the Baron Pit. Yeah, I'm Temporal. I'm joined here with Dogslider and Nash, and I'm representing the UK and Ireland at this tournament. So there's only a little bit of bias as we have 2 banger games of Ready Esports coming up. And you're representing Norway?
I am. I think they saw my my hints of biasness in the tweets approaching the games, and they said, you can't be casting Norwegian games. We gotta let you see a couple of painful Rich Gang games from the sideline, and then we'll give you the full lineup. And yeah, we'll have 3 banger best of ones for you today. Starting out with DO7 Esports versus Ruddy. After that, it's Ruddy Academy versus DMG DK. Important to point out. And then DMG versus DO7 Esports at the end. So yeah, it's a full best of 1 format. We already saw how volatile that can be. And seeing that only 3 of the teams in this Group A is gonna pass on to the playoffs, every game counts.
Yeah. 2 groups, as you mentioned, 3 up, 3 down here. We'll be joined by 2 of the top finishers from the Aurora Cup that are not already within the higher NLC ecosystem, which are Lazy in Life and Link's Legacy. Off the top of my head, look at me, I can remember some things.
Completely correct, I gotta say. That's impressive. But yeah, it's those are the ones that are fighting for their honor in their lives, because you don't want to be in this kind of relegation kind of system for their sakes. Everyone else is here for promotion, and they're sitting there, two black sheep being the relegators, but they still have the chance to hold on. And of course, Lace in Life, Norwegian club, plays in Norwegian league. Yeah, I have high hopes for them too, but sadly only 2 of my 3 Norwegian teams can pass on. So that's the harsh pill I have to swallow.
I don't know if DO7 are gonna surprise you with some Norwegian residency. I have no idea about the team. I haven't even managed to sit down and string the names through solo queue and try and figure out who these people are. So that sort of team, a complete wild card. We don't have DMG Norway here at the tournament, which in my eyes is a crying shame, because I thought that team played incredibly well in their finals. A joy to watch. Many viewers will know Banderas and Kasing. 2 huge names of the European regional circuit.
Of course, and they got joined in by Royal Canin, holder of first place on the ladder many times throughout the
a nasty Vex player.
Yeah, they didn't even play the final, which in Norway. So yeah. But enough about that. I'm looking forward to seeing all these teams. I love a good dark horse. DO7 playing themselves up from the NLC ladder system, the first of its kind. So I feel like they're coming from a different angle than all the other teams who are top 2 promotions from their respective regions.
It's a different setup, right? You play a whole season of best of 1s, bit of playoffs. These guys have just played a whole shed load of best of 1s. So if anything, they might be over prepared for the groups.
I wonder what that does with the team playing that many games.
And coming in against an unknown opponent, they've had to do that as well in the ladder. Whereas in Ruddy's path through the 4 Nations tournament in the UK and Ireland this season, they've had lots of known quantities. They weren't invited teams. They've come into groups. They played really well, some team and roster moves. But this version, I think the best one we've seen so far, and in playoffs, they did really come alive running the lower bracket, only just falling to Tempest. And even though it was 3-0 in the finals, some of those games looked pretty much won for Ruddy.
Yeah, and of course we know they have the 6th member backing them up. Chat always being excited about the Ruddy games. I almost feel if I ever was going to say something bad about them, I would be hung and strung, as I rightfully deserve. But I'll try to. I mean, it's Ruddy versus DO7. It's you got to give the underdogs a little bit of a boost. But it's even hard to call DO7 the underdogs because we don't really know.
Not a clue.
Out.
Yeah, it's an absolute cardinal sin to just be like, they've come through a system I don't understand. They'll be weak, it'll be fine. Oh, that's a good way to slip up in prep and not quite be ready.
Imagine if it turns out that the NLC ladder is the most competitive way. of getting into the RPS. And in future seasons, we will look fools thinking that the ladder
I
is the
almost
place where the
signed up
underdogs come
for it.
from.
I wanted to have a go. I think we're gonna have to get a caster team together, and even if we go 0-5, we'll play some high quality League of Legends.
For sure, for sure. Seems like we're having a little bit of a delay, just so you are all aware of it. But we'll get right to it as soon as possible. I know you guys are as excited about this game as we are, and it's always fun to get out of, like, the biggest thing about this. The main reason I want to participate, it's the clash of the nations. In a way, we don't see it the same way up in the NLC Division 2 and Division 1. It's a different kind of breed of teams, you might say. While this is pure
we love the like mixing of like our top talent, because like, you know, especially Denmark and Sweden, you guys have gone like really far at the professional level with like producing top talent, and then they all sort of mix and learn from each other. It's really great, but you do lose that like identity that is just like a fierce rivalry, and this system has it in buckets. Really huge. I do want to address an accusation of bias from the chat. DMG Devils, I am the real bias party, because last time I coached a non-UK and Irish team, I was in Denmark. So it's both Ruddy and DMG DK for me this evening. Absolute monsters. And it's going to be heartbreaking to see them against each other. It's that national rivalry. It's really difficult when sometimes you care about more than one.
Well, maybe that's a good thing. Or maybe you'll just be on the side
It might not be
crying all
good for
day
my
long.
heart rate, but I'm sure we'll all enjoy it.
I really do think so too, and yeah, we'll of course today we'll have Group A going through, but pay attention throughout the week. We on Wednesday we have Group B with tons of good teams too. I'm very excited about my boys in Chaos, as we would say it in Norwegian, going up, trying to redeem their loss in the Norwegian final by taking some heads here in the RPS.
Be quite exciting. I had a quick look down their roster. You know, pretty exciting. I'm also excited to see. We're going to see like the level of like Ruddy and DMG DK. I think it's fair to say we've all got a pretty good barometer on Rich Gang so far from this evening.
I mean, that's the thing though, because you can prep as much as you want with Rich Gang, but I was, when I saw them in the tournament, because I knew they were going to be in the tournament, I was thinking, okay, they're going to use the same team as they did in the Norwegian league. It's going to be the Venom Crest variety, as you might call it. And then they went full X Factor. And yeah, just seeing coincidence, Never Lucky, Merbs. I mean, just the entire
Never
gang.
Lucky's champion pool is enough to make like a tier 1 coach's head spin when they try and like resolve that in draft. It's just not okay.
I mean, I think that's the Norway special in my head. That's the case. I saw the Cogman. I was never in doubt. I was not going AD carry. I knew. I've seen that champion in Ho-Ho hands throughout the years almost make their way to any underdog story. It's such an impressive beast when he gets to that level 16 point.
Like clearly rehearsed with the rel as well, like dropping that bio-arcane artillery onto the like people who can't move in the magnet storm is very impressive. Someone's
rel didn't even
thought
exist
about this.
when Ho had this raid on the Kog'Maw mid. So yeah, it's a little bit of a it's gotten even better. That's the way I'll say it.
Fine wine. There is a clip of him on Twitter, if it's still called Twitter whenever you're watching this, of him absolutely roasting mid laners in Korea, like with some really fancy footwork. Definitely go and check that out. We are just waiting a few minutes. Some technical difficulties are preventing caster start game, the classic button that we get to cast at the start of every game. So please bear with us. We'll be there soon.
I'm gonna admit that if I was talking about Never Lucky, I wouldn't start the game anyways. I would take my time, enjoy, reminiscing about the player himself, Lita Go, chocolate milk enjoyer, and just relish in the thought that is that player, because he's so damn entertaining and good. But of course, I didn't even completely get to see the entire game one. I had to eat dinner at 7-1. I had to be a good boy and put away my phone. and then I came back and I saw that they've lost. That was a disappointment, and
I
it
did
ruined
the
my
same.
prediction.
Very proud of you for taking dinner time seriously. That's very disciplined of you. I had it up on my phone at work in the room while I was flying away inside a -80 freezer. So
Oh,
my
yeah,
fingers
that's
are lovely and numb. But yeah, I turned it off when I went back into the office, turned it back on, and Rich Gang had not had a great time.
There's many ways of getting a cold shower from Rich Gang. Yes. But yeah, we can go a little bit through. I think we'll utilize this time to go through the teams, the players in the teams. Now that we are looking like we're closing in on.
You do
on
it, and I'm
start.
going to respond to some Denmark banter by enjoying my lovely cup of leaves and hot water.
Yeah, I could have fallen in the same trap. But yeah, you shouldn't be spurring out too much hatred. But yeah, BO7. I'm looking through the teams, and of course, if you recognize any of the names, pop out some information for us because we'll love to see it. Top lane they have Virgil, jungle they have Joshua, mid lane Akira, ADC Yasu, and support UFO. I would say. I would say very easy to cast names. There's a lot of names out there that they don't exactly roll off the tongue, but all of these are easy to
player branding. Few syllables, very unique. Good job, guys.
I mean, it's almost like they wanted to get on the big scene.
They've thought about it.
Yes, but of course, Ruddy, as you've mentioned, good squad with Akers, Krisis, Ketso, Sin, and Jamsu. I would say we could say that they're favorites today, and we should in terms of this first matchup.
Yeah, they've given us a lot of evidence that they're a strong team, right?
Yeah. Even though they are, if I remember correctly, they are the second seed coming out of after Tempest. If I remember your story time earlier correctly.
You watched a little bit of UK and Ireland. Thank you very much.
I'm not gonna lie and say I have. I'm a filthy Norway enjoyer.
There's nothing wrong with enjoying Norway. I enjoyed Norway as well.
That's good to hear. But yes, I do think it seems like a very strong team on paper. And the fact that we have less info on this DO7 team. I mean, I assume Ruddy has done a little bit of research, maybe even more, probably more than us in terms of.
Hope so, I hope they've at least gone and looked down some solo queue IDs.
Exactly, especially when on this level.
Ladder was played on live from what I can tell, so you should be able to get their games back.
Yeah. But yeah, in this, especially the pocket picks on this level is why this level of league is so much fun. Because there are some anti-meta, or not anti-meta, but contrary to meta choices that we'll see in drafts, most likely, that usually make for incredibly entertaining games.
What have we seen? With Haha had his Cogmore. We had an Alawi in the last game.
Blind Alawi
for Jezu.
Wasn't it?
I'm a bit
semi-blind. Tejani was still a flex, I guess.
Yeah, I called it blind in Twitch chat, but if you did the numbers, it would have had to have been like Sejuani mid or like Kaiser somewhere else.
Okay. I had it in. I had it on the tram, so I only heard, didn't see everything.
Wow, that's fair. So yeah, some interesting things. You know what? Let's go over our predictions so far today, because I thought I had a moment where I was really worried I'd bottled all of this, but let's judge our colleagues instead.
Yeah, it's much better than criticizing. At least I haven't checked completely out yours, but yeah, we've fallen in the same trap. We've fallen in the same trap.
I think we
have
both
3 games for the same. 1 out of 3. We both said Ruddy today, so let's keep on with that, and then we split up later today. But yeah, of course, most people were right.
Has anyone got it right? All right so far. Tabes, it looks like you've dropped game 3, my friend. Sleeper has got game 1, but that's it so far.
You know, it's a full miss.
Yeah, Duckling's got 2. We've got 1. Carvis dropped game 1.
Yep, no one has it.
Yeah, no one has it. Unfortunate. Well, no perfect predictions out here at the Regional Promotional Series. We've got all sorts of craziness. What I am looking at is Duckling and Peter in this next game have predicted DO7 to win. So either
I
that is some slander, or they know something we don't. I'm quite excited to see if they figured something out.
I feel like they deserve some praise, great praise. If, turns
It's
out to be a
bold.
DO7 stomp.
Mm.
Because it's an easy sell to say, okay, we recognize Ruddy, we know Ruddy, they got what it takes, but it's the DO7 007 special agent style that
Oh
might
yeah.
throw us off our feet, you know.
And then later today, we've split Ruddy and DMG. Only myself and Brackish, only the UK lot, and taking that Ruddy pick. I did cast both finals, so I did think Ruddy looks slightly favored here, from my opinion, if they manage to hold together. But the Denmark team really quite strong, so no surprise they have a full selection in that last game.
I always have to go DMG. I have a theory that if you collect all the DMG teams in one location, you get Exodia, and you win Worlds. So I think that is the plan that DMG has been going for, and I want to be on it from the get go. I want to be. I was here early.
It's a reasonably good hype train.
I think
the
it's decent.
The DMG UK lot were sort of a fantastic celebration of our university scene. So they did really well in the season. You know, you can say fourth. You're like, oh, what does that mean? Were they not good enough? Were they really good but didn't make it happen? They didn't have the best playoffs. They unfortunately had some unavailabilities, like through no fault of anything, but life gets in the way. Especially when you're a student and a bit younger. There's lots of important things on this time of year. So they didn't proceed much further, but they had a great regular season. Were really exciting. So I can't name a single DMG like thing that isn't very exciting.
Yeah, for sure. And of course they've hit different marks in different regions, and that's to be expected. But I gotta commend the commitment to just going all in on all the scenes, and doing quite well with it. So I'm excited to see the Danish version in its full glory too.
Yeah, they always came second fiddle to Garden Gaming throughout the season. It wasn't a great time, like as soon as they met that Garden Gaming roster, and then in finals, oh my gosh, in finals, it looked like they had them well and truly downloaded. So complete spin and reversal.
Yes, yeah, we're still waiting patiently as we can. It's a little bit of a I don't know what is exactly the issue.
We're a bit stalled right now. I'm so excited for this like mystery roster versus exciting gamers, and it's like,
imagine
soon,
if it's so
guys,
mysterious that the game never happens, that we just sit there. that was a real game all along, playing us as a fiddle. And not the Summoner's Rift kind.
No scarecrows involved.
Maybe on the new map, you know.
Yeah, potentially. Did you see the explainer that went live about an hour ago?
I did. It was it got me tingling. I gotta say it was exciting. And then and then just after we got the triple Nash matchup here in the cast, I was like, match made in heaven. Like 3 different versions of the Nashers Rift, and then we got the Rift and 2 Nashers on the casting desk. It's how it's supposed to be.
Absolutely perfect. Yeah, I really like the look of the mini objectives, like the shrines.
Yeah.
Can't remember the little void guys you have to take down as a top laner. So exciting.
And the fact that you can get 6 of them, it's like, yeah, you know the dragon stacking. you like that?
Have more dragon stacking.
More but different. Let's do it. Yeah, and but I'm very scared when it comes to the sled. Oh, we got it.
Here we go.
Playing a little bit. Once we got a little antsy. Both of the teams are in. Worth mentioning, as I see, I will call it out, the Kvelleskrabbe on a DO7. It is a miss input, and it's UFO on that team. So yeah, for now we get to
setting the stage for bans. Ruddy sort of exemplified themselves with some more creative bot lane picks. They're big on the Varus. They were big on the Misfortune in a very Xayah heavy meta over in the UK. So not a surprise to see 2 AD carry bans so far from DO7.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. Seems like it's also it's pretty standard in the terms of course, you never wanna, you rarely want to give Orianna first pick away. The Heimerdinger, I assume, is a
Two
very
can play
well
a
placed.
lot of things.
Yes, well placed, and a lot of teams just don't want to deal with it. Pretty much, it's such an annoyance in terms of how we can neutralize lanes and then take control later. And we see insta prio on the Yone. It's not what we usually see first pick,
Hey.
but it just someone's been watching Worlds and they've realized that you can just win a game with this champ.
Potentially, Zeus had an absolute screamer on this Sunday morning. If you guys haven't been and seen, this is a pretty easy 1-2 for Ruddy. They'll be going over to Crisis in the jungle, the Sejuani. I expect no crazy Sejuani top situations like earlier. We're setting up for something a little more versatile, but still holding a front-to-back sort of theme. Likely that Ruddy are going to lean in towards a Yone or similar. They're very, very happy to see the Lovers duo come out, though they practice against this bot lane. Might have a creative support 3-on-3, just the Nautilus to get a fight started.
Yeah, it's of course it's not always as easy to really get the Saya with a Nautilus because you can negate the ult, but the Yone will actually struggle a little bit because if you get locked down when you jump in just with an auto from and then a Q, then you spend your entire E duration just struggling.
You can look for something really fun to like chase him back through an E as well, try and knock up the entire team.
Delivery system.
I don't know anything about Joshua, but Ivan bans normally say that your jungler's a bit fruity, a bit of a friend of the forest. So not a huge surprise that something's taken away there. A Viego ban's a little unusual. That's maybe hinting that DO7 are reading that Ruddy might be playing the Sejuani top, or maybe they're just overreacting to information early.
Joshua, a friend of the forest. I think that theory might at least be what Ruddy is going for. Both of the grassy ones out the picture.
Irelia here is respect for Ketsuo. Ketsuo plays all sorts of mages, all sorts of things. Had fantastic showings on Yasuo in our finals, going I think 9-0 in game 2. Unfortunately, didn't manage to convert that. His Irelia is to be feared and normally draws first phase bans.
Means DO7 definitely done some of their homework, but yeah, not doing anything off the books here. Ruddy, Renekton is a really safe pick up lane. Means that you're prepared really for a Yone if it's a flex top. You're good.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Renekton is actually flexible and he's gonna like chase the Yone around the map. Pretty Renekton favored matchup there. Especially with the Sejuani as well. Double down on those stuns. Last pick here. The Talia coming through still isn't revealing jungle or mid for DO7, so we're waiting to see that 2v2 come together. Pretty good with the Yone for setup, but also a Zeri lock-in would be pretty spicy. There's not a long amount of time left, so it will be the Ornn. Zeri mid is still playable, everyone at home. I'm sorry I've done that to you if I've played you on the server. Alas. Not to be so fruity today. This allows R5 over to Ketsuo. We're expecting something melee to fight up against the Yone. Might be that Renekton flexed. Otherwise, maybe a Yasuo, maybe it's skill matchup time.
I feel like Yasuo would just be 2 on the nose, wouldn't it?
It'd be very, very on the nose. Okay, the Rumble lock-in, that's likely going to act as his hands. And we have Renekton mid here at the NLC RPS. A standard draft today? Not even once.
And in essence, you could say your theory was correct. This Renekton is chasing the Yone around. Now, it was confirmed in draft. You don't put Ornn mid. I wouldn't go that way at least. So locking in Rumble is just a very solid way of cementing the fact that you get your ability power damage, you get Renekton into a melee matchup. It's a good time, and I think Ruddy should be happy about this draft.
Absolutely. I think on the whole, I think Ruddy have done really well here. Not only does this team comp say them, and like especially Ketsuo's strengths, who's had fantastic laning performances throughout playoffs. I think the only sort of way DO7 have an out, unless Joshua manages to break one of those lanes, is out of Yasuo and UFO here in the bottom side on that Xayah Rakan, because you can sort of manage a front to back that approaches you. You know, they can't stop the equalizer, but if Jamsu comes forwards, they could try and evade and recharm up some carries, and that allows them a bit of room to play. It might be the Renekton being evaded here, as that was a last-minute swap, I think.
I feel like my comment about Ornn mid was quickly slapped on the wrist like it deserved to be. I don't think it's a player swap in terms of going different lanes. I think you're right. I think it's an attempt at evading it. And
I think Ketsuo and Akers will just swap again. I think the players will be playing. I think they'll move.
Love that. It's just such a cool way of playing it. We'll keep an eye on it. Let's see, Ketsuo top or Akers, but yeah. We'll be heading straight into this little bit delayed fourth game of the day as soon as we load it through. But it's
we're not loading through.
Not loading through. We're pausing because it's
let's take
regional.
a moment and have a sip.
We'll do it simultaneously. Cheers.
Cheers.
I like to imagine that everyone at home did the exact same thing.
I imagine not everyone is also on the cranberry and strawberry tea, but even you enjoy what you've got. That's important.
Okay, so that's the game you play. Isn't that a little? Is that anti-British? Shouldn't the Earl Grey be?
Don't let them know. Don't let them know.
I'll stop my.
Yeah,
I'll stop my.
Not the biggest Earl Grey fan of it. It's all right though. That one's also quite fruity. I think there's oranges.
Not Earl Grey, maybe I'm the British one. Well, we'll head into the game. Finally, we're gonna see what these players are good for. Especially BO7, of course, gonna be an impressive or interesting game at least to see them play. And of course, also the first thing we're keeping a keen eye on is will Ketsuo follow Virgil into the dark?
Yeah, I think they'll definitely be. If I was going to do this as ready, I'd be like late invading to try and get vision on the assignment, try and see who's going where. I think Virgil here, hovering near mid. Akira covering in mid does allow them a late swap to try and avoid Renekton into Yone.
Happy that they didn't face check into that bush. Entirety was at least over half already standing there wanting to receive the word attempt. But yeah, the Yone is going top. Information for now is not acquired by Ready. But you do see that both Akers and Ketsuo are just stacking. So it might be just patience, waiting to see any of the lane assignment being shown.
Yeah.
They're in the middle of the map. I think that's exactly what they're doing.
I think both teams not sending someone to mid wave to try and not play. Look at the missing things come through. No one wants to step up to this bad matchup. Looks like Ruddy will maybe get it the way they want. Oh, Ketsuo, he's just going to go for those first three. He's going to deny the first three minions.
And yeah, I feel like DO7 winning first blood, winning the mental game, getting the lane assignment right. And I'm excited to see because all the lanes, the solo lanes having TP, we might see swaps later on, and we might see counter swaps.
Whoever really swaps with TP first will lose that dynamic. It'll be quite funny.
Absolutely. Here, level 2 hit by Ruddy. Naturally, gonna go for engage. Out of the way of his AD carry there, UFO. And yeah,
really bit of a betrayal angle. Yeah. gotta hold that block if you do want to stop your AD carry taking the hit. Yasu going even lower there after taking the hail of arrows.
Yeah, so that's a great start for the Ruddy bot lane, and it feels a little bit a little unnecessary. That level 2 is very telegraphed, and the Rakan knows what he's doing. It's like, okay, I'm not getting hit. You better dodge too, but not allowing his AD carry.
That ran to your AD carry and comms is skill issue. All right, late invade here from Ruddy.
Here they go. Yeah, Joshua trying to kite away. I think this one's void. Yeah, picked up by Crisis.
Yeah, all right, Crisis there. Got a little bit. His own blue quadrant still up, so he's got a safe path out of here, whether they choose to gank or not. That jungle quadrant defended. Interesting to see that Renekton has priority in mid with his red buff still up. Ready to move first.
Backing forward on Joshua. He's getting locked down. No way out, even with the help of his support. And now it's just up to for the Rakan to saunter run out, his protective mission being a failure.
Oh, UFO getting locked down. Yeah, Ruddy, full priority, pushing their bot lane off the town. Ketsuo didn't even have to move down. It's nice timing there to get in on Joshua. The Joshua tree, maybe he would be. Ivan banned away and looking uncomfortable.
Yeah, it is. But it is, of course, not easy having the entirety of Ruddy making it their mission to make your jungling phase a little bit of a living hell. I don't think that would be any easier on a Maokai or an Ivan either. Maybe an Ivan actually because of the tempo you get, but yeah, that was a really good.
The crooked path does tend to get you away from other junglers. I think if you slow it down slightly, you can actually like completely coast the buy, and as they're invading, you can come take the camp off of them. Jam's here looking for another hook just wide.
I'm predicting the sidestep there, but Yasuo expecting his support to jump in the way.
Not the reverse level 1. All right, interesting. That lane swap has come through.
There we go, yeah.
Ketsuo has walked back to top after Aka's managed to push it in. There's a
We'll call
little
it the
extra.
second of the day. And here we go, just again. Oh, that's a good dodge by the Rakan. But a round 2 coming, maybe, with Crisis?
Yeah, he's just got the feathers fly out of there. Some blue pings down, so I think he was spotted just at the edge of vision. All red in another manner. The wave is pushing towards Ruddy, so they can chill out and continue this all-in style. And the wave will get further and further away from DO7. He'll start to slip further and further.
And the follow-up. Flash out is good, but whoa! We get the kill from Sin. Scrub, I think he's gonna just son run out of there, but another good play around the bot side of Ruddy.
What a roller coaster ride, just like that camera unfortunately went on there in this Ruddy bot side. Priority maintained, as even though the wave was pushing away, DO7 not able to keep up with it, not able to stay alive. Kill going over to Sin.
There we go mid, full attempt from Virgil. I think this is gonna be a success. Flash out. But sidestep is good. I think it's gonna be a 1-for-1. Yeah. Well defensively played by Acker staying alive there.
That was such a clutch flash, gets him off of the queue, and then after the flash forwards, reads it again, the tower strike enough. Virgil got level 6 before Akers, which enabled the all-in. Akers? Never mind, it's okay, I saw a time wrong. Let's go over a replay of that bottom dive. This is Joshua trying to take up his own Krugs. Crisis just tries to push him out, push him away, even though the smite comes through. With the aftershock, able to live through. Oh, no, wait, when was this?
Yeah, but this is I did not notice that the Crisis died. I mean maybe we're on a little bit of a roll.
Maybe that was while we were mid. I'd like to think that was a repeat invade while we were mid. Did not see that happen.
Because because it couldn't have been the first of the golems. It's got to be pretty recently. Here we go. Drake set up by Ruddy. Vision is there for DO7, but you see Yasuo already going for the back, so this is going to be completely uncontested.
Yeah, I think with the priority in mid as well, Ketsuo will move down. Numbers a little too much at this stage. And once again, DO7 swapping their lanes around, trying to avoid those difficult matchups. The Renekton really wants to see the Yone.
But DO7 have done a good job with that. They've managed to almost exclusively avoid having Yone versus Renekton. As they wanted to, so they've been a little bit in the heads of Ruddy in that department. Let's see how this line goes as the knockback is there together with just an immense amount of damage from Virgil, and that's just another easy attempt.
Yeah, I think Ak is definitely the victim of the lane swaps, as you mentioned. Yep. Does not really want to play into this Yone, wants to burn away on a Yasuo, wants to on an Ornn rather, and just be safe there. And Talia. Joshua gets the invade here in revenge for his earlier struggles. And Talia just has such a great time diving with pretty much all of DO7's lanes. Nice and accessible.
Yeah, and I gotta say, despite a little bit of a rough start, DO7 is they're hanging in there. They're not that far behind as they could been in the terms of tempo they go. But let's see the attempt mid. 3 people, 1 Ornn, but the flash out is the only 2 needed.
Yeah. Decent summoners to get away from Ruddy. That might allow them a bit more ease at this Rift Herald, but it's not the prize they were looking for. It's not the takedown, and it's not Akira's health bar. Great respect there to maintain that. Means he will be able to join in at this Rift Herald if DO7 comes to contest as their bot lane has rotated up.
They're seeing it. The 3 people are barreling down. Smite range is acquired by Josh, and he steals it away.
Oh!
Are they going to step up to it? They are, and that looks so easy. Follow-up is going to come up and get a double knockup with the Ornn. Got a flash out there, Ketso, as it's DO7 that takes control over the fight.
I think a moment of misfortune there for Ruddy. Fantastic smite steal from Joshua. Just able to get in at the side. And yeah, the follow-up getting away from is fine, but that means that Ruddy's last advantage is the summoner spells they had gained lost on their exit.
Nice dodge on the ult bottom for Yasuo. Trading well versus Sin. And here comes the Rakan again. Are they going to attempt it?
Hasn't quite got level 6. Neither of these supports quite obtaining their ultimate just yet, so won't allow Defo to find.
See, gang top lane, and yeah, getting punished this time, Virgil. It's just a question of time as he gets pulled back right into the... Yeah, that was a close one. Akers living with a sliver of health, but still a success.
It's always the last Q is the deadliest. And meanwhile, we'll see top lane happen in mid lane. That's a classic noodle fight there. Neither really having kill pressure at this stage. Joshua's brought the Rift Herald down. Dive won't continue.
Little there, it's popping. They want to try to get as many platings as possible, but yeah, it's just going to be a simple... Oh, yeah, it's going off. A simple charge. I was a little spooked there, seeing that the Herald went low, but just lacking that little bit of extra damage to stop that.
If Crisis was behind them, a smite as well might have been a bit of a bungled Herald, but instead, all good. Ruddy will just lose a little bit more gold. And the game's still largely even. If we're looking at CS differences, we're looking at Ketso in mid to spike really hard. He has that CS advantage, getting his Iron Spike Whip lets the Renekton just deal a lot more damage in his combo. So once again, he's going to try and find Virgil.
Yeah.
Try
More than likely love story is happening here as finally 2 long-lost laners meeting each other. Yasuo, are you going to survive here? Getting saved up by his support, dodging out of the way of Crisis, but in the end, he ends up falling anyways. Let's see if the Rakan can get out, lacking the mana to jump out just for a little bit more. And with that hook, do they have the damage? Just the tower doesn't do enough? It does not. And they managed to, with 2 tanky members, clean up both the AD carry and support.
Yeah, not a huge surprise. We highlighted for DO7 in draft the Lovers duo bot lane, a strong point of their composition in lane. If the Nautilus can be managed by the Rakan, you do come out ahead in the 2 versus 2. Just a little bit of a struggle there as Crisis breaks off that advantage and takes 2 kills for himself.
And it's a kind of situation where, yeah, you're getting 2 kills, but you're getting it on the tank jungler, and you got some other members here that you'd really like a little bit of additional gold on to snowball the side lanes out of control. But hey, you'll take what you get, and finishing your mythic at this point, being 2-1-3 as for Crisis, it's not a complaint. For sure.
Radiant Virtue, great for this dragon fight coming up. You know, DO7 quickly scrambling for vision, but it's clear Ruddy prioritized this. They've bought the Sejuani onto the lower half of the map. It's spawning not too long, so they'll want to push out that bot lane. They want to get some priority and take the objective.
Yeah, Drake coming up. See Ketso. It's leaving towards the mid lane, or towards Drake at least. Leaving, for now, Akira in the top lane, but he's starting to roam too. So we're definitely looking at a Drake fight if... and I don't think Ruddy will stray away from this, as they're making their win.
4 teleports, no one's used one yet. There we go. Here is Akira coming down.
Splitting up the fight, knocked back by Joshua, doing a good job at the start. The Rumble ultimate is going to do a huge amount of damage if DO7 goes back in, but the Drake is still a part of the fight. Ultimate from Yasuo is doing quite a bit, and they've taken down the Renekton, have full control around the Drake. They put it out, and now they're going to try to chase down the rest of Ruddy. A good peeling attempt from Jamsu, but he has to sacrifice his life for it, and I don't think DO7 is done just yet. Jumping after, Crisis has to stray away, but do they have the last bit of CC to take them down? They do not. But it's another great success for DO7.
Yeah, Ruddy not able to make the difference there. Akers' equalizer was huge, but it seemed to hit his own team. It was controlling rather than damage dealing. Wasn't enough to secure the objective as Ruddy sent running back to their own base.
Yeah, I was momentarily confused by that ultimate, as I thought it was placed on multiple members. But you're right, it was on his own team. And of course, it does control the area around the Drake. But I feel like DO7 used that time really well to burst down Ketso, and then he can just clean up afterwards.
Yeah, it bought them the space, but not in the right amount of time. We'll see that in a quick replay here. Look for this equalizer. It looks to cover Virgil and Akira coming in, but it seems to only hit their own members. Virgil's able to zip back out of the UFO over the wall to help Joshua. And while Ketsuo's in the backline, the rest of Ruddy don't feel like they can approach. Crisis is chunked out, so he can't quite make it in for the smite. It's just an absolute disaster. They lose Jamsu on the way out. The Nautilus is one way in and in only. And with this on-hit, Varus not quite ready to contribute and dish out tons of damage in a late-game team fight. Ruddy starting to fall back down on objectives.
See another skirmish around Crisis. And yeah, Virgil doing what he can against Ketsu. Here comes Jamu. It's going to be another fight out of nothing. They do manage to maybe burst. Oh, the knockup is huge. Virgil's out, but getting flashed after. It's 1-for-1 for now, but the Rakan taking down another of his support friends. And I feel like this Talia is just working wonders.
Yeah, it's so hard for Ruddy to take these small fights when they keep getting popped up, and a shutdown over on Crisis. Really rough, the gold lead. Starting to swing DO7's way after an early deficit. Ruddy, in this mid-game, not having a great time making this multiple melee composition into the Talia work. Struggling to work in her zone of control. The Rift Herald will be started up here from DO7. I don't even think Ruddy want to contest with their AD carry so far away.
It seems like they're looking to get something on the other side of the map, and that something is Yasuo. He's going to try to fight Sin at the early point, but he's already taken half the damage. The ult is good, but he does manage with the Feather Recall to actually get the Sin. And this is the trade. This is Ruddy trying to get something on the other side of the map, and they still get punished.
Yeah, and the cross map of 1 versus 1, not what you're looking for. Ketsu here might find Virgil. Getting to the stage with that Yone.
Oh, he goes back in, and this burst, even with the ultimate from the Yasuo. Oh, but here comes the backup. He's gone a little bit too far in, trying to get some help from Rakan, but the damage is not there. And it seems like, yeah, Ketsu knowing that he had the backup, while Virgil was cut short.
The Crocodile is the juiciest bait, and while the tier 1 in top will fall, Ketsuo managed to bait all the way in and able to take out a member of DO7. With help from Crisis, we can see what the Renekton Sejuani is designed to do. Instant back-to-back stuns. And it's still dead even. Nash. Yeah. It's so difficult.
It's been such a bloody game too, and I feel like, yeah, already now another play might be happening. The Hexgate stopping another couple of kills from coming through, but the fact that we have 19 kills this game and we have 1 Drake for each team, almost the same amount of kills. The gold is completely even. Yeah, it's
it'd be one Herald each if Joshua hadn't stolen the first one.
Yeah, is it a perfect game in some sort if we got a perfect split? But here comes the flash over the map, trying to catch down the Talia. They might finally get the shutdown, but no, the knockup from the Rakan, so good. And the flank from Ornn, getting the double knockup on both champs, stuck in the choke. Equalizer is good and doing a lot of damage, but people are dying every way possible. And in the end, it's a 2-for-2. I do not think Yasuo's going down. Max is out, barely alive on the tower. Recon down. How is this fight even possible?
It was going to be a 2-for-2. Then Sin just a moment too far. Once again caught by the feathers. Slight advantage DO7. Ruddy, it looked like they had a great fight set up there. The Ornhorn across made it so hard to keep the fight going despite a fantastic equalizer. We'll drag it up in 20 seconds. We're going to do a quick review, but so many ultimates cast. Joshua caught out at the start. Really nice max range frost there to keep him locked down, but Crisis and Jamsu aren't allowed to move. Chains of Corruption over the equalizer absolutely melts DO7. They still lose Ketsu under the tower, and Yasu invites Sin in just a little too far with a final pullback.
I changed my mind 11 times during that fight. It was so back and forth in terms of plays and counter plays, and yeah, quintuple counter plays, as we're not getting a single moment of respite as fighting around Drake Pit is starting to be set up. Lots of vision trying to clear it up, but they do not have the time. DO7 getting most likely their second Drake of the game, but Ruddy are on their way, so we're not there just yet. Teleport out
Away?
by Yo just as the fight begins, and that leaves their team for dead. Maybe, let's see if they can manage to counter this DO7. For now, Joshua is down, and that is a lot of the damage, and that teleport out from Virgil will haunt him for the rest of the evening.
Haunting indeed. Ruddy, what patience, what calm. They don't run into the river headlong. They clear the mid wave. They try and invite DO7 like, hey, we're not going to contest. No, don't worry, guys. It's too late. You can have that. Instead, a mad dash from mid. Able to push off the objective, and Virgil gives it away.
This one, he got another ult. Let's see. Yeah, he's staying alive again. I feel like Yasuo has really ticked off Sin. I feel like Sin is a man on a mission there trying to get his revenge on Yasuo, and every time he tries, he gets punished for it.
I think, to peel back the curtain slightly, I think Sin's definitely a little ticked off at Yasuo at this stage. He's like, you shouldn't have had that advantage. It's not fair. Definitely pushing it a bit further. And Yasuo inviting it a little, maybe too much, as he does have to lose his ultimate and another summoner spell there to stay alive. I think as we go later and later, the Varus will continue to scale nicely with this on-hit build. So Sin probably shouldn't be pushing it so hard, but it's Ruddy, and push it hard we must.
Absolutely, and the flash there really great. It's a little bit of a jank there. But it's the cleanse ultimate that managed to save him out, and of course it's a lot of resources used by both teams. That doesn't really amount to much, but it is an attempt, and Yasuo is really slippery this game. He's been playing a lot alone while the rest of the team are making plays around other areas, and the fact that he has not died more than 3 times in a 15-kill Ruddy game, I feel like speaks dividends to how well.
I like the idea of a Ruddy game where like we get to 10 minutes and it's just a straight fist fight. Like everyone dies, everyone has to join in. It's very very thematic.
Indeed, I do think that both of these games, both of these teams are on the same track. I feel that they're all cursed by just the bloodthirst that is emanating throughout the entirety of the game. And now we have an even better reason to fight. I feel like the Baron. Oh, over the wall. Let's see first. Good. Finds a good way out here. A lot of over-the-wall attempts this game. Flash forward from Crisis. This one you're not going to survive. Finally, they catch on to Yasuo. They are under the tower, but they're doing so much damage. And the fact that the tanking is going so well means that they can keep on working forward. It's 1 kill back from Virgil as they do manage to lock down Ketsu under the tower, but they're not done yet here, Ruddy. They take down the Yorn. They take down Virgil. Let's see. Misses the last anchor. And I think the full ace has been thwarted, but it's a huge momentum shift in favor of Ruddy.
Yeah, huge fight. Ruddy were clearly itching for it. Their vision over the wall allowed them to try and get a pick onto Yufa with a single cooldown away from the Rakan. They're able to blast in under that T1 tower, break it, and push forwards to, I'd say, the first meaningful advantage of the game. We'll have to check items after the next base, of course. But this Varus, we've said he's getting stronger. This was a real high moment, and it's only going to get higher.
Yeah, for sure. And I do think that EBDO7 underestimates what is coming at this point. I think the tower is going to save them. Teleport, of course. Oh, the engage is so great.
Yeah, Crisis with that snap engage. Casting his ultimate gives him so much healing as well. Ketsuo, maybe you could say a little too keen here to try and get Joshua away to enable his team to come forwards. His team, unfortunately, do stick to the tower, so he falls, but it means they maximize their damage on objectives. Joshua's cast his ultimate.
We're not done yet. They almost managed to lock down the Nautilus, but teleport might disdain any further attacks, but no, he goes in there, Virgil. Does a lot of damage, but loses life for it. They don't have the follow-up there as Rakan goes in, but they're trying to Jutsu with the knockback from the Talia, but no further kills.
A massive equalize there allows Ruddy the time to fire away at Virgil. They do lose Jamsu, so it's only a 1-for-1. But it's clear that these scaling elements from Ruddy starting to do huge amounts of damage. And I don't know if DO7 have the same sort of scaling. The Talia's kind of already peaked. Everything from here is cooldowns for her, not more real hard-hitting damage. She's already got the penetration. She's already got the burn. Akira doesn't scale as well. Might allow Virgil and Yasuo a bit extra with their upgraded mythic items. Rest in peace, mythic items. 1 month to go. But it's still not quite the same level of scaling.
Of course, Ornn items always gonna give that extra little bit of oomph, but they do rely strongly here, DO7, of getting the right kind of engages. But you do also see that Ruddy are so good at using every single moment to go in, and it's a kind of that counter-intuitive thing where Yasuo is playing well on the defensive, but they do need Akira to have those early Ornn ultimates, and most likely Virgil to really hit the mark with his own Yon ults and knockups. And here we see it again, Ruddy looking for another engage.
Crisis over the wall. Keep your eyes on that Sejuani. He's going to loop around even further, check the vision. And you're absolutely right, Darkslider. It's a growing in confidence as Ruddy continue to scale with this composition. Pings down onto Baron now, looking to trade this or at least try and catch someone on rotation. Yasuo not quite starting. Vision on Baron traded for a third dragon for Ruddy. They'll go to Soul Point in 5 minutes. That Hextech Soul will be to fight for. Oh, Jamsu, don't do it. Don't do it.
Here they're waiting, just on the edge there, trying to find a way forward. Good disengage. The scanner just catching them there, I think.
Yeah. You just saw Ornn in the bush. He knew exactly what was waiting if he stepped a moment closer.
Yeah,
Ready again. They're gonna sneak some vision in over the back, some pings down. Akers has he's thinking about leaving that top wave. He's in and out. Neither team wanting to fully commit right now.
No, and I don't think they don't have Akers here ready. So for now, they're just trying to keep DO7 honest. And here the semi-trap attempt from DO7 as they were posturing around the Baron area is called out as the bluff it is.
I like these recalls from DO7. They have more teleports than Ruddy right now, but they're playing less lanes, only farming in mid. So they've got to spread back out. They've got to chill out for a second and make the most of those summoner spells.
Yeah, and I gotta call it back to that Hextech Soul that you mentioned earlier, because if it's one thing that's been the case this game, it's that the clumps have been so important. And if you give that soul over to Ruddy at this point, I do feel like avoiding the Rumble ultimate, getting out of letting Sin kite forever while slowing. Now it's gonna be a very tall order for DO7 to manage to find the right targets and to avoid the big wave of damage that inevitably will come from the comp of Ruddy.
Yeah, I think the early, like, really good Talia setups from Joshua have sort of made Ruddy scared of it almost. We see a Chains of Corruption just go flying there. That's right, that's your standard Varus experience. No real surprise. Didn't find anything this time. Not the biggest cooldown in the world at this stage in the game either.
No, and I don't think any clear fights will be forced in a while anyways. I might have misspoken. They tried to cut him off. Tower is low. They engage with the teleport 2 ult in from the Yone, and the knockback is great from Joshua. Now the Ornn ultimate might catch out Sin. Let's see if they can keep on barreling down. Here comes the Rumble ultimate. That'll be crucial, but it seems like they managed to kite it off here, DO7. They do lose Ornn, so for now it's a 1-for-1, and it seems like it's Ruddy that wants to continue the fight, and DO7 that are kiting away. Knockback is good. And then the connection goes down. They manage to get the Varus, and this DO7 is their fight to win as Akers is completely stuck, and DO7 clear it up with a full ace and a Baron on the table for them to consume.
In the clutch team fight moment, Ruddy tried to push the envelope. Ketsuo flashing forward, Akers flashing forward, but it wasn't enough. DO7 hold the line. Their defensive picks, their cool, calm collectedness in the moment of the fight, enough for them to start this Baron. Not sure they'll be able to finish that, but let's go back over this fight once again. Joshua sets up, is on vision, is seen. The ultimate forces Sin's flash. Would have been crucial to have that later, as he has to get away from UFO, the DO7 support. And that Ornn breaks the front line. The double teleport in, slowed down, and despite this being a great equalizer, watch Akira's health bar here absolutely flies down after that piercing arrow.
Is that a tank?
It's a 4 versus 3, so Ruddy feels like they've got to go for it until Rakan's cooldowns are back up. He's not offering a lot here. Ketsuo's flash predicted, I think, or maybe just the stun as he clips the edge, not able to heal himself, almost got his Q and his Gore Drinker off. UFO able to assassinate in the backline, and that just lets Yasuo clean up.
See, it's another fight going on. I had a point to make, but so does Ruddy as they try to redeem their previous fight. Virgil over the wall might be difficult. They're so clumped up with the Talia ultimate, but they have a clear path out of there. And yeah, it's just a scare for now as they get the prior in mid lane. Wanted to point out that the previous team fight, Ketsu under Nekton, he almost ravaged his own entire health bar with a single dash through Joshua's unraveled earth. And that was self-inflicted mostly. So, but the timing, of course, unfortunate. Sometimes you underestimate the damage that can come through, but also just the timing in general from DO7. They seem to be on the same page, and I'm really happy to see that from this kind of team.
Yeah, you know, ladder team, big questions marks, big mystery. And so far, they're holding up against some of the UK and Ireland's best. Ruddy here should be able to repel a bunch of this Baron push, but with the Dragon up in 10 seconds, they're under their own towers. A quick pause comes through.
Yes, well deserved. Well deserved. We do need a pause. I completely agree with the players. With such a bloody game, with 42 kills throughout, and we're seeing the win conditions start to really form up. Because right now it's again a shift in the tempo. It is DO7 that are gonna try to make the next minutes really count in terms of pushing. But then we have that big soul that will appear in a couple of minutes, and that'll be make or break for both teams.
Yeah, I think Ruddy's confidence over-punished there. It was great they were going for more engages. It's great they decided to be even more proactive. But alas, they go a little too far onto Talia's stones. They'll lose a tier 2 tower there while we were on break. And yeah, Ruddy now have to question themselves. How are we going to engage? How are we going to take these fights?
Crisis made their way here. I'm kind of surprised to find their way all the way around, because here's going to be another fight. The Smite fight will be the first one to come to fruition. The Drake is low. A couple of knockups. Do they have the jungler inside? It's a steal from Crisis, and the follow-up is huge from Ruddy. They've gotten 2, and I think the rest of the follow-up will be an easy sweep for them as they manage to find a halfway impossible angle to not only get the Drake, not only get the soul, but a clean ace with all 5 members alive.
That Baron buff long gone into the history books. Akers finds the flank and burns DO7 to the ground. With that Hextech Soul now, Ruddy have got 5 minutes before an Elder comes up. DO7's last chance on an objective. They're going to run for the base. 20 seconds on major carries. Ruddy are going to look. Juggle the TP aggro.
They're gonna try to end the game right here and now. Rakan spawning, FUFOS gonna try to knock up a little bit, but they have too much time. It's too much time, yeah, so it's 5 seconds, and they're just gonna take the most important objective on the map. They've gotten some Drakes, they got a soul, but at this point they didn't even need it, because that fight, it just ends the game, and Ruddy, after a hard-fought game number 1 in the RPS, manages to take the win.
It wouldn't be a Ruddy game if it wasn't competitive till the last second. The boys, I'm not going to accuse them of playing with their food, but they do enjoy.
But the last second came at such a surprising moment, Temporal.
Yeah, I think the way the Talia setup didn't work there. I don't know if we've got a replay of that last fight we can maybe break it down on. But Akers on the side found the entire backline of DO7, flash forwards, overheated his Q. Real nice setup, and even though Ketsuo was still struggling to dive forwards, it was more than enough to get Ruddy over the finish line.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see that replay, because in my head I was still almost in the break. It was such a short time from the break to just, oh wait, they're taking the Drake. Wait, are they just running in through the mid lane while DO7 are not prepared at all? They might have been prepared, but the play from Ruddy made them look unprepared.
All right, Virgil and Akers both not there. That's Virgil's teleport for DO7 into the backline. Crisis holds the Baron, the Dragon Soul in his hands. Joshua just a little further away. Max range equalizer pushes DO7 down here, takes out UFO on his own. That's Ketsuo and Akers diving the backline. Sin is able to survive for long enough, provides enough threat that Virgil has committed all skills on him rather than protecting his front line. And the diving duo of Ruddy enough to clean house at Dragon Soul.
Yeah, very impressive team fight, and I do gotta say that Akers deserves a little bit of a pat on the back after that last team fight. Got away with the scare, Ruddy, because I do feel like they came into this game thinking that it should be a fairly easy game, but very impressed by DO7. I really think they stepped up to the plate and served way better League of Legends than a Dark Horse maybe, or a Black Sheep or whatever kind of darkish animal we go for.
It's always a big question with open qual teams, right? Are they the best of the bunch who've just decided to take a short path in? Are they just the sort of football players who still have a full-time job, but can every now and again surprise us with magic? It's an impossible question, and I think they've had a reasonably good run of it here. That's a decent first game.
Absolutely, and we'll get to see them back again in a little bit. We got one game in between. It's going to be Ruddy Academy versus DMG DK. Then we'll get another look at DO7 Esports versus DMG again. After that, we'll take a quick 8-minute break, and then we'll be back with the 5th game of the day. See you soon.
era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
And welcome back to the NLC RPS, where we got an exciting game, one for us, but game 4 of the day with Ruddy taking down the 07, just barely, I would say. And let's see when Ruddy now is lined up versus DMG. Was it a scare, or was it just a warm-up?
I think you can tend to get both in a Ruddy situation. You know, Ruddy definitely like playing right on the edge. So it just tends to be the way. I'd like to see them do a bit better in game 2. Little bit of behind the scenes that maybe Sin didn't settle his keybinds properly. That might have caused some issues in bot lane. But we'll see. We'll see. I think also DO7 surprised us with their level. Ladder team, big question mark. Showed up against Ruddy in a meaningful way. They were like trying to execute that lane swap. It did keep Akers down for a long time, and potentially stopped him providing that sort of difference he did in the last fight a little bit earlier, maybe.
You know, I do think they did great. But yeah, I really want to see more of DO7 today, and I do feel like maybe that was a warm up for them too. Who knows? But they did a lot of right things. I think a team that comes in with the kind of synergy they do, because they definitely were on the same page. It's not I'm gonna say it's not a team that was just put together on the spot. Then there's a tweet. That's exactly what happened. But it really did seem, it did really seem like they played together. They knew their strengths, they knew their weaknesses. They did a really good job at swapping around their Yoan to get away from their Necton. But yeah, let's get on with the new kids on the block. DMG coming here to for their first game of the RPS. And yeah, we already see Guffa not getting his Draven.
No, not allowed. Guffa's Draven, just a little bit too good. Yeah, DMG Denmark, winners of the Danish playoffs and second place in the regular season. A team to be feared. You will no doubt recognize names like Taxvig, Agony Pain Goofer, Ilo Guten, and was Theodore as well in that top side. Drawing a Cassante ban, something we've seen throughout the regular season in the UK and Irish scene at the Four Nations, that Akers does not play against Cassante. It's just not allowed. There will be no stability in the top lane. There must only be bloodshed.
Yeah, and yeah, bloodshed is stopped by the Rumble ban too. I do think that DMG recognized that Akers had some very nasty ultimates. Only exception being the one where he got tricked by Rakan and Yon that hit in the ult and then just
Surprise!
pulled completely out of the fight, leaving it void and not. But yeah, Syndra also not being allowed for Agony. Both Agony and Pain, I feel like just is just an excessive amount of damage. But then again, it is DMG.
Alright, last ban here. Might be something aimed at this bot lane instead. No, blue one, Orianna, not allowed for Ketsuo. Can't help but think Ruddy leaning towards an AD carry here. We might see the Ashe. They can play that flexibly in that bottom lane. Instead, the Rel, another great flex pick at the moment. And prevents sort of like creative picks in the AD carry position. If you want to play like Varus is the most popular or something like the Twitch, even like a Caitlyn, as soon as that Magnet Storm is down, it's so hard to get out of it. Xayah tends to get away, but it can also be picked up by that ultimate.
Does make sense though. And if they match it up with a Rakan, they can just leave it for Rome. But yeah, we did see earlier today a couple of rel games where it completely locked down the opposing team. But yeah, you always think that okay, if you have the Xayah, you got those extra tools to stay safe, especially versus certain amounts of engage. But it's all up to how you play it, and of course how lethal Jamsu will be on this rel.
Interesting to see. There we go. The Fortune into the Xayah. This is Ruddy's current sort of line into the Xayah if possible. The Magnet Storm holds you down for the ultimate. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Rel go to jungle, as it does traditionally struggle in lane up against the Rakan, who's able to sort of jump around her and dive around her. Rel only really good at like one all-in before she's exposed, like the Nautilus. And the Rakan's so good at dipping, ducking, diving, and dodging away from that. The Azir to come through as well, a control mage. Ketsuo's had a really strong split on the Azir. If I was DMG here, I'd be probably looking for an exciting jungler, something like the Nocturne that would give Sin on this Misfortune a hard time, because we're probably going to see a bunch of that banned away.
Yeah, most likely. And we'll see. Of course, it's already smelling a little bit of a big team fight comp from the Ruddy lineup, and it does require a little bit of X factor, and they pick up the Vex. Can make it a lot more difficult for Ruddy to really set up for the fight they really do want, because the Vex can just approach from so many angles and at such untimely times.
Yeah, I think the Vex is great for that clutch factor. The lane's a little bit of a struggle, and some 5v5 teamfight Exodia bans now away from DMG as they try and prevent like that full Misfortune unloading. Wonder if they'll go for the Lilia afterwards as well, who is also another part of completing that. But yeah, if you rotate at just the wrong time, the Vex can follow you just with ultimate, and it gains immediate numbers advantage in these small fights. The Olaf coming through Theodore, a little bit of a bruiser, and at the moment that is one of the few things that gave Akers a little bit of trouble in topside in the second phase. Jack's away as well,
which means they do allow the Lilia, which you mentioned.
Yeah, they're going to allow the Lilia, but this is a direct response to the Jax, as he traditionally struggles against Olaf as well.
Yeah, most very true. Of course, Theodore. Most usually, from what I can tell, fighters all the way. Maybe Rumble if the comp needs it, but yeah, they take both Aatrox and Olaf. They recognize that it's that part of the map that might be contentious for them at the moment. But I'm very excited to see how Ruddy will round out their comp, because they got some very juicy options.
Yeah, no Yone blue one, so no incredible twist. A little more stock standard in the second phase. Wukong, it's like engage ultimate, engage, and with the ultimate on top to disrupt the Misfortune. That's the sort of thing I was asking for earlier on. So avoiding those jungle bans, instead that R5 will be set up to complete Ruddy's composition. More team fight, more Exodia, wouldn't mind a support with a bit of engage.
That would be leaving out the. Oh yeah, they want to go hard engage
Crisis is a
Nocturne.
Nocturne. Okay. Something he's played a bunch, an absolute terror on this. I think 20 CS deficit at 10 minutes. He normally puts his opposing jungler in a really scary position. And to close out on top lane, it's a bit hard to see here. I haven't liked Akka's on Ornn, but it'd be pretty good to line up with the rest of this team.
Yeah, that might make a point. And of course, the always hidden aspect of the Nocturne, which we as spectators don't see, the lack of vision, making it so more. Is it going to be Warwick? It makes it so more difficult.
Maybe not actually that good. Yeah, it's not that good into Renekton. Was banned out in the finals. Plenty against him. Theodore rarely ever gets his Warwick, and it is in.
Oh, I love it! I love it.
Oh yes.
Are we hoping for? Is it going to be an ignite barrier setup? Is that what we're looking
Probably
at?
the barrier? Yeah, Renekton does have shield break, but you're rarely saving your empowered stun for it.
Yeah.
God, that's not a standard draft today at all. I thought we'd finally get one. Right, let's sum this up real quick. Ruddy changed out of that mass team fight situation. While the Nocturne can help with it, because if you drop vision, then the Magnet Storm, and then with your map hacks overpower your opponents, it's great. But it allows the Nocturne to shadow the Renekton in the side, allows you that 4-and-1 setup with the fourth member hidden away in the Nocturne. DMG sort of have some disengage. They can set up for the Xayah nicely. The Warwick slightly out of position. It doesn't. Sorry, the Wukong slightly awkward and out of position because it doesn't tend to do great when people come towards him, which the rest of the team is set up to do. Vex on the counter engage Xayah with something to hold still, and Warwick just to chase through and cause chaos. So we'll be able to join the team fight here, even though he traditionally just heads to the sides.
And I just feel like the I'm not going to call it the handshake, but the pure fist versus fist that is Nocturne versus Vex in terms of having that long range engage. It's so interesting to me. I'm gonna love to see how both teams are gonna play it out. Who's gonna choose to engage? Of course, Vex has more of that, as you mentioned, counter engage potential with her fears, but with the Warwick, that can also come flying from a long way away if the opponent is low. Do not count out Agony trying some cheeky engages.
Absolutely. It's like the jump scare team, right? It's like, oh, you've taken a moment, a step out of position. It's like, oh, jump on you. Very, very effective at that. And even like Iloguten here going for the glacial. So as he gets to knock up anyone who runs towards his team, it'll set up nicely for Agni, Pain, or Theodore, or Taxvig as well, to aim their ultimate on top and form some sort of chain combo together. Like, I don't think one has to come before the other, but it should allow one to an easy aim, another easy aim. We'll see if they manage to execute on any of that. It is all dependent on level 6. Something that Ruddy also are keen for with the bullet time, with the Shurima shuffle. Ketsuo going for the Halo Blades here. It's meant to help you in lane, but I've been pretty critical of the setup in the past. We'll have to see if it works.
Yeah, I haven't really gotten the feeling for that power, but I'm not being a mid lane player myself, of course. I'm not gonna be the authority on it. But here
let's you get the second hit with the Sand Soldiers a little quicker, or if no Sand Soldiers at all, 3 quick attacks as DMG here have invaded the lower side. They've also got information on where Crisis is on the top side, so won't be an invade onto a level 2 Wukong, which can be one of Nocturne's strong points in this matchup.
Yeah, very good setup from DMG. Just Theodore sneaking in that ward, getting the vision on Crisis, and yeah, it's gonna for now split up the map. Most likely in advantage of DMG as they protect their bot side. Theodore, I don't think will have any issues if Crisis tries to make his way up there.
Yeah, Sin and Jamsu were still in lane. I wonder if they read this invade. Let's see, Crisis pinging onto the enemy red buff. So they seem to have that. Theodore at level 2 is a scary prospect. With the W, the Warwick can leave and return to lane quite quickly. Ruddy gonna go see the extent now that they've been invaded. Pings down from the bot side, so DMG know this is happening.
Getting a lot of info. Theodore low as he should be, but Crisis, of course, now that he knows the map is split, this invade is a clear clear indication, and I do think DMG should be knowing that too, seeing the Grumpus still alive. But if he tries to make his way up top, there is a chance to make something happen, but it's just so risky versus a Warwick because it's so hard to gauge its strength, especially with this barrier up.
There we go. I think Theodore moving out a little bit late. Red pings down on mid. Crisis did show there.
I think to the right side there, Agony. Just waddling out.
Wait, that's incredible. Crisis didn't show Warwick activated W when he was sufficiently far away from Akers in the top side, and it revealed the location, the path to Crisis.
Oh, very cool. Good catch there. See both the junglers meeting up around the blue buff. Last con over. This is going to be a smite fight. Who's going to get it? It's Crisis, and then it's going to go hard onto Taxavik. Gets the fair off, but it's only to try to get away. Spell shield popped, but doesn't even get hit by the Rakan knockup. And as a smooth criminal is, he gets away with everything.
Yeah, I didn't expect that CS deficit to come through quite so quickly. But Nocturne out farming and putting the Wukong under pressure. To be expected in this matchup. It's one of Wukong's weaker ones. We saw in LEC a bunch towards the end of the split. This is kind of why, once that Q comes down, that attack damage overpower from the Nocturne and it following you through your clone, really difficult to deal with for the Wukong.
Very much so. It's been a quiet game in the bot lane for now. Only just a little bit of going into the jungle to check out damage done. Of course, trying to stop Crisis getting in the way out there, but of course, it's a little bit of a consequence of the split map too. It's never going to be any heavy place. Now, looking towards the top side, Crisis.
Yeah, he's going to go take the crab, try and match that one up. Sin getting bopped up in the air here. This bot lane's really calm until you find the feathers all in like this, or Sin manages to find a double tap. Xayah likes to stand away in the lane. Oh my gosh!
Low on the HP, Theodore still has the barrier, healing up so much, but doing such a good job here, balancing it out, and Ruddy finding the mark. Theodore is doing his best, but you see the patience there from Akers, knowing the right time to strike.
Yeah, it's so tempting as we see Goofa does take out Sin on the re-engage in the bottom side.
Huge wave here for us to take the hold.
He's going to soak that up. That's probably going to get him back ahead of Crisis in the immediate matchup, but Theodore will be suffering for that now. Yeah, that 2v2 takedown in bot. This bot lane's really hard. The Misfortune can sometimes get the Xayah chipped. She likes to stand just off the wave, but not this time.
Just in general, that bot lane play happening, not unforced, of course, but without jungle intervention, it's just going to allow so much power, and yeah, you can run us through it.
Jamsu, far too low for this play, my friend. I feel like the Ruddy sort of lineup there, they tried to match each other, come forwards together. It definitely cost Sin his life.
And it's not really even close of going Ruddy's way. So
yeah,
seems,
no, I feel like they baited each other. They psyched each other out there, Sin and Jamsu. Jamsu's still holding his summoner spells, so they won't be too disadvantaged in a next fight when that's going to happen. The dragon pinged now. Ruddy moving up there with their priority, secure some vision. DMG coming down as they have pushed in mid, and Elo Guten's on a roam timer. Should be a quick return to lanes here with neither jungler nearby, both coming out of base.
Little need bug there, showing up. Some beautiful misfortune show up, but yeah, we don't have the. I'm very happy to not see the true damage bug going through, which we have on the live patch. Such a blessing to be allowed some respite from it. But yeah, we for now looking around this Drake is always going to be a juicy target. We have both junglers nearby, but I don't think any teams feels sufficiently ready. We're closing in on that point where Crisis reaches his level 6.
Yeah, he's going to keep going on his red buff. Taxvig revealing himself here in the bottom side. We could talk a bit more about the Warwick comfort zone. I feel like it's been so long since many people will have seen this champion, but your healing goes up as your health goes down, as Jamsu engaged upon will get away.
Oh, really though? Really low Sin does have doesn't have the possibility to get away.
Yeah, I was right. Jamsu got away. It's a shame about Sin, though. That last feather just coming across to bind him down. It's the mark of a great Xayah in these close fights to execute with your ultimate. It just allows no counterplay for that last bit of damage to come down. That'll be DMG onto this first dragon. And Ruddy left without any plays to make.
Jamsu trying to find his way out, getting caught up. Agony over the wall. It's going to do a lot of damage, but they're just going to disengage. Not wanting Ketsu to get any fancy Asir walls off. So close to the tower. But the dragon, that's the main prize.
Yeah, the Infernal as well. I think pumping up Vex and Warwick's damage. Sort of a double bonus there, as the Warwick will be building like a fighter-esque style Blade of the Ruin King. Divine Sunder, if Theodore is on the same line I am, or if not, at least a little bit more damage before leaning into something like a Jack Show, perhaps.
That might make sense in this case. Guffe going to have a lot of damage ramping up. 3 kills, all 3. I would say not even put on him, but earned by the AD carry. So a well-deserved gold lead, most likely on the entirety of the map, being a good foot and a half ahead of the rest of the map.
Yeah, both supports shadowing mid here. I think both will know. The other is here, just waiting. Alright, Iloguden got level 6, so if a fight does break out here, Ruddy will be disadvantaged.
I'm still waiting. Catching up here. Let's see if they have the follow-up. Crisis does have the ult, but yeah, patience from Agony, knowing that he just needs to peel for his support if they try to go hard there. But also patient play from Ruddy. We're waiting for that big fight. I feel like it's looming in the air now with these ultimates available all across the board. We don't have the clear objective to fight over.
Would you say the kettle has not yet boiled, but we're starting to see the bubbles up the side?
I mean,
we're gonna have more tea jokes this evening.
I was just gonna say there's a big bag of cranberry on the side, the dried cranberry, and yeah, those are the ultimates. But you can't put the cranberries in before the tea has boiled. You know, it's not gonna work.
Don't wanna rush. And at 9 minutes, this is an uncharacteristically slow Ruddy game. We'll have to see if they make up for it. There's 1 objective each, nothing out on the map for 3 minutes. Nice and easy. I think Ketsu will be pretty happy with this for the Azir. He wants to get his first Mythic in before he has a big fight and maybe some healing reduction somewhere else on Ruddy, as they only have reactive healing reduction on Akers, the Bramble Vest, to try and get him through this lane. Yeah, we can go back to Warwick, you know. Not the most competitively played champion, not even that popular in solo queue. Your healing goes up as your health goes down, and your attack speed goes up as your enemy goes low. So living at that point where Namsu, as both teams invested in making sure I don't explain Warwick. So you want to live in that low HP state. That's why the barriers there doesn't actually increase your health. So it keeps your passive nice and high. And of course, the ultimate we know and love, where you jump scare across the screen and suppress someone. That bit's not changed.
Like he's gonna stay mostly in the sideline here. Keep tabs on Akers. I don't think Akers will fall for any unwarranted plays and die 1v1. It is the dangers versus a Warwick. You're saying that, oh, he's on 20% health. Let me just do this, and then
that's still full health.
Yeah, it's full health. You've barely seen Theodore be on anything above 50% this entire game, and it's by design. The issue now, him being low mana, of course, will cap him at one point, but he's living pretty. Fallen once, but that was almost unavoidable. Yeah, unavoidable. Here comes a lane gank.
So talking of unavoidable, how about more unavoidable? Theodore thought about a base there, getting in behind his tower. But with this wave drawn in, it's going to push towards Akers. So he's trying to set up to make Theodore come forwards, try and break this freeze. Taxvig's going to be nearby as well.
There you go. They're going to try to get him down, and he doesn't get the time to react. Comes the barrier. Yeah, barrier doesn't even show up. It's bursted down before he gets to really use the fact that he's low HP to heal back up. Another very well executed gank top lane by Crisis.
Yeah, the barrier broken there. Akers knowing this matchup as the paranoia.
We're going to go straight for Akers. It's Agony that gets the kill under the tower. We see a great struggle, and there's going to be many Ruddy member that falls, but Crisis is the one to really make it go their way. Anyways, it's a 2-for-2, and bot lane, they're going to keep up the tempo, both being very low. I think Theodore is maybe a little tempted to run down there, but he has to handle the Herald that is popped up.
Yeah, 2-for-2 extra on that dive. So Ruddy pushing the lead forwards. They'll get a bit of plate gold out. Not long before it falls. Nearly get the tower. The tower!
The fair! It saves it! That stops the momentum swing.
Yeah.
It's still even a goal.
So close there to that tower going. I really thought that last caster minion was just going to like wave its finger and blow it down. Yeah, Ketsuo showing up as well. Will secure the kill that gets him his mythic just before this dragon comes up. A mountain dragon second, Infernal and Mountain. Pretty classic. So it's 50-50 as whether we're going to see Hextech, Chemtech, or Cloud, or 30-33, if we can do maths properly. But yeah, Theodore having his shield broken on the barrier, not able to respond with the fear off the front. Really great work from Ruddy. They know this matchup. They know this champion. They're not going to let it surprise them. Both teams now walking towards the dragon, a clear priority.
Yeah, for sure. Teleport not available for accuracy. Of course, Theodore can try to roam down a little bit delayed into the fight, but the main portion, if it happens, is going to be a clear 4v4. Theodore already low in the top lane. It's his comfort zone. This time without barrier, but I gotta come back to the point you said that, yeah, most of the time, Renekton will not save his shield break for late
in the 1 versus 1.
That was already late in the fight.
Yeah, 1 versus 1, you cannot do it. It just means the rest of your skills will go wide. With the fear, with the paranoia over the top was enough. Break the barrier and move through. Wow, barrier's nearly back up already. Always a surprise to remember how short that summoner spell's cooldown is. All right, Ready have pushed in mid, DMG have pushed in bot, so both of them losing waves right now. Ready for the dragon. Look for Agony Pain's ultimate.
Yeah, it's going to be very important. They have a full conclave here, DMG. They're waiting for the right time to strike, but Jamsu and Sin are a little bit out of reach in terms of vision, and that might paint in DMG. Here they're going in. They're finding the angle. Let's see the engage. It's good from Agony, but over the wall. Big one from Sin, getting so much damage off, and Agony is peeled off too, as Ruddy finds a beautiful fight, and it's DMG that goes for it.
Yeah.
That was great.
DMG, unfortunately, they thought Elo Guten's flank would be enough, but they couldn't see their own support go through. And with the misfortune ult over the top, while Theodore gets a bunch of damage on this top tower, they lose the fight. They lost Taxvig in the front line. Nearly took out Crisis, but just living through with the triumph from his precision runes there. Just able to make the difference. Ready get 1 kill. They get 1 dragon. They might lose 1 tower, but I'm sure they'll be happy with that trade.
Yeah, for sure. It's such a great fight for them to get, and it's been a slow game, a semi-slow game, at least for the teams we're looking at, and the fact that Sin manages to survive the engage there and not get caught up by the Agony Elo Guden combo leaves him free reign to rain down his ultimate upon DMG, and it didn't hit the entire team, but it didn't need to. Did all the damage in the world. And just the fact that it's
in the right place as well. There was no way with the paranoia, like even when you see which direction the bullet time's coming from, too much distance there.
Yeah.
So Ruddy will get the first turret on the map, both top lane turrets teetering on the edge. Just takes that away from DMG, who are close in the bot side, and we'll see there. That's the standard trade pattern for the Renekton. So he starts to collapse Theodore's HP bar, but it needs the stun at the top, and it leaves him in a dangerous position in lane.
Crisis close by again. Paranoia available. Can try to go in. Here they go again. Shield's already popped and down, but this is the point where he can heal back up. Doing so much. Flashes in. Gets a shut down. And right now the Renekton is low. He has full control. Can run after. He just needs to wait out the ultimate. They got this here though.
Oh, Ketsuo.
The wall! Theodore stepping just out of range, and we'll call that what it is. It's a 1v3 outplay from the Warwick God.
That's the sort of clutch moment this champion does oh so well. The amount of healing coming through from Theodore with his Blade of the Ruin King, his ultimate, his own low health bar, chaining the Qs, flashing so that the tower takes Crisis down. So unfortunate there for Reddy. That's the sort of unforced error that Warwick invites.
It's 16.5 minutes of unsatisfyingness for Theodore, but here we have the full cacophony as he goes for the play, counteracting the dive.
Yeah, it's just, they're so close. Look at that, 300 health, 1, 2, 3, huge swings. The Blade of the Ruin King, active the Q, auto follow. Theodore, knowing his limit, and Ketsuo here decides that, you know, that's too much, but then the swing, he's been so good at those clutch max Azir ultimates all split. Theodore unfazed in this top side.
And yeah, let's see, and jump mid, yeah. But the movement of Theodore, because accuracy is low, Warwick is just deceptively fast. And Ketsuo not being able to calculate that in with Theodore's movements. Just a very impressive play by Theodore, and you see that he knows what's happening. Once he hits the ultimate, he's flashing instantly in with a fair to finish the job on Crisis, and Akers is almost a little bit lucky to not fall victim to.
Yeah, I think there is a world where if I was playing in Theodore's position, it's like, oh, go on, let's have the Renekton as well. Let's keep going.
But he was definitely thinking that. He was just waiting for the Dominus to run out, but he had to cut it short when Katsuo showed up. But he was definitely looking. He was feeling himself in the comfort zone, truly. And now maybe
if I'm DMG right now, I'm trying to force a play that gets Akers' teleport. It's up right this second.
Yep.
And even though he's aggressing back in the top lane, Akers doesn't have anything to push into. That T2 tower, 30 seconds away minion-wise, you can have your minion wave walk all the way up there. If you manage to get the teleport out, force it before the objective, you can get some really skewed assignments and make it so that you don't have to fight the dragon immediately. You can invite Ruddy to do it first, and then Theodore will always cross map. Feel like a bit of a macro motion there. Macro move missed from DMG. They will arrive to the dragon on time, but it will be with teleport advantage for Akers. Theodore will have to push to make that difficult.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, without this teleport on the Warwick, which is you're not supposed to play with the teleport, you have to wait until the fight leaves their position. No, let's see that the flash is not in time. Is not correct, and they're gonna pick up Agony just with that Ketsuo play.
Oh, he's keeping going.
On teleport coming in, it's the one you talked about. And now DMG, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And Jamso locks down both the members. Ultimate is good from Guffe, but it's not enough damage for now. Gets a follow-up from the Rakan, but at this point, the fight is already over. And he is left to be taken down. This is just before the Drake. It's a beautiful position from Ruddy again. Guffe tries to fight it out. Oh, but he gets the last feather and gets in after all. It's a little bit of a consolation prize and a beautiful one at that, but it's still Ruddy that comes up on top.
Theodore had only managed to walk to mid through that play. That's right, it's the TP advantage there for Ruddy. Akers shows up on time and delivers. Ruddy still had the numbers advantage from that takedown there, so they have double the advantage they need. They'll secure the objective. They'll move once again to a soul point. Oh no, I've miscounted my dragons. They're still one off a soul point, but they're stacking up for that Ocean Soul. They're building up through the mid game, their highest weak point, and they look so strong right now.
Yeah, very much so. And yeah, there's not a single point in the map right now where I feel like Ruddy doesn't really hit the mark. I just feel like the movements ahead of that fight is beautiful from Ketsuo, and when the recounter attempt happens from DMG, they are the ones there, and you know that Akers is just gonna hit that teleport instantly, and we saw the result of it.
Yeah, be ready for the next dragon as well. You look good and really playing on the edge here against the Yomu's Misfortune. It can be a bit risky. You know, the Rakan is only so tanky as supports, and things that aren't explicitly tanks are allowed to get. I think Yomu's just the initial damage on a hello, I've not hit you before, and the love tap passive. Akers there just saying hi to Taxfig at his cam. Renekton's really tanky himself, so not a huge risk. But yeah, I think if Ruddy just get a little bit of chip damage at the start of a fight, which Sin is so easily able to dispense, they're gonna have a great time.
Well, gets a follow there. Doesn't really dash out, but that almost bait Theodore into Crisis there.
Nearly bought him for a ride.
Really nice fear by Agony. Allows them to get a lot of alone time on Crisis and Akin. But here comes the Sin ultimate. And that just tears up the fight. The follow-up from Ketsuo is great. And now DMG is in shambles. As in different areas, they're just getting picked off. But Guffe again managing to get a kill back in his own pocket. While the rest of his team falls. But that's such a beautiful fight again, and it's Sin who gets that alone time, which just makes all the difference.
Yeah, managing to line up there, and despite DMG diving towards him, more than enough management. Huge Shurima shuffle from Ketsuo keeps Taxivig at arm's length. The Misfortune goes uninterrupted throughout the fight. And despite the might of Guffe, who's having a great game and is a fantastic Xayah, they're only able to get Crisis. Watch Akers here, pulls the Warwick through. Normally that's a strength that you can follow dashes through, but Ruddy invite the fight. They know they're going to be aggressed onto. This is the Wombo combo we teased at the start of the game. The Wukong, the Vex, piling up on top of the Rakan. Excellent CC, but it's onto Akers, who's already strong. Theodore doesn't survive. Look at Taxvig getting bops away there. Sin uncontested. And while Gufa does manage to take out Crisis, who tries to rejoin his teammates and take the Xayah down, it is not enough for DMG here. They are not getting through these fights unscathed.
No, and now at this point, the goal difference is just trying to be very harsh to deal with. 'Cause there's a lot I like about that DMG play. I love the fact that they managed to peel off 2 people with Agony's fear at the beginning, but they have so many factors they're starting to have to respect. And when Sin isn't dealt with, when they spend their cooldowns on tanky members, it's never going to be a good thing. We'll get another fight, another huge ultimate from Sin. Follow up from Agony is there. They're going to try to get down Jamsu, and that means we can get a Kane. They get 3 kills. And now we got more. Akers trying to teleport from the flank. He gets the Wukong, but do they have enough damage? They get the knock-up on the Renekton. Re-engage from Agony. Here comes the damage from Kitso in the back as they're chasing down DMG. And even when they look to succeed, Rudy is just too damn powerful.
Akers shows off why he's veteran UK talent. He shows off why he was an export to the Prime League here. Absolute at the limit there in that fight, even though Ruddy loses Sin, even though the global taunt on the Misfortune draws so much attention, Ketsuo is able to counterpunch. Akers in a 1 versus 4 situation makes the difference, lives with a slither of health, and reverses Ruddy's mid-game struggles.
Yeah, it's looking so good for Ruddy. A little stop on the back there. An annoyance to put it strongly. But right now, Ruddy getting their backs off, getting so much gold into their pockets through all of these fights. Now they're gonna ramp up for that 3rd Drake of the game. And yeah, it's a hard sell from DMG to find the right angle to win the fights, because they've even gotten some where it looks like it might just work. But now we have such a strong duo in the solo lanes. Akers and Ketso taking the game on the back. Here comes another engage, being clumped up, DMG, and with the flag from Akers again! It's looking like DMG has to tear and tail and run. Huge damage from Gufa though, it's doing a lot, but look at this Renekton! It's bursting them all down! Staying alive forever, and not even the Guardian Angel being popped has miles to go on, and another fight going Ruddy's way, despite DMG getting almost a prime position.
The invincible lizard wizard from the top lane. Bullet time not necessary for Ruddy as they plow through DMG in front of the fight. We've had so much action, I've not even had to qualify that DMG's team comp looks so much better in the absence of flash, in the absence of teleport, with small unit fights. They've not found them because Ruddy have been there. They have been there in force. They'll move to Ocean Soul. They've broken DMG's base, and they're looking to send the UK and Ireland undefeated through day 1 with such a fantastic Game 2 performance.
Look at this setup. It's just so beautiful. It goes in there, knows he's going to relinquish his life, but the damage that comes through and the flank from the Renekton, it's just a match made in heaven. And as you say, Sin's ultimate, it's redundant.
Oh, I love that. Akers just goes so deep, so low on that fight. Agony Pain picked off in the side now. This is the Nocturne late game fantasy. 2 items. Is your opponent's control mage ready? If not, they are unable to move to sides, unable to be safe against the onslaught of the night. Be it from Akers, be it from Crisis. Ruddy now. Huge standing position. No objective on the map for 2 minutes. Nowhere for DMG to try and surprise them. In the Vision game, DMG have to get flashes, have to get teleports, then complete the combo afterwards. They cannot do it first without Ruddy's unforced error.
Yeah, it should be Ruddy's game to ferry in towards a win. DMG, they're fighting and they're finding positions where they might succeed, but now the threshold just becomes so high. The benchmarks they have to hit are almost unsurmountable as Ruddy, they're pushing in, getting a Drake, getting one attempt there. Toxic just get pushed away. The paranoia goes in. Here comes a re-engage from Ruddy. They want to end it here and now. Sin hits a big ultimate as the rest of DMG are running away. A decent amount of counter damage. DMG can put their low members back in the base, but the inhibitor is still gonna fall. They're gonna rotate around and yeah, most likely just back or rotate around to the bottom side. Just another inhibitor standing. and each step is going in their direction, but DMG not allowing the back just yet, stopping every second they can, delaying every second they can from the Ruddy members. And right now they're on the chase.
They've got a delay. They're missing Theodore for the setup here. This Baron is on everyone's minds. Taxvig stepping a little too far. Will walk away.
And goes for the re-engage. They're gonna get jumps too. Right now they're doing a really good job chasing slowly. The ultimate of agony goes a little bit short, but they get a little bit of bang for their buck, despite the big
DMG.
minion hitting on the turret.
Ruddy will not be able to set up on that Baron without their support, without Jamsu there to provide that extra point. A shield in front of Sin if necessary to prevent the misfortune being aggressed on, to dive forwards with Crisis and Akers. It will be missing. I think DMG with super minions plowing in towards their base might not be able to take this too. This is a slowdown of the game. This is great for DMG. They won't have to be there unless Ruddy are just going to go for it.
They might, but that would also allow this Hail Mary from DMG, which is the only thing they're leaning on. You see Taxvik, how he's positioned. He's waiting for Ruddy to start this Drake while the minions are pushing in, but they don't have to be impatient about this Ruddy. They know they can push in the side lanes for now, while DMG, they're looming around the mid. Akers just running through the Baron pit. The setup here is going to be so important.
Jamsu's back out on the map. That is all the time DMG have bought for themselves. The objective will be started. Taxvig is in super deep. He has to find Sin. He has to resist Ketsuo's ability to peel this AD carry.
Here comes the re-engage, and look at the ultimate from us here! Look at the follow-up from Ruddy! They got it just the way they wanted it. Toxic doing a lot of damage in the backline. Guffa is still full HP, but he has a great chance to do. He got a triple kill here, Sin, but he's very low. So actually this fight delays a little bit more than you might at first expect. DMG, 2 full members, needs to still stop Ruddy from finishing up this
So
Baron.
strong.
But this is Warwick comfort zone, because they're so low. He can chase them down. I think they're gonna struggle to burst down this Warwick as he chases down the low HP members, trying to get a back off here, Sin. But it doesn't seem like DMG wants to push it too far. Maybe this is
The base. Ruddy now twisting,
the base.
changing roles. They've got themselves a Nexus Tower for keeping Theodore out on the map. Elo Guten, not the sort of carry who can clear those minions. They'll lose a second Nexus Tower.
Oh no! Yeah, that is actually a huge payout from Ruddy too. Now so exposed in their base. DMG gonna restart the Baron again. Teleport in from Akers. And how are DMG gonna deal with this?
All right, Ketsuo arrives. Akers nearby. Can rejoin. DMG stretched out between their base. Agony Pain's ultimate is long at level 16, but not long enough. The objective falls. 20 seconds on an Ocean Soul for Ruddy. DMG have to scramble to reach the objective. Their base is open. Super minions coming in from top now as well. It's an impossible situation. They've got to keep Agony Pain's teleport for a defensive runaway.
So many threats to take into consideration. Such a big mountain of gold that they have to outplay here, DMG, as this soul is a clear objective. Here comes a straight engage from Crisis. He tries to get out here and manages as much, but now they've got free reign inside the Drake pit, and I don't think DMG are gonna attempt it. No, it's just gonna be buying time. The next fight is gonna be even harder, but they didn't have an angle there.
The Soul over to Ruddy, a 10,000 gold lead they have amassed. I've been critical of Ruddy's mid games in the past. I've called them muddy. I've called them unorganized. No such criticism realized today. DMG, the team who finessed their finals over in Denmark, who looked so strong on great picks, just not quite bringing it all together. The macro letting them down ever so slightly. They've got to make moves now in the later game if they're to stay alive.
And they're attempting it around their last bastion, which isn't the Nexus turrets. No, it's their inhibitor turret on the bot side. It's the place where Ruddy are gonna try to break them. But Crisis is just gonna push in towards. Oh, look at Theodore damage. It's so low at top barrier, and that's just Ketsuo.
The carry for Ruddy in the mid lane. He often falls in trade for other large pieces of the map. In that last fight, he went down for 3 members of DMG, a huge sweep. And you can see why he is such a respected carry
Here's the
looked more
last
funny
ditch
engaged.
attempt, goes in with the big ultimate here from Ketsuo, and the follow-up, yes, went as you might expect. The entirety of DMG down, and this time Guffa doesn't even get a kill back for maybe the first time this game. Ruddy deserves it, Ruddy claims it, and Ruddy picks up their second win of the day.
The UK and Ireland undefeated in game one. It's so exciting to have our regional scene back. DMG, they tried their best. They played a slightly unusual composition, even though it's in their vein of style. They'll get another chance against DO7 in this last game of the day, but Ruddy can hold their heads up high. They've warmed up. They've arrived at the NLC Regional Promotional Series.
Yeah, we definitely got our answer from their first game of the day. It was not an air scare. It was barely warm up. It was getting the right keybinds on your AD carry. It was just setting up for a great game number 2 for them. And yeah, I think they're very happy about this win against DMG, and clearly they're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, Akers might go, what a glow up, my friend. Suppressed in game 1 from a lane swap, and in your second game, a Reddington performance for the ages. We'll be back with our final game of the day in a few minutes. We've got... I nearly said DMG Norway. It's been that kind of night. It's been that full day. DMG Denmark up against DO7, our ladder team from the NLC ladder. If you're not sure about the ladder, go and check out NLC's Twitter. There is some information there in the past. I'm sure we'll be running that series again in the future. But in about 10 minutes, come back for game 3. Don't touch that browser.
And welcome back to the NLC Regional Promotion Series, where we're heading into the last game of the day. Ruddy just breaking up the streak. All games were red wins. It was 1-1 across the board, but now they've secured a blue win and also a guaranteed spot on the first place in the table after this first day is done. And now
There
it's
will
up
be tweets
to...
later. I will be taking maximum advantage of my regional pride. Thank you, the chaos of my birth, for putting me here.
Dirty. But on the other side, let's see who manages to avoid being on the bottom spot, because it's between DMG and DO7, as they've both fallen to the Ruddy squad, and now they're gonna face off in the final game, as stated. And yeah, it's gonna be interesting, because DMG definitely at times they're not a weak squad at all. They kept track with Ruddy, but so did DO7 in their game, even though we called it the Ruddy's warm-up. Being a surprisingly well-coordinated team, and I'm saying surprisingly just to hype them up a little bit, not to push them down, because I was very impressed by that team, and I have high hopes for them in this game too, even though DMG still is supposed to be in there as a favorite.
Yeah, I've still, we both predicted DMG on our predictions, which we submitted yesterday, I think it was yesterday. Worlds has got me all sorts of sleeping odd hours and weird ways. I think Ruddy were better up against DMG. You're right, I think there was a bit of a warm-up arc. I think their macro was better, I think their execution was better, but the surprise team from the ladder really messed with them with the Talia, and I think DMG may be susceptible to a similar sort of early mid transition where things just get a bit difficult, because the ladder team are hot on what their champions actually want to achieve in that stage of the game. If we see a Talia ban here, I wouldn't be totally surprised.
I heard a familiar voice in the background.
I hear some champions getting locked in. We'll be able to draft in just a second.
Yeah, I was right.
Yeah,
I recognize voice lines as DMG just puts your prep out of the window. Yeah, I was happy about that one.
Hello, DMG's coaches, whoever planned draft. Well done for watching earlier. That was a necessary adjustment, I think. Multiple AD bans. DO7 did this against Ruddy, where it's sort of expected. That is a way to address Ruddy. If you are a team that is sort of on their level, you attack the bot lane. But to see it again makes me wonder if Yasuo and UFO in this bot lane are just trying to set up for a nice 2v2 again.
Might be the case. They seemed very comfortable with Sire Khan, if they're allowed it. Though they did have the blue side last time.
Yone as well.
Also had a pry on the Sire, though. Had a great game on it despite the loss. So might not allow DO7 that luxury. And yeah, DO7 doesn't even allow themselves that luxury, as they ban it out for both teams.
All right, Orianna has been banned away a bunch today. Jarvan, another great component of that 2v2 around mid, will come through. That's access and engage for DMG. Taxvig was great on this in finals and playoffs that I got to see. Not surprised that DMG banned away the Talia that we saw, the Yone that we saw. They're keeping up the Ivern, though, interestingly, not letting that go to the second phase, showing that their own attention to detail in these ladder games was observed. Maybe that Ivern a bit too much of a terror.
And yeah, the other jungle champ that was banned out against Joshua was the Maokai, but it strikes me as less of an X factor, much more reliable and recognizable champions. You don't feel like you're put off guard by the spooky tree. Familiar, of course, is both Jarvan and Cassante, and they've been banned out multiple games for us, at least today. The fact that it's gone through, it's just an indication that we got some champs that looked really strong, and now you gotta allow it. And when you give a team both Cassante and Orianna in the same draft, you know there's a lot going on.
All right, DMG, the Syndra is a great answer, a great counterpunch to the Orianna in mid. That Olaf lock-in, I think we're going to wait to see that, at least on the third pick. It's not as... Oh, no, right. Okay, Olaf, Syndra, the call straight in. They both answer in lane excellently. The counter engage from the scatter sets up for Olaf so nicely. This is a really great front to back. I want to see Agony. I think I've seen him do this before as well on the full CDR build. Getting 2 scatters for an Olaf is absolutely juicy. Orianna Nocturne, a great combo, would have been crazy for DO7 to drop Orianna back to blue there. A great first phase from both teams. We have dive and control from DO7. DMG, this front to back is crazy, whether engaged on or engaging themselves.
it's already, we know it's going to be so much fun already. They're both setting up themselves to be really, really strong. So it's really going to come down to who manages for now to round out this draft, of course, well, and then who are managing to take control of the early game and then find the right engages, the right team fights. Because of course, DO7 is going to look for that Nocturne Oriana ball synergy.
Have you seen the Japanese combo from solo queue?
I think I did. I think that's the one I think about, where it's
we'll explain it at level 1.
Yeah,
we'll fill some time, but there is a nasty combination those two can do. And if we get anywhere going like Crisis did in the last game, Joshua is going to get some absolute nails with it. It absolutely mashes stuff like the Syndra. Kaiserban here from DMG is really interesting. They're wondering if DO7 are going for a full diving combo. The Rakan takeaway sort of leans towards that. You want an engaged support. They're going to ban the Nautilus themselves, not on Alistair. We'll have to see what they pick in for AD carry. They should be saving support for R5 on DO7.
Yeah, but what are we going to pick up, DO7? Because that's definitely want to have something that can keep track.
AD left.
I think
DMG have shown nothing. Yeah, with the Kaiserban, Ashe, a potential, but it's a little unusual. Does help you counter a ranged support as well in the blind, which is maybe what I'd be leaning towards. The Varus removed. If that Zeri they hovered in their first game was more of a threat, they're doing it once again.
I mean, it has.
We're on tenterhooks here, people. This is crazy.
Yeah, this is DO7 showing what they're made of. They're hovering it for a long time. It might just be another hover, so we might not lean too much into it. But there's the lock-in.
Wow.
We're going for it.
All right, if we see a Rel, which has somehow got all the way through this draft for DMG, it'll be responded to with Alistair. The Rel sets up nicely for plenty of things. We are quite deep in the AD carry pool, though. I'd be looking for an Ashe here to bop the Zeri, force a cleanse, go forwards from there. If DMG fear a range support, Renata Glash goes so hard right now. If any members of DO7 dive forwards with the Nocturne or just the Nocturne himself, you spin it on its head, you kill it, and you take the numbers advantage.
Picks up
Oh
Tristana
my lord.
and hovers the Taric.
Elo Gooden, you treat us, you do. Oh my. That would deny the engage.
No way. There's no way, Elo Gooden, that you can just be this.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
I love the temptation. Yeah.
Yeah. You're managing the Olaf side and potentially the way you would do this with Old Rel is you would have, your stun on the back, stun on the front. This gotta be Alistair. Gotta be Alistair DO7. Please just nail this draft. You'd manage your front and your back, and that's what Taric actually does these days. So would have loved to have seen that with a really aggressive Hex Flash Taric. Janna would be really interesting after the changes, charges the Zeri up nicely. I feel we're lacking disengage, but that's okay because we're going over to Thresh, who does offer a little respite against Rel, but is vulnerable to the all-in himself. DO7 chosen a bot lane that is more vulnerable than I would have expected in the 2 versus 2.
Really leans into those team fights. The back and forth swing that's going to be the case when most likely Joshua Akira is going to pull the trigger in the fights. But yeah, I'm very excited about this draft, and the fact that we have so much power coming through just in the early phase, it excites me.
Yeah, I think there is no character on these rosters that I'd be like, oh yeah, you can't take over a fight from 25 minutes onwards. There is so much individual agency in League of Legends right now. Contrary to what you might read on Reddit or Twitter or anywhere else, solo queue is always the chaos it will be. But in this game, even one Rel Magnet Storm, from the support position on a tank, just absolutely can end the game. Keeping that Zeri in the Magnet Storm will no doubt be on Elo Gooden's minds. There's going to be no front-to-back management of the Nocturne here. I think that's a weak point. Instead, it's going to be Agony Pain managing both sides as the rest of DMG look to aggressively attack the short-range carries of DO7.
Very exciting, and now the playbook has been set. The coach has got to throw it away and just let this roll as we go into the last game of the day. Both teams clearly setting up to go all out for the win, and it's necessary because it's a best of one single round robin. 0-2 is a huge deficit and a hard path to go back to become one of the top 2-3 teams to go into the playoffs. So yeah, it's an incredibly important game already here in day one for both of these teams.
Yeah. We're in the second half of Group A, so we've seen DMG, Ruddy, and D7 try and take like parts of each other, take chunks off each other, but we get to see them face up against the likes of Rich Gang. So dropping a game here would put you up against a star-studded EMEA Regional League roster. The pressure on. Should we talk about a Nocturne combo? No, Dogsledder.
I mean, be my guest.
When you protect something with Oriana, the ball actually has to complete the travel time before it snaps back to you, like Akira snaps it back there. Gets that vision at level 1, casting the ball out. Just lets you see if there's any shenanigans in mid lane. But let's say you protect a Nocturne as he ults.
What happens then?
If the Nocturne flies away, oh wow, first blood over to Agony Pain. That's the mental advantage. It will follow him through his ult if he's traveling. And you can cast Shockwave. And unlike you walking out of range Shockwave, it will not snap back to you. It will not sombrero. It completes on the Nocturne. You can even F key if you want to watch it sail in and nail the timing. Theodore also first blood. DMG doing work at level 1 with their long range skills. And it means you always hit the carry. It always completes. It's such a threat in the side lane. Later on, there was a couple who did it in Japanese solo queue. They both went from middle diamond to high grandmaster in a matter of days.
I mean, it sounds like pretty low. Let's see if the DO7 has the same prowess with it. For now, we always have some level 2 potential with both Rel and the Thresh, but it is the jungler who's closest to bot side. Joshua pretty low though, as jungler should be in this part of the path.
Yeah, interesting. Theodore didn't go for the all in there. Didn't repeat his axes forwards onto Virgil. He's taking this a bit more measured. Normally, especially with the Ghost, the Olaf, keen to throw the second, third axe there. Really try and put the tank on the other side of the rift in a dangerous position, not choosing to do so early on.
And gotta say, it's I've seen a pattern with Theodore today. Champs that thrive when low seems to be the name of the game. So I feel like you can't be criticized for trading poorly in lane, because it's just a part of my kit.
It's not poor, it's just heavy. Just goes deep on the health bars. Yeah. Shout out to Joshua there. Try to emanate some crisis from last game, mimic, if you will, the Ruddy jungler. Nocturne really strong on the invades. Unfortunately, Jarvan not as weak to them as the Wukong. Doesn't need to use his crucial dueling skills on the camps. So now Theodore, knowing that Joshua's taken a long way around, will try the invade.
Shouldn't be much more than just a mission game for now. Don't think Joshua will have to respect it too much with Virgil soon getting out of tower range with the minions.
Has to go back to pick up this wave. Double stacked against him now. He can freeze Virgil out. This is a very valid reason to hold all of his mana. With his jungler pathing away, he's actually set himself up a bit better in lane here than I would expect. Lane ganking from Taxvig.
Yeah, very, very clear path, but just gives control to the DMG lane. Oh, it goes for engage. Nice dodge from Yasuo, but there's still some in melee range, so it doesn't damage back. Pretty even trade between the jungler and the AD carry of DO7.
I feel like DO7 probably shouldn't have traded Yasuo's health bar there. It does like DMG had always broken the freeze with Taxvig showing up, so they've aligned the wave nicely in bot. He could come back and try that again. They do have reasonable amounts of vision, so I wouldn't mind a repeat. He's going to reset though, set up for a long path down into Dragon, something Jarvan really enjoys.
Jump in from the Tristana, the hook misses, and the damage is going to come in on the Thresh. He's low, Ignite is taking flashes out, but the flash through is going to give first blood to Guffa. It seems to really be a player that thrives in the laning phase, and they punish the fact that, Thresh thought it was safe to go in after the mount of the Rel, but here we see more dueling in the top lane. Taxvig has to jump out. Is safe on that side of the wall, but it's another good invade from DO7 that at least forces something out from losing their bot lane there.
What a series of events, you know. It's quite an early game. I think not. D7 will stop trading negatively.
Here we go, Theodore. This is where you want to go in hard. And look at the low health bars. He's going to chase through. He's so low, but it doesn't matter because he's healing so much. And DMG picks up 2 kills in the top lane.
Forget what I said about trading negatively. Theodore in his low health comfort zone. Virgil rage TP back to lane. He's got to do it to pick up that wave. He can't fall behind. Ufa on this bottom side. This might say Corsa Crab on the screen. Struggling so much on the Thresh. Will get the hook though.
Play still going through. Yo's going in, but it doesn't have mana. Completely butchered his name, but let's see if they can get the play. Yeah, it's not going to be anything more in that situation, but it's a trade that doesn't lead to much. But they're not done just yet. Here comes Joshua. He might have... Yeah, it's flash available. Play, hook goes wide. Let's see the follow-up. There we go. Just a question of time.
Flash forwards from Yasuo, only just have mana to complete this play. Goofer. Oh no, it's a disaster. I was about to criticize the Thresh. I was about to criticize the DO7 bot lane that we said in draft might be a bit too much too soon. The Thresh vulnerable without aftershock, so did give up the first kill. But on the play, you can see why they favor this support that play makes. Gets Joshua in, movement just about on point, and with flashes forwards, DO7 somehow get their early game blues back. This is a bit too disrespectful from DMG. They're 2 forwards too far up. And even here, Goofer, this is completely unnecessary. You're not going to crit him. That mana doesn't matter too much. And the last auto attack chain together stops DMG.
Seri has auto attacks?
I know, and we don't even get to see them most of the time. It's crazy.
It's the first time I see one in a long time. Of course, they're always weaved in, but maybe that's why Goofer felt safe. As long as I sidestep, it's fine. But yeah, DMG coming back in, at least getting now the Drake. They still have the gold lead, but they did give back a decent amount of momentum to DO7 with that. I would agree with you, with a little bit of disrespect.
Yeah, a little bit unnecessary. And this Zeri shouldn't be scaling up as well as she will now with the boots completed. She'll get I've forgotten the name of the quiver in the game, a noon quiver, pretty soon, and have a much easier time after it. DMG now cross-mapping jungle from themselves. Both blue buffs going down, low health.
Virgil, but look at Theodore. He just steps up. Like the comfort zone is real.
Absolutely. If he hit that axe, I think Virgil in a very sticky situation. Oh, and of course the jungler there, Theodore, unfortunately a little too much in his comfort zone right now. Makes it easy as Joshua dings level 6 for the play on top side.
He still has the ultimate available too, so we might look at that maybe not a repeat gank, but maybe
immediate power play as this Herald comes up. DMG are over there right now, but DO7, they've just recalled their support. It's going to be a bit of a meeting of the minds near this top side. That's to mean both top laners won't be there. As a top lane main, I like to think, you know, you've got the smarts, but in the game, the smarts is not what you need.
As a fellow top laner, I agree.
Oh no, 2 Nashes, 2 top laners. What a disaster.
I mean, we got to be close to the Baron. It's just how it goes. But yeah, for now, both of the objectives going to DMG. But here comes DO7. 3v2, but do not pull the triggers with Joshua's ultimate. And I think it's wise. I do not think they had the follow-up to really make that.
Such a lull state, there's 3 minutes before you need those ultimates again. That should have been an instant paranoia if they maybe they didn't see the support recall. If Elo Guten is around the corner, you're right, not a great place. So maybe the appropriate amount of respect from DO7 where DMG haven't shown it previously. Love holding this wave here. Not a lot to play for. Vision unimportant, unbothered in this bottom lane.
Yeah, we should be seeing a lull state. We have some teams where we wouldn't be able to trust that happening.
We're looking at you here
with an angry gaze. No, but yeah, we just see the lanes line up, junglers picking up what they got left of their jungle, and it's gonna be another 2+ minutes before Drake spawns. I got a symbol over it, so I can't really see which one it is, but
it is blank on our screens, but that's
it's
okay.
Blank
It's a
Drake.
hex tech.
It's a
It's a hex signal. Yeah, it's a preseason. It's an imaginary
Drake.
Drake. You take it. You can imagine
I was
your
surprised
XP
we
bar
didn't
going up.
avoid Drake. and that's completely black.
I really thought there was going to be a Void Rift, but it's
Here
actually
we
Baron
go,
gets all of the
no
Rift.
will stick for us as the gang comes in, gets a pull in, Quill Scrubber, but here comes the engage. Flash out is good. Do they have the last auto?
Oh!
It's the best auto of all. But here comes the re-engage from Joshua as he tries to burst down the Tristana, but look at the peel. It's great from DMG, and now they're most likely going to try to re-engage again. Nice jaw dodge from Yaosu, who's still kiting away. But another re-engage from Eloguden, and this time there's no way out for the Seri. What a great play from DMG. Back and forth, but they come up strongest.
The Thresh not quite able to be the difference. This is why he's fallen down in priority against stuff like the Rel, even though Yasu tried their best, not able to convert on the play. The Jarvan coming down. Taxfig makes the difference. DO7's bot lane once again sent packing.
It's been bloody there, and yeah, the kills are one thing, but how Guffe and Eloguden has been playing around the lane control, the CS, that's where the goal difference really starting to cement itself. You can see it. You can see it at top two. There's not that much that would put DMG this much ahead in gold, especially seeing that the Virgil has that CS lead despite being down a kill. But it's really that. It's really the fact that DMG has been managing the wave so well. They've been denying CS and just playing it really crisp.
Yeah, their main advantages, except the flashy ones that we've seen, that have generally been neutralized, have been the plates in mid, have been the CS in bot.
Oh, look at Virgil. He's trying to bait in the Joshua. Sorry for interrupting you, but this is...
No, he's trying to say, come on in. This is the way this matchup goes. You got Ragnarok versus All Out. You want to stop the Cassante ultimate if you can. Let him get squishy. Let him come into you. The turnaround at Viking. Smash it with both axes. It is the Norwegian special, I think, to just pick up a huge hammer and swing it.
I should know, but
it's all right.
I'm not a hammer person myself. Gotta admit it, but hey,
what is your Viking blunt weapon of choice, Dogsletter? What is it?
What would be my weapon of choice? I don't know. Maybe my words. You know,
words. Would your words set up a gank in mid?
Oh yeah, so maybe an engage there, but. Yeah, it was just Ultimacro was good, but there's of course no real follow-up. Pretty much saves his life.
I thought we were gonna have Flash Magnet Storm, but they're just taking it nice and easy down into this dragon. The setup, DMG stacking objectives and a gold lead. It's the best way to play the early game right now, with absolutely no one on vision, including Virgil with his teleport that Theodore does not have. They're gonna go for the Rift Herald first. Yeah. They don't feel the need to force the objective.
And with how they're positioned right now, DO7, they have no way of intercepting it. They're going to go for the Drake instead. Only Eloguden is here, so a good snag up there from DO7, which I felt might not have been... I didn't think they were going to get it that easily, but they do even out the scoring. Cloud Drake is going to be up for grabs, and I think with the comps here, Cloud Drake is going to be important. Cloud Soul.
Yeah, we love Cloud anyway. You know, it's not as low impact as many would believe. Nice to have that movement, that outplay potential. We're looking at the two ghosts on our top laners, Ragnarok and All Out. Huge investments. And of course, in mid lane, Shockwave, Unleashed Power, these key ultimates that do so much for their teams. Cloud will make it go an extra bit further as Yasu will be hex flashed upon.
See, the re-engage is good though. Can Yasu? Yeah, he got straight in. They know they have the damage advantage, or at least they think so. Eloguden is the one struggling, and they just pick him up with a couple of easy auto attacks. Very well baited by DO7.
I really thought Guffe should have gone back in there, but looking across, you've still got Ghost for Zeri. You've still got Nocturne's Shroud on the ground, Shroud of Night. That's his Q. Dustbringer throws out. So I think DMG doing a bit more in the respect department in the last few minutes. Respect that all-in bot lane. They just let it go. Eloguden trading his life. He's not worth as much as Guffe at this stage. Levy leaving over the dragon as well. They've advanced their own gold lead and taken the mid T1 with it. This has allowed Taxvig to get in and get this invade, but will he be able to stay safe and complete his Agony Pain assists?
Yeah, he's going in hard. Let's see how Joshua can juggle this. Here comes the support, but Agony Pain has already gotten the kill. He gets pulled back in by the Cassante over the wall. No way out for Taxvig, but the rest of the cavalry is going to approach. Very nice lantern by the Thresh, and it allows DO7 to reconvene and get out of there 1-for-1.
Really didn't think they'd get the 1-for-1 there. Clutch Shockwave on the wall from Akira. Slides Taxvig back. Just able to get him. The cross map for Guffe a little stronger. So DO7's win impacted, but only so slightly.
Yeah, it's a small differences that are happening right now, and seeing that there is a lead for DMG, I think DO7 can be quite happy with it because it's stalling the game. It's putting that gold
Slowing
lead of
everything
DMG
down.
to shame, kind of, and they're not able to snowball it as they might have been able to, but here they're picking up Herald. That's one way to do it, but the counterplay comes in straight away. Good jump out from Guf keeps him safe for now because there's still a dive potential, but they're not going for it.
Oh, so hard to drive the drive the Tristana, I guess, out of lane. And DO7 just push back, just get the rocket jump. I think if they are going to go further, you've got to invest flash. You've got to have your support there with you, this Thresh. One of the few champions that can actually pull the Tristana out of her jump, but you pay for it with the trade in lane. The Glacial, it's skewed later, not able to dissuade the Rel from coming in. That old matchup, now forgotten with her rework. Both teams convening on this tower here would love to see the Nocturne Paranoia combo right here. High execution, options available for DO7. Just gonna fall away.
Yeah, DMG stepping in with Huxvik and they look good. Just making sure that Guf is not overstaying on the tower. They do their homework. And yeah, DO7 being respectful as they've been all day long, I feel like, or all game long. I'm not gonna say day because the first one was different.
Oh, Theodore.
Virgil has no respect, has no... yeah, he goes straight for it. And Theodore is just below that 1 HP mark, which means out of his comfort zone.
Can't help but think he's maybe still in Warwick mode there. Didn't even look close for Virgil. No Black Cleaver completed for Theodore as well. Can't double down on the armor shred. Maybe struggling a little in the 1 versus 1. A little unusual, but the top matchup here, super volatile. While the Cassante is more difficult to get into a 1v1 position, normally you're looking to neutralize and then be the difference in team fights. It's managed here, and DO7 starting to equate that gold lead. Let's have a look what happens here. Theodore's full health. What goes on?
This is baffling. Why did this 1v1 go the way
Don't tell
it
me
did?
he ran under the tower. Right, let's see. Minion waves up. Cassante still trading forwards. Armor shred back over. That's a very early Ragnarok. The all-out
he
match
just
is-
waits it out.
Yeah, delays a little too early from Theodore. He trades heavy. And Virgil keeps his health bar high, multiple shields, a very extended trade, something the Olaf doesn't want. Wants to bring the Cassante in, then Ragnarok can shortly kill him off. Excellent moves from Virgil to navigate that difficult 1 versus 1.
And that is such an interesting interaction, but because you're unstoppable,
Paranoia.
you gotta walk here first. Let's see if we get the pair up. He does. Let's see if Guffa can kite. He still has flash available. That ult is good. Now he jumps, but DO7, they might just secure themselves prio mid to go for the Drake. They're just gonna go for the turret instead, but here comes the hook. Gets to Rel, but she just jumps out again. Gets her flayed in. Flash out. And now DO7 should have the prio. Good for that going in there from the Jarvan. Gets 1-for-1. Stops a little bit of momentum, but at the same time, having to respect DMG, pushing in with Theodore, with the Herald top lane. He's gonna grab tower after tower, maybe even the inhibitor, and they gotta back up DF7.
DO7 go too deep, too far on mid. They'll get the tier 1. They do get a counter kill on to some members of DMG.
No, hook flash out is not good enough. Agony Pain is gonna fall. And yeah, Theodore was already on his way, but the fight starts a little bit too early for him to have the impact he might wished. He even ghosted to try to join in time.
Yeah, both top laners blowing their ghost there at the end. Boxing with shadows, not wishing to go further. DO7, that's 2 quick picks onto DMG, and while they lose their top T3 in a trade, it's a trade they'll be reasonably happy with after it converts further onto this dragon now. They have blown everything from Goofy. They've got summoners out of topside. DO7 looks like they might have mistreated their tempo, and that's why they're not here. They're still farming jungle camps, still recalling through. They'll lose the dragon just off of a bit of overextension. They'll now look to set up for the Baron a minute away. They've got to send multiple members top, get Yasuo in there, else they've completely blundered their tempo.
Yeah, and that's a little bit of a bummer for DO7 because there were elements of greatness there in
Pick
terms
on
of
mid was so good.
yeah, and then they just allow DMG back into it by making a little bit of a wrong choice. We consider this Drake to be very important for both teams, especially towards getting the soul. So DMG gladly picking that up uncontested, and yeah, we're back in the state where the only thing that's going to appear on the map of a great value is that Baron, but it's also not too easy to take. Though we do have some quick Baron takes from both teams.
Yeah, I think Agony Pain has gone for this build. I highlighted the Leandris helps you with the Baron. The Cosmic Drive setting up for greater cooldown reduction. The ability haste stacking up nicely with the boots. Gets you that second scatter most fights. And Virgil takes command of the 1v1 in bot. Theodore should be looking to run, just about gets away. So we're gonna take a moment. But on the next wave, this Olaf's gonna struggle.
Yeah, I learned his lesson. The interaction of Cassante just pretty much disengaging with his ult instead of engaging on an Olaf, meaning you can outlast the ultimate Ragnarok from the Olaf. Very smart, if only intentional interaction that leads this Cassante to have pretty good control in the silence versus a strong fighter.
I wouldn't mind DO7 using their Nocturne here. They've been spotted on the trap on mid. They've got priority. They did send enough members up there. They don't have control of the pit itself, interestingly. So DMG will be able to read these traps. As soon as you step into that pit, that deeper control ward will spot it. Red pings onto their top side as well. DO7 can only hold this position for so long. They're only farming 2 waves right now. With their
They have stayed there for so long. Here
there's
comes
the paranoia.
engaged, and that's a great one. Agony Pain seems like the easiest target of all time, as pretty much only Joshua is really needed for that to come completely through. And now they're gonna at least step up to the Baron, hopefully maybe to force out teleports from the Agony Pain when it comes
Agony
back.
should have to cast this if they're not done with it by the time he's up.
Okay,
Cooldown's
they're gonna just
expended.
engage. They're gonna try. Oh, the play out of the flag and drag. Now we have to flash. They're gonna turn towards the Guffa. The hook goes just wide, and now they got a kite. For here is Theodore. Can he outlast it? It doesn't seem like it. For now, DO7 has played it well. The hook hit just as Ragnarok runs out, and DO7 picks up 2 kills in the long con. But we're not just
Agony
yet.
teleporting
DO7
through
wants
mid.
more.
It's all they've got to do. It's all the hope for DMG to push DO7 off here. They're going to retreat. They want to hold their best. DMG should be trying to stop this, should be trying to get some vision down.
That's gone.
Guffa, oh my goodness.
That's so risky. Jumps back out. At least keeps DO7 engaged, which buys time for the rest of the team to go in. Guffa gets the kill on the Thresh. And now they're completely pushed off. And DMG says, we'll go on the Baron gladly.
Fantastic delay from DMG there. They hold DO7 at the Baron. They wanted to recall. They wanted to be safe under their top inhibitor and keep it defended. Instead, they're now left with a crazy steal as their only option. I don't even think the Nocturne has the blue trinket to try this.
Right over the wall. Let's see. Okay, but here, no, they've got an interception. Illugun is here. They're gonna try to chase them down again. I think maybe with the buff they'll peel off. But here comes the ultimate. They're gonna try to get who? Yeah, they're going on Guffa. This time, I don't think he has any way out. Huge shutdown to the Nocturne as he waddles away with a little bit of a golden flux. But Baron still in the hands of DMG.
A chain to chain, a repeat of overstaying from both teams. DMG will at least get away with the objective. The DO7 happy with that recontest, happy to remove it from the Tristana, the siege machine here for DMG. Dragon up soon. We had such a long lull state, Dog Sledder. This is now back up, and without Goofy having a teleport, without the Tristana being able to come in, DO7 should be looking to take this as fast as possible. They are missing key ultimates, but the Thunder Crash from Zeri still very much in their pocket.
And such an important cooldown too, as the extended fights allows him to really dish out the damage. But of course, at times these ones have been going quite quickly. And now let's see DMG wanting to look mid, flash out.
Ooh.
Under Yasu, but he's still alive. Virgil in front has no issues with his tankiness to keep the front good and safe and steady. But we still have to find a way in here, DO7, towards the Drake pit.
Yeah, DMG holding it. The Scat of the Week's thick and fast from Agony Pain at this stage. DO7 respecting it, not trying a snap engage after the cooldown is used. They have gained mid priority. They will walk this wave in towards the tier 2. Difficult to say now. DMG just comes off. Agony Pain's
That's
caught.
max range! Agony Pain has to flash away, misses his Scat of the Week, and has to go down. Now comes DO7 barreling down with Joshua at the helm. They get Guffa, and now it's up to the remaining members of DMG to save this fight. But look at Theodore. He's doing a lot. He's doing so much. It's a triple kill from him. How do they manage to turn this around? Yes, a 3 Thresh there too. Tuxvig, and they're also running down Virgil. It's a quadra kill for Theodore as they manage to completely turn a fight that had no business going this well for DMG.
BO7 had treated it like a double threat composition. They got Agony Pain, an unfortunate miss there. A huge, huge advance onto Goofy. But they forgot about Theodore in the top side. It's 1 versus Cassante. This was not. And without his Black Cleaver, doesn't need it. The Death's Dance keeps resetting. We'll see DO7. They get a fantastic engage here. Elogood not coming across to shield. It wouldn't have even gone well that way. Agony Pain puts it between the posts. Falls to Virgil in quick fashion. Joshua here onto Goofy. Goes so deep. That is the ball on him there from the Darkstar Orianna. There is the combination, the shockwave across that absolutely decimates DMG. But look at Theodore. CC immune through that combination. Immediately takes out Joshua. Immediately onto Yasu. Not set up to kite. And just being able to play through the Thresh. Able to play through everything. Toxvig as well. Resetting his health bar. More than enough to get DMG through the triple threat composition well and truly online.
And with that quadra going to Theodore, we also have to commend both Toxvik and Elogjuden with how they're peeling for him. Because of course there's potential to be bursted down with the damage, but they're chaining it so well. Every time he's in a threat, they throw out their CC, save him, allows him to keep on dishing out that damage. We got another engage, goes in onto the Tristana, who just jumps away. No issues with it.
Slight mistiming. If they wanted to shockwave the Tristana out of her rocket jump there, it is so hard to hit this evasive long-range AD carry that has scaled up with her levels, with her range off of the passive. DO7, if they're going to try snap engages like that, I want to see it on side lanes. I want to see Theodore pinched by Virgil. The shockwave coming up over the top anyway. I want to see Yasu be able to set up for a front to back. It is not enough to attack Goofy. The last fight proved it. Now DO7 well and truly stuck within their own half of the map. DMG getting invades, getting vision. No objective in the immediate future. We're on for rounds of vision before Baron now. We're on for a full recall of DMG's core, all 5 members, to simultaneous reset. Their coach can be proud of them in this moment. That'll allow them maximum vision. Let's see more control wards. We've got some there for the support as well as they come back out onto the map. This is going to be a long stay as they look to try and get small objectives from DO7 before a huge Baron fight.
Well, let's see how desperate DO7 are feeling. They got the Nocturne ultimate available soon. We've seen them throw it at Guffa time and time again. Maybe once it's worked out completely in their favor, but he's been so diligent at just jumping away from it. No questions asked. Do you feel like DO7 at this point are struggling to figure out what kind of angle they're gonna go for? Of course, the Thresh catch is gonna be huge, but getting it on Olaf, getting it on the Tristana, it doesn't necessarily. It's not necessarily easy. You saw them get it on Agony Pain, but it's the least of their issues right now, as both Tristana and Theodore are dishing it out.
So difficult to approach a Syndra, a Tristana, able to either push you away or leave. You can't rely on Agony Pain going slightly wide on another scatter, because it's going to be like a 3-4 second cooldown right now as he gets more and more ability power. This build so effective in competitive play. Try and solo queue if you're playing duo with an AD carry or a strong attacking jungler like this Jarvan and Nocturne. It's so much fun to just keep your opponents at arm's length. Really difficult to play against. DO7, they've assembled in mid. They're only pushing one wave right now. With the teleports up, they've got to get to sides, else this is going to be a rinse and repeat of DMG managing DO7's engage coming forwards.
Very much so, and they do have a point here where Yasu does have his 3rd item completed. Always a strong suit for a Seri, but hasn't really been able to get that free reign he would wish for. Easy to run down, it seems like, in the fights, and but if they manage to protect him, there's a chance.
It's the strongest position, because not only do you need to protect him, you need to part the waves of the DMG frontline. You need to keep the Olaf at bay. You need to chart a path through Syndra, through Jarvan. So difficult to play this area. That's why I feel like it's fair we haven't highlighted him. It's Yasu is on a pedestal to get through this team fight, but it's not up to him. It's up to the bigger units. It's up to Joshua. It's up to Ifa not going so low before the fight even starts.
Yeah, and they don't overcommit their DMG. They know it's the support they're targeting. One that has that peel if necessary. But they're just, with this poke, with this angle, finding themselves more time. 5 seconds for Drake. It's a lot less dangerous objective to just pick up compared to the Baron. But DO7 might just see this as an opportunity to go on the Baron themselves, but they don't have the time for it.
Elo Guten marking the Baron, staying nearby, is tagged up and slowed, not able to be picked onto though, just holding his range nicely. This is DO7 fully assembled. They're going to try something a little cheesy. I feel the paranoia locked and loaded.
Yeah, now they got to deal with the soul too. Theodore's just going to be so quick. They're going to have to deal with it's going to be so hard to kite in general. It's going to be hard to catch up to Guffe.
Guffe and Agony peeling themselves with it. Elo Guten coming through your front line like an absolute Formula 1 car. It'd be so difficult.
Yeehaw. Yeah, now they're just...
I'm not going to make a broom noise. I'm slightly above it.
Next time. But yeah, now they're still playing it slow, DMG. They know they don't really have to force it just yet. Pushing, the wave is crashing bot lane. Has to be respected by DO7. They're bleeding out very slowly, but surely still. And now no one's answering it. They're still respecting the fact that DMG could start this Baron at any time.
Yeah, DO7, they've been farming one less wave. It's been a slow creeping gold advantage for DMG. Part of their current 7,500 gold lead.
Here comes the engage. Reaches all the way over to the Syndra, but she stays alive. Gets pulled out by the Thresh, but now it's Virgil who's in the thick of it. Getting chased down. Has to stay a little bit, but he doesn't have existence. And here goes Theodore. Ult in. Goes in with Elo Guden. And this combo is just absolutely unstoppable. Flashes in. Keeps his passive going. And for now, they're all stuck in here. DO7. DMG gets the fight. Gets to re-engage. It's just as they predicted.
It's more than enough. Agony Pain will end the fight there. And DMG, they found Virgil on the side. The shockwave a little too early from Akira. Joshua wasn't quite on top of his target. Just wanting to not have it snap back to him, not wanting to sombrero.
Only two members to hold the fort.
Stressed moment from DO7. Their Nexus towers begin to fall.
And yeah, goes for the attempt there, Virgil, but it's been the case, or it feels like for the last 8 to 9 minutes. There's no options, there's no chance, and DMG manages to scrape themselves 3 points and at least leave equally with most of the other teams in Group A.
Yeah, everyone 1-1, save for DO7. 2 close games, you could argue. I didn't know what to expect of Alada coming in today. Reasonably impressed. They need to smooth out that late game. I feel like that's where Ruddy and DMG made the best of them. But yes, most teams going 1-1. The champions of Denmark will equalize their result at the end of day 1. Darkslider, what an absolute series of games we've had this evening.
I'm so thrilled. If this is an indication of how this RPS is gonna go, then I would just hit that follow button and check out Twitter and just keep track of what's going on, because we've gotten banger after banger, very entertaining games. And yeah, it's been hard to predict, but ahead of time we tried. And let's check out how the lads did.
All right, first off, congratulations, Brackish, you and me, Ruddy believers. And I think we're gonna have to do some quick maths here, Darkslider. That's 3 for Tebs. 3 for Zlepper, 3 for Duckling, 3 for myself, 3 for Carvis.
Oh, you got 4.
4? Can I not count? I can't. 4 for me. Let's go, me. 3 for Carvis, 4 for Brackish, 2 for Peter, and 3 for yourself. So, with no contest, that is both UK and Irish casters at the top of the board. Ruddy 2-0. I'd call that regional dominance after day 1.
I mean, who am I to contradict you with my measly 50%? Yeah, I just hit the math pretty much. Well, you just outplayed everyone in terms of the predictions, but yeah, it's
okay. Ruddy will have to play Rich Gang at some stage, and I will hold my hands up and say I believe in the boys. That's an uphill battle that you're gonna have to fight there. Okay.
I'm very much looking forward to it. Hoping whoever goes into that cast really waves that Norwegian flag as it deserves to. And well, of course, we're gonna wave some more Norwegian flags tomorrow when chaos. I'm going English on them, but it's chaos. It's with a K.
I love it.
Yeah. They're gonna head into Group B. I say tomorrow because it's what it feels like, but of course, skip one day. We're going on with another set of Group B on Wednesday, starting out
We'll see
same time,
we'll see
same
the
place.
remaining 6 teams in our 2 groups, single round robin best of 1 setup, and then of course they'll be joining the 2 Aurora Cup teams later on in the tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute joy. But yeah, we've had 6 great games today. Been lucky. There's been no sleeping on the job. No need to.
Absolutely none. Not
None.
one standard draft. You know, Olaf Casante, a lot of fun. The Syndra coming through as well.
Yeah.
6 exciting games. If this is going to set the pace of our tournament, Darkslider was right. You got to hit follow. You got to get onto NLC LOL on Twitter. Stay tuned in because there is going to be so much more of this in our regional promotional series.
We'll be back with that, along with a host of other talent that are gonna lead you through all of those exciting games, this level, and these rivalries that we're creating. Yeah, they're never gonna disappoint. But for
They've
now,
been here a long time, and it's
Yeah.
good to be back.
Yeah, exactly. But for now, we will wrap it up for the day. Make sure to keep track on social media, hit the follow button, and we'll see you again on Wednesday with more NLC Regional Promotion Series.
Radio.
Thank you.